Let me tell you, you don't know how weak your passport is until you arrive in another country and you're in that line for immigration. That's where you know a strong passport and a weak passport. Because I've seen people with strong passports, they are so calm. Like you've entered a foreign country. You've seen those white people, like people with American passports, they're always in shorts, t-shirts. They're even talking to each other. How do you talk to each other in another country? Oh, yeah, bro. How long are you here? You're 2 days. Well, I'm just here for a couple of weeks. Yeah, you're going back to the States? And now I'm going to the UK. Oh, wonderful, man. Good to see you. I saw this guy. Last year I went to South Africa. I was in the queue. I saw this white man talking to his friends. His child left the queue, went inside the booth, started playing with the immigration officer. The audacity. The immigration officer was like, hey, where are you? I said, my name is Jeremiah. My father is over there. Hey, do you have passport? I said, I don't have a passport. Hey, it's okay. We allow everyone. I was there saying, wow. Because me as a Ugandan, I know my passport is not very strong. When you're in the queue, you are the most respectful person. Because you don't want anything that can annoy the immigration. Just there. Even if you recognize someone. I recognized the former minister of Uganda. He was at the front. I was excited. I was like, hey, honorable. He said, okay, look, pass away. I said, I just want a selfie. Let us first enter. We'll take the selfie in Johannesburg. Let us first. Oh, man.
Hello and welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's 1:38 p.m. here in New York City, 6:38 p.m. in Nigeria. Wherever in the world you're joining us from, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Our guest today needs no introduction. I know you hear this on TV and you hear it on radio, but this is actually the truth. Our guest today does not need any introduction. Let me show you.
I believe that Tinubu is not trying. He's saying that Tinubu is trying.
Is Tinubu trying?
No. He said that Tinubu is trying, right?
Yes.
He's not saying the right thing.
No.
Yeah, tell that Tinubu is not trying. I got him right. Tinubu is not trying. Tinubu is frustrating Nigeria. It's a bad government.
Yes.
If we can have somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, Fela Adekuti,
yes.
somebody like Sowore, these people that is
Sowore, Fela,
and Nnamdi Kanu, these important people.
What about Peter Obi?
Yeah, I have never heard Peter Obi eat somebody money or invest for this. He has a estate, blah blah blah. No.
So you like Peter Obi?
Very important.
Yes.
It's important for the president.
If you choose between Peter Obi and Tinubu, who you?
Tomorrow, Peter Obi is not my family.
I know. If to choose between Peter Obi and Tinubu, who you would choose?
What are you talking about? Peter Obi is more educated than Tinubu. Tinubu mobilized Agbo. Do you know what is called Agbo? That is house.
Yes.
He mobilized. Is a fraud. Is drug dealer. That's what I see.
How did Nigerians elect him?
They are not doing well. That is fraud. Peter Obi win the election, they give it to Tinubu. So what are you saying? Come and hold me in Lasisi number 89 I'm there.
Yes.
Come on, Jamie. Tomorrow I will say what I'm saying. Whenever I come around, I will say about that. So
thank you very much.
God bless you.
All right. So that's our guest for today, Pa Ikhide. I'm sure you know him. He's been traveling across Nigeria, and today we decided to invite him to come on the show while he's still in Nigeria with fresh reports on the ground on what is going on in the country. So join me as we welcome to the show Pa Ikhide. Pa Ikhide, welcome to the show.
Thank you for inviting me.
So you've been there for how long now?
I came into the country July 8th.
Wow.
So I have been here for approximately 1 month.
Wow.
And I intend to stay here until September, the last day of September, and land back to Washington, D.C., October 1.
Wow.
And so far, I will say that I fully intend to stay all till the very end because I'm having a blast.
Most people can't stay that long. How are you doing that? I mean, in terms of, is it not expensive to spend a month in Nigeria and thinking about?
Well, it is, and it is not. So the dollar goes a long way, and if your pleasures are simple like mine, then it goes even longer. I don't stay in hotels. I crash wherever anybody allows me to crash. And when they start cracking parables about small rooms, I go to the next person. So I'm staying with my little brother in Festac by the filthy gutters of Festac. And he has been cracking parables about small rooms. And I'm ignoring him because I'm too lazy to move.
Wow.
He has shown me my passport several times. I have refused to accept the passport because I'm not leaving until I'm good and ready. But yeah, you're right. The hotels can be pricey. Transportation is pricey because most of the transportation is by air, and to the extent possible, you avoid road travel because the roads are broken. There is narrative about insecurity and all that stuff. But I'm also not as active as people think. I could be in a room for days and really be having a great time. So, but most of my obsession has been to be on the streets, eating street food, talking to people, and just lapping in, the spirituality of the place that gave birth to me. I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
All right. We're going to go into details of what you've seen, including the conference you attended at Department of English at Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. So, but first, let's start with the issues in the news. So this week, I mean, a few days ago, we saw the Catholic bishops went to meet Tinubu at Aso Rock, and it didn't go well the way any of the sides expected. What do you think about the event? What happened during that meeting?
So I am quite indifferent to that particular activity because the bishops were merely stating the obvious. Water is wet. I mean, they had nothing new to say to this guy. The guy is incompetent. The country is in free fall, and we all know that. You don't need a bishop to tell you that. To be quite honest, I would say that the clergy has lost the moral authority to talk about the situation in Nigeria because they've been part of the problem. I mean, Tinubu did not start this. All of this started, to be quite honest, 1999. Democracy has really, really hurt Nigeria and Nigerians. And this clergymen did not wake up one day. They've been here. And they say the same canned nonsense. And then, there's pushback and nothing ever happens. So I didn't really take them seriously. Also, the analysis, I think, is faulty. It's a sign of how overly centralized Nigeria is, that if somebody sneezes, it is Tinubu's fault. You understand? The real mess is in the state and local governments. There is nothing happening at those levels, especially at the local governments. The feds can't be everywhere. The feds, they are into macro. They should be into macro issues, macro economic policies, macro fiscal policies, and so on and so forth. But there are problems at the state level that really belong at the state level. There are problems at the local level that belong at the local level. Who is holding the municipal governments accountable? Who is holding the state governments accountable? I will tell you this: I'm in my brother's house now. his house is a local government. His house is a municipality, by which I mean he has things called an inverter, a generator, a solar, and then the backup is the NEPA, is the government supplied. I mean, everything is just backwards. So he has his solar, and then the solar fills the inverter with, which is like a battery with power, and then he has the generator. So I can't think, because they are constantly barging into my bedroom to flip things back and forth. Brother, now I'll make I on gen, brother, make I on inverter. So I can't think, but I'm trying to be polite to them. And they walk in and they walk out as they walk in. If I need to take a bath, I mean, he's got a really nice place. I have to tell him. Then he calls the gate man downstairs, and then they on the pressure pump. Then I also have to figure out how to turn on the heater. Then I take a bath. Then I say, oh my God, we've done it for one day. So it takes, you have to be a warrior to run a household, because you are running a local government. I couldn't live here because I'm too old to run a local government. You know, everything, as you know, is transparent to us. At my age, are you kidding me? I have to get up. There's a noise the light makes. That means the light is come. Then there's another light it makes, and then the light is off. And so they disturb my sleep. I'm like an old man who has to use the bathroom every 30 minutes. But here, it's because they wake me up every 30 minutes. So I don't know what the local government in Festac is doing. What happens to the budget? Do they just take it and share it? There is no government. The only times you see them, it is to hurt you. It's, my brother lives in a compound. They have a gate. They have a gate man. They pay some money. They feed him. The poor guy, if the armed robbers come, we are finished, because I don't think he can even stand. It's all performative, you see. But it gives them a sense of security that they have somebody that takes care of them.
The gate man is the gate man armed?
No, he looks hungry all the time. We spend our time taking care of him. But the gate is high, the fence is high, so somebody would have to scale the fence to come get us. But he's indifferent. He's a sweet little guy. You knock on the door, he opens. Even if you are the enemy, he opens. It's like that dog. You give the dog candy or something, and the dog lets the thief in.
So you said what you thought about the Reverend Fathers. What about the response of the government? For instance, when they finished speaking, this is what Tinubu told them. Let me play that before you.
Yes. Before I was born, there was a young guy in this country. And I have no control of the population development of Nigeria, trajectory. And that is why you have membership in your various faiths and churches, to give hope to people and give commitment to humanity and the true sense of it. Our founding fathers did their best. They left us a nation, and we owe it to our generations yet unborn to build a nation of unity, stability, and prosperity.
All right. So that's your president. What do you make of his reaction?
Well, first of all, that was an unfortunate response. It was clearly insensitive. The president is also criminally inarticulate in English. So I think, and I'm being serious, I think moving forward, he should be speaking in Yoruba and having people translate because when he speaks, things get lost in the translation. I'm sure his brain cells are not that frazzled, but he just speaks in broken sentences, and they don't connect and they don't make sense. So I have watched him speak in Yoruba. He's a very articulate man when he's speaking in Yoruba. It's not different from a French prime minister or whatever speaking in French and having somebody translate it into English. There's nothing. I'm not being disrespectful to him, but when he speaks English, when he clearly doesn't have a full grasp of it, it's embarrassing, and then, of course, it doesn't help that he has people like Bayo Nanuga and all these people who have anger management issues. When you say something, they respond with ill-tempered, long speeches that few people like me and you read. So we have a very inarticulate communications apparatus from Aso Rock. All of them need to be fired and replaced with younger, energetic people who are trained in the art of speaking to people. So all of that was just a huge mess, and the Catholic clergy came away looking more dignified than Tinubu and his minions. It's really sad. I was disappointed. Well, not disappointed. I've gotten used to it.
So one other thing that happened this last week was INEC published the certificates of candidates for president.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it.
Yes, I posted it today.
Okay.
I posted it today. My question is, who really is Bola Tinubu? We don't know who he is. The man is he's a genius at being basically an apparition. Who is he? Who are his siblings? Who are his friends? Where did he go to school? I don't understand how. I cannot even believe that educated people are supporting this man. It's crazy that if you put his alleged qualifications side by side with that of Peter Obi, the man is not merely empty. There are huge gaps. Like synapses are not connecting. There's something wrong somewhere. I personally don't understand why there's a. I don't understand the whole requirement for publishing the educations anyway, but it's been published, and I don't understand why the president of our country cannot tell us the schools he went to.
So you can see that Atiku did not say the schools, but he acknowledged the years. On the year he obtained first school living certificate, West African school certificate, and a master's degree he got recently. Shore, on his part, did not mention the name of the school for his primary school and secondary school, but he mentioned his Columbia University. So how is it that is allowed? What Tinubu presented, is that sufficient?
I don't know what the the rules say, but personally, if someone from my village, Ewu, did not go to school, is qualified to be president of this country, and I don't care, that you are not literate in English does not mean that you are a dolt. But these are the rules, and why is this man allowed to get away with all of this? Even the university degree is sketchy. People still, it doesn't it doesn't fall right under scrutiny. When it comes to his past and his education, there's always something off. And there are people that basically say, yeah, that is not why he's here. We elected him for his brains. Which brains? For God's sake, which brains? The brains that produce this mess that is called Lagos State. Have you been to Lagos State lately?
Oh, yeah. I always come to Lagos. That's
it's like a bunch of drunken people put together a space. It's a disgrace. The shared spaces are just broken. It's crazy. But hey, look, the reason I am enjoying Nigeria today is I have maybe become a Niger pessimist. I am now convinced that this is who we are. We are not going to go. We're not going to be Switzerland if I come back 5 lifetimes. This is just who we are, and no need stressing myself about. Oh, look at this is how they do it in America. Why can't you? Why can't you do it in Nigeria? No. If you see the best of our rulers and the best of our thinkers on TV, you will start crying like, no. You don't. If somebody is physically challenged, you don't say get up. If they can't walk, they can't walk. Maybe we can't walk. Maybe we can't walk, and we're just pretending that hey, we can do it because in Ghana they did it, or in America they did it. No, you can tell if we have the bandwidth or the capacity to do great things. We don't. Go to the express roads that they call express roads with pride. You will go, what's wrong with us? It's not even doesn't even qualify as a rural road even in Uganda. It's that bad. You don't even have to go to America to criticize the place. But I didn't come here to criticize the place. I came here to eat. I came here to rest. I came here to run away from Donald Trump.
That's a good point.
Yes, I fled America because of Donald Trump. Because I would wake up and my blood pressure would just. And I'm like, you don't have to be here. You are retired. You are jobless. If you are going to be miserable, just go to Nigeria and be miserable. So I left that stupid space where that idiot reigns supreme and came here. And it's the best thing I ever did. You should try it.
Yeah, no. I know I was there last year, but I'll get back to your view on America and what's going on there here. but let's see this video. This is Atiku returning to Nigeria. So there's this joke out there that once Atiku is back in the country, there's an election about to happen.
Yes.
So, you've been talking to people. What do you make of him, by the way, running for president?
I think Atiku should just go away. To be honest, he's a pain in the ass. Excuse me. He lives in Dubai, and his relationship with Nigeria is just transactional. He's disrespectful. He doesn't live here. He lives in Dubai 90%, the way I understand it, 90% of the time. And then when it's time for election, he comes. And then you see how he stages it, trying to look presidential. Reminds me of when George Bush narrowly beat Al Gore. And somebody advised him, you better start looking presidential. So he went and put a flag right behind him, and he was talking like, so you saw all of that stuff, people waiting on him and all of that nonsense. The person to beat is Peter Obi right now. And you see it from the way Aso Rock continues to hurl insults at him. They literally ignore everybody else. But the other day, they responded to Atiku. But if Peter Obi sneezes, Aso Rock responds. If Peter Obi is quiet, Aso Rock responds. They are literally frightened of him. If you are here with me, all you see is attacks on Peter Obi, by Aso Rock, and by those intellectuals, the ones I call the Southwest intellectuals, PhDs, whose job, Yoruba PhDs, whose job is to pretend that they are sleeping and they're not seeing the nonsense that this man is taking us through. They are all writing long essays that nobody reads, insulting Peter Obi. They are gaslighting us for saying the obvious, that Tinubu is a problem. Why are you supporting this man simply because he's Yoruba? I would put it to you that the Yoruba peasants are in worse shape than my own peasants in Ewu. Tinubu, they're not saying Tinubu, as we say in Ewu. They're not saying Tinubu. His grandchildren are in Maryland with us, learning Spanish, Chinese, and doing ballet, while Yoruba children are under mango trees, learning ABC. No, it's not about tribe or anything. This man is incompetent. This man is corrupt. And I dare Nigerians to vote him in again. I dare them. They have not suffered enough.
Are you getting the sense? I know you've been talking to people. I played a video of you with KK driver. Yeah. Are you getting the sense that he's not going to win? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, Tinubu has won. He's just waiting for the date to come. Let me tell you. You're laughing. It's the truth. This thing is all rigged. He has all the instruments of state. He has won. We are wasting our time. We are wasting billions of dollars for a predetermined outcome. One time, during one of those elections, my uncle went to my mother, and my mother was stepping out of the house. She says, "Where are you going?" My mother says, "I'm going to vote." My uncle said, "Sit down, you have already voted." That is the situation. My mother told me, I quickly sat down, no need stressing myself over. So uncle said, you have already voted. They are going to rig this thing massively. The results are already printed. It just needs to be sent out. It's a shame. It's a huge shame. Democracy has been a farce since 1999. It's worse under Tinubu.
So you think there's nothing the opposition can do to actually challenge Tinubu and win?
Supreme Court judges that, are you kidding me? The people that they build homes for, look, Tinubu has access to a bottomless pit of money. You saw the judgment the last time. They danced right, danced left, ended up in the center for Tinubu. Is it not the same people? So unless there is like a massive uprising, where everybody goes to the polling booths, and it is obvious that people are physically protecting their votes, and it's obvious that there's a lot of energy. Even at that, the Tinubu that I know is not going to give up. He's going to do 2 terms. If it cures Nigeria, he will do 2 terms.
Now, I know that today is Sunday. I don't know. Did you go to church?
Yes, in my head.
I asked the question because I actually would have loved to know what people who went to church today, what they thought about this. Let me play the video and hear your reaction.
I'm going to be apologizing for making a mistake. I'm going to be apologizing for making a mistake, for saying that if you don't pay tithe, you might not make it to heaven. I'm sorry, that's wrong. That's not in the Bible. What the Bible says is, ye have peace with all men, and holiness, without which no man shall see God. Now, let me tell you.
So, you know him, the general overseer of Redeemed Christian Church of God came out to say that he was wrong, that he wasn't in the Bible. I wanted to know the people that went to church, people, are they still paying tithes, or what is the reaction?
So it's a great question. My brother is, and the wife and the kids are part of Redeem.
Oh, very good, very good. So what is their reaction?
What obtains online is totally different from what obtains on the ground. They don't see, look, this man is their God. This man is their God. And I woke up this morning and they were looking for cash. What is the cash for?
To put in the envelope.
Yeah. The man did not even need to apologize. He didn't bother them. They didn't even bring it up. And they were saying, no, we need to, sometimes they had specific amounts of money that they needed. And so it is not, they didn't just sit down and say, Big Daddy, which is what they call me. I don't like what that man said, though. He didn't, in fact, they may be upset that he bothered to apologize. The man that is next to God, what happened? I gave out, my brother is wealthier than myself, which is easy because I don't have any. I gave out my naira. I was just giving them like that, the wife, the children, and all of that stuff. There was not one person who said, Big Daddy, do you see what do you see what that man did? It's not nice, so nope. So we just we stay online, talk as if online is
real life.
No, in real life, they don't even hear. This is the most politics I have ever discussed. I was so excited to come and discuss. My brother doesn't have time for all that nonsense because he's got to hustle. He's an attorney. He's out on the streets. I've had dinner with some people. Their bandwidth is focused on what they must do. They have to ensure a good life for their children, their spouses, and everything else is just secondary. Because in their minds, they have figured out nothing is going to change except they make individual changes for themselves. So that is why everything is municipal. Everything is the government of the self, of me. If you come into the house is clean, obsessively clean, everything in the right place. The compound is cleaned up. Then you step out. You are just going through filth because government does not exist, and they don't bother asking government for help because they in their minds nothing will happen. The church is very powerful. I think the person that went to talk to Daddy Gio said, they are yelling at you online. Then he panicked, as if online is real life, and apologized. If he knew what I know, he wouldn't have apologized. He would, I would say it's metaphorical. I didn't say you won't go to heaven. I just tell you that I would just say, so for once, he had no bullshit in him. This is a master bull artist. For once, he was no longer an MBA. He was now being honest. He was scared because it's a source of income for him. If people start leaving his church, what happens? So he quickly said, I didn't mean to say that, I was wrong. Who says that? He should fire the person that gave you that stupid piece of advice. Tell the person to hand over their corporate phone and stay away from online nonsense. Because the congregants don't give a hoot about it. They love him, you see.
It would be interesting to know, like your brother who is a lawyer, what he thinks about the time that Gio said he had tea with Jesus, him and his wife.
Okay, so when I bring those things up, they think I'm a lunatic. They start laughing, like you don't understand the mysteries of these things, So when I try to I have all these clips. You've seen some of them. I sent about. They just say, bros, you never see something. No, you never see something. So it is really interesting. They hold on these people, and they're highly educated. They hold on them by this It's frightening. That nothing I have shown them that will shake their faith in these people, not in God, though, in these people. And they have prayer sessions, they have prayer lines that they subscribe into. And there are all these constant prayers. And now you have to understand, I was raised Catholic, unfortunately. You know, I went to Catholic boarding school where I am hoping that I can join a class action suit against the Catholic Church for the abuses that I got. At least in the winter of my life, they can give me some money to compensate me, keep me warm. But you know, that old school thing, this is different. They don't, anything people say, it's when I put it, you know, people are saying, I will blow the trumpet, we'll blow the trumpet. That's online nonsense. In real life, they believe whatever. They are the new DBS, the new what we used to call native doctors. You know, light and darkness, good and bad, and that is how they make their money. You see. So I can talk to my brother and he'll give you several testimonies of how the church saved him. And he has a point, because the churches act like a social network. The government has abdicated its responsibility. And Tinubu said it to the churches. It's a social network, you know, and the people pay into it, and the church helps them. The church is a community. Even in the US, as you know, young people who are just coming in, what do? They go and find the Redeemed Church. They go and find one of those churches. And before you know it, they have been set up. There's a community. They set them up, and they know that in order to they have to pay it forward. So they start paying tithes, because they believe that it was the tithe that they were paying that helped them get married to somebody who helped them get that, you know what. So
also it helps them to get contracts. So like your brother is a lawyer.
Yes.
All the people that have legal issues will come to him because he's a member in
now you got it. Yeah. So you cannot just sit from the outside and be sneering at them. There is a method to the madness. You see, it's a very robust community, and in return for services that they do for the congregants pay a little something. You see, I can't do that for them, so the church does it for them. The government can't do that for them. The church does it for them, and it's not only in Nigeria, by the way. It's in the US, as you know. Immigrant communities are held together by churches. So there's some good that they do. To be quite honest, there's some good that they do. They have shelters for people who need homes. They have food banks. They have all kinds of things. You know, they are, in a sense, which is a shame, not saying a whole lot. They are more relevant than your NGOs. You actually see, if you talk to a congregant, they can tell you what that the GO did for them in concrete terms. So I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted by the church in Nigeria today.
But for the poor ones, I understand the middle income people, what they get from that. But the poor ones, what do they get from the church?
The poor ones get a mirage. There's hope. So if you go to church and you sing and you praise and you dance and you are energized, you have enough energy to be an indentured servant for the next week. So they get that sense of energy, sense of hope from the preachings of the priest. They also have communities where they can get funding. They can do this susu. They have things that they do even for the poor. It's not just going to church. It's a very, very complex community, more complex than the government of the day. And then of course the poor, when they go to church, they connect with other people. They meet middle class individuals. They get jobs from there. I mean, you're not going. If you're looking for a gate man, you go to church. You find one there. If you're looking for a cook, you go to church. They offer jobs. To be quite honest, I know there are menial jobs, but these are jobs I couldn't give them. These are jobs that the government couldn't give them.
So, for those who think that there could be a revolt, they sometimes you find out that they blame the churches for making people subdued and accept their situation, dreaming about when God will come, or people in the mosque, So, is there any hope that something like that could happen? Someone like Shore who talks about revolution. Is there any hope that people could actually revolt if they can get the kind of support or renewed hope in these structures?
So when revolts happen, that they tend to be spontaneous. Something just sparks rage. Up until that moment, they're not thinking of it. They are in church praying for deliverance from evil. They are doing all sorts of things. It just takes a spark, and it's the prayer of the government, obviously, that spark never happens. If you come to Nigeria, it's a very interesting place. The poor have been so beaten down. It's now part of our culture. You have gate men, you have house help that are not allowed inside the house by the. You've seen those, right?
By the Oga.
By the Oga, even if you invite, like our culture as Americans, you are overly friendly. Your brother will tell you, "Take a easy, I'll still finish night with that." So you can't. If our middle class folks were white, they would be racist. We have created a caste system that really, really humiliates the poor every day, and they are so beaten down. The last thing on their mind is a revolution. The only thing that will cause a revolution for them is rage. Something just sparks a fire. They were not thinking about it, but they don't. The gate man that I said there is not sitting. He's just looking for which of the tenants will give him a rice and stew, and that's it. It's a shame, but there is a. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish.
So, but there is something. I mean, it's just like in South Africa. The ANC took over from the apartheid masters and became. They were crying louder than the bereaved. When I went to South Africa, I think it was many years ago, I was just shocked at how easily the black middle class and upper middle class began to enjoy the perks of power by oppressing the poor. Many of the poor in South Africa were blissfully unaware that there is no longer apartheid because they are being oppressed by their own black folks. Some of the worst injustices in the mines have happened after apartheid. So the whole thing about xenophobia, I have not seen any analysis that goes deep into the disappointment that is the ANC, that goes deep into how the ANC has done little for poor black folks since was 1994, 1995. It's the same thing. Our black intellectuals and our black politicians have done little for the Nigerian populace since 1960. If you read Soyinka's books, and it is talking about the house help, you will think, whoa, is this a white man? It is the way, it's the way we raised ourselves to lord it over our own people. And even us, we get our little $500. We are coming from America. We change it. We become lords for the 2 months, and we were just walking. Then we go back, and our wife start telling us to take out the trash. And you want to go back here because you come here, you are an oppressor, but you go back to America, you are the oppressed. People, you just love it here because for little or nothing, you can be an oppressor and act like But that is not the whole reason why we had we escaped colonialism. That's not the whole reason why we left apartheid. Life was supposed to be better for our people, and it's getting worse, just getting worse.
We'll take a break. Before we go on a break, you brought South Africa. Let's just get that off the table. This musician, Tyler, that wanted to perform in Nigeria, canceled because of the backlash. People were not in support of her coming to Nigeria to perform. Also, during this period, we saw that in Ghana, Ramaphosa wanted to come for state visit. They said no. What do you make of the reaction across Africa to what is happening in South Africa, especially the way that is now impacting regular people? You know, if you look at the stories in Nigeria, Shore was against what happened. You know, like people were fighting against Tyler coming to perform in Nigeria. People felt that there are other people on the other side saying that they did not say anything while this is going on. They never said anything about their country people kicking other Africans out, so they shouldn't be benefiting from traveling across Africa. What is your take?
So, again, I think the whole thing is unfortunate because if you're old enough like myself, you know that Nigeria really put in a lot during the struggle, militarily, financially, and so on and so forth. We educated a lot of young South African leaders. Same thing with African countries. But I think that we did not see this coming. A lot of poor South Africans have been abused by the leadership of the ANC. The ANC, Mandela basically handed over everything to the white man and became literally a ceremonial head. I exaggerate a bit, but the white man on average did not lose anything from Mandela coming out of prison. And Mandela and subsequent leaders have basically been coasting and not doing much about the fate of poor white South Africans. And the poor white South Africans are taking it out on Africans that are there. They are taking out their rage on them, which is inappropriate. But when you think about it, the resources are limited, and they see us prospering, and they see themselves suffering. They are just upset about the whole situation. It's like in you and I joke sometimes. You go in America, you see somebody says, "You took my job," and you find that the person doesn't even have a high school degree, high school diploma. You have 2 master's degrees and all, but they say you took their job, and you begin to wonder. But a lot of that just happens when resources are limited, when the economic times are hard, and we are easy targets. I think that African leaders should put pressure on the ANC leadership, on the South African leadership, to begin to put in place things that offer economic and social relief to Black South Africans. The schools need to be upgraded. They need to find jobs for them. It's a tinderbox. If you think it's bad now, I worry about things 6 months from now, a year from now, if there's no outlet.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we talk about a visit to Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, what you went there to do, and all the other places you've been, including I saw you at Badagry. We'll talk about that, and we'd let people come in and ask questions and continue the conversation. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome back, everybody. We're having a wonderful conversation with Pa Ikhide, who is reporting live from Nigeria. He's been traveling across the country, and we want to know what he's been saying. For those who travel to Nigeria and they see only bad things or only good things, we are getting a report from a crack reporter, Pa Ikhide. Pa Ikhide, so let's go back to the main reason you went to Nigeria. You attended an international conference of the Department of English at Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Igbariam.
Yes.
How did you end up there? Where is Igbariam?
Igbariam is in the suburbs of Oka.
Okay.
Yeah, and so you go into Chinua Achebe Airport. And then from there, you go into Oka. And so Igbariam is somewhere around there. And there's a university. I'd never heard of the university until the young man who is the head of the Department of English, Professor Asika, just out of the blues, texted me and said, would you mind coming to be a part of this conference? So at that point, I'll be honest with you, I hadn't thought of coming to Nigeria. This was like, wow, this was like about 2 months ago. So I said, sure. I got really excited. I thought they were going to pay my flight. So, yeah, that was the same reaction he got when I told him, I could do first class, but my legs are long. I was getting greedy and stuff. He says, oh. So I knew there was a problem because I didn't hear from him for 2 days. Apparently, he was compiling what to tell me. He was a very polite young man. He says, well, we didn't know. I thought you were around and this and that. And so he was about to invite me. I said, no, that's okay. It's okay. I'll just come. I'll come. And, and so, but they flew me in from Lagos and put me up in a hotel. And it turned out to be a very nice opportunity to reflect on things. It was about narrative, about movement, about immigration, and how things, have changed. And I had an opportunity privately to reflect on the Nigeria that I left in 1982, where there was no WhatsApp, there were no cell phones, there were just those landlines. I don't know if you were around in those days. You couldn't buy a landline. You had to list the line from Mabel, and then to now where everything is just instant. A young man gets on the plane in Lagos and he's just tweeting his way all the way into Dallas Airport. So the world has changed, and I was just reflecting on that, and also reflecting on the notion that even within Nigeria, there's a lot of movement. I reflected on my father living village Ewu in his teen years and going to work for the white man, and the culture shock he felt in Lagos as opposed to. So we had a good conversation. We had, James Eze was there. Unduka Otiono was there. Did a masterful job giving the keynote speech. So many friends. I am more popular than I realized. Everybody just knows Pa Ikhide.
Even in Igbariam. Even in Igbariam.
Like who are you? Like, oh, you don't know me. We are friends. So I loved the attention, and they were very, very generous to me, very nice to me, very kind.
I mean, it helps that you are Pa. It's not everybody that gets that title.
Yes, Pa. Yeah, once you say Pa Ikhide, everybody knows. So I have a love-hate relationship with that Pa. I'm 28 years old. Why would they be calling me Pa Ikhide? So, but then if you don't call me Pa Ikhide, I get irritated. Like you are rude. So I had a great time.
Yeah, the conversation you mentioned, Luka was there, and Luka Otieno and other.
Yes.
So what was the general feeling about the state of literature, books, and writing and reading?
So I would say that, and this is not a criticism of us, I would say that people are still in a bubble about when they talk about academics, they're still talking about the book. And that conference was no different. And I'm not being critical. I mean, there was no, I was the only online personality in a sense, because from a deficit perspective, in the sense that I've never bothered to write a book, which people keep reminding me. And they can remind me from now to tomorrow, I'll never write a book. But they don't look at, there still needs to be getting out of that bubble of the book. But that was not the conference that it would happen at. We were still talking about the book. But we had a good conversation. But if it was out of the book, it was really in the oral tradition of, what it means, what migration means today, what it means to write from the diaspora. There was conversation about nostalgia. There was a conversation about something called, I think it's extalgia, by one of the professors. It was a very good term, where he talked about the pain that the people that you leave behind feel when you have left. And the term, if I remember correctly, was extalgia. So yeah, it was a very intellectual conference. It was like two nights, and I had a great time. I felt like I was heard. At some point, the audience was mostly the students. I told them, I said, if you are in your 20s and you're in your 30s and you have the opportunity, get the hell out of Nigeria, leave. And that did not go well with my colleagues, the older colleagues, who said, if everybody leaves, what's going to happen to, and I was saying, I was telling them that for me, it's a form of protest. I know that not everybody can leave, but when you start losing, at some point, you will have to reflect on what will it take to keep people here. And I told them, I said, when somebody said, don't listen to all that, this is the only country you have. I said, yeah, but her children are all abroad with my own children. So it is do what I say, not what I do. If this place was so good, why are their children in real schools abroad? No, there's no answer to that. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw recently, Governor of Anambra State, the daughter graduated from I think, the university in England, UK.
First class, yes.
Yeah, and then Wike's daughter also graduated.
Yeah.
But let me ask you, that Igbariam University, what's the environment like? Is it like Uniben?
In what sense?
In terms of structures and the academic environment.
Yes. Well, I haven't been back to Uniben in a long time, but I would say that the Uniben that I attended, the physical structure was more imposing, was more of better quality than that one. But it has since, I'm sure, deteriorated because we have a poor maintenance culture. It's a relatively new university on vast land space, and they use something called the TED Fund to fund some of the building, but you can see that a lot of the structures were hastily put together. They will not pass code for an elementary school in my village in America. It's not the fault of the people that invited me. The people that it's just an irony. The people that invited me are just brilliant professors. I mean, they're brilliant intellectuals, and writers. They can hold their own anywhere in the world, but they are just trying to make do with the circumstances that they find themselves. The money. I'm sure the successive administrations have, have toyed with sums of money, and what you get as a result is a watered down version of a university. There is no. Let me put it this way: no American would allow their child into that university.
Now
certainly not me.
Now let me ask you about Anambra State. Is that the first time you've been there?
Yes. So when I told people I was going to the east, this is a very important question. When I told people I was going to the east, people were saying, be careful, they have kidnappers there, they have murderers there, and this, that. And of course, there's history there, people, have been shot, people have been killed, and all that. I wasn't worried for myself, but my relatives were all worried. They were casting and binding from the various redeemed churches and things. I don't know why you would have to beg an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-compassionate God to protect his favorite son. He will take care of it. So I just entered the plane and I went. And I got there. It's a very peaceful place, very quiet. And there was no, I did not feel threatened. The hotel we were put in was in a gated community. And so.
Was it in Oka that you stayed?
Yes, in Oka.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we would drive to Igbariam every morning So the only danger that I faced was from the state-sanctioned thugs calling themselves road transportation safety. So we were going in a convoy of 3 cars, and suddenly they stopped the lead car, and one of the young men entered the car forcibly. Of course, we all came out to like hands around our people that had been detained, and I got nervous, so I started recording them, and that really irritated the road safety transport. They called their Oga, they said, the man was telling me, well, why are you recording me? I said, well, because you are doing the right thing. I want to show the world the kind of, it infuriated him the more. So he called the Oga. The Oga said, who was recording you? He pointed to me, said, that old man. The thing paid me. The thing paid me. So this, I started, how could you look at me and call me an old man? I was so upset. That's all I kept. It just ruined my presentation all day. I kept telling people, he called me an old man. I'm not old. I'm 58 years old. That was the most danger I ever faced in the East. But I'd been to Enugu in the 70s once when I was in HSE. Then during my youth service, when the trains were still working from Kafachan, you could take a train to Enugu. From Enugu, find your way to Onitsha.
All right. We lost our guest. He's talking about his experience traveling to Anambra State. He went to give a lecture at Igbariam, the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University in Igbariam. We're going to him. Okay, he's back. What was that, NEPA?
No, I think let's just say I am surprised that the Wi-Fi is still holding up. Without.
All right. So you were saying that was the closest to danger you encountered.
Yeah. Yes.
But across traveling, even in Lagos, how do you deal with police when you are in a vehicle?
So
you don't drive.
So the police only oppress the poor. This is my observation. So my brother is an attorney. He has that wig.
Oh, that wig. Okay.
That looks like a rat's nest on the dashboard. So when they say, barrister, he will pass. Then another one, if he's an engineer, I think he will have like a hammer. So they see whatever identifies you as middle class, they know they don't. So if you're an engineer, you have your hammer or whatever it is. So they all have professions and totems for those and the.
Oh, I'm hoping that.
So they have been taught to show those totems, and they are left alone because it's not worth it when they can get their little 500K from the bike man or from the Marwa. You are just so. I have not had any problems, but in Festac just by the bridge, that there same group of people just shaking down the poor. It's a form of taxation.
Now you mentioned barrister.
I love Nigeria. It's such an exciting place.
I know you're enjoying it. The videos you're posting show.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I said I know you're enjoying it. The videos you're posting.
I can't hear you.
Okay, so all right.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you
Hello?
hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Ikhide, we can hear you. If I can hear you, that means New York can hear you. Amsterdam can hear you. If you can't hear me, then it's a Lagos problem. All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to let you join us in this conversation with Pa Ikhide, who is traveling across Nigeria. He's been enjoying himself. Let me play some videos from his travels. And when we come back, we have a special guest who will join us. He was also in Nigeria, but he's still making his way back to the United States. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. We are still here with Pa Ikhide, who is currently in Nigeria. He will be visiting Abuja in a few days, and he's going to cause trouble wherever he goes. Pa Ikhide, I just spoke to Okay. He won't be able to join us. He
No
has some,
problem.
yeah. So now, you you're going to Abuja. What are you going to do in Abuja? Are you going to see the president?
No, I'm sure he wouldn't like to see me. I have relatives there that I want to just go hang out with. Friends. It's just a short trip. I'll go this time, then I'll come back. Then I'll go back there. I would like to explore Abuja a lot more than I have in the past. So I'll wake up in the morning and find a nephew or a niece to take me to some of those places.
Go to the National Assembly.
Yeah, I've been to the National Assembly when my friend Professor Shola Adeyeye was a senator. That was many, many years ago. I may go back there and see if they will let if they let regular folks in. Yeah.
So in summary about your experience so far in Nigeria, do you think that those of us outside the country that we have a good understanding of what is going on there?
No, we do not. To be honest, and I don't mean that to be condescending. I think that we mean well, and I think that for the most part, our interventions have been helpful. But I would say that there's a huge gap in governance standards between what you are used to, even in the worst place, and the governance standards here, even in the best place. So, and then when you think of that gap, it can be very overwhelming. And then you come to that realization that you are not here. You've been gone so long. You can't be berating them to do things that they are unable to do. And a lot of the people, millions of Nigerians have no idea how poorly governed they are because they've not been anywhere. They've never been out of that country. So any little thing they get, they're easily impressed. And plus, there is a huge gap between the governed and the governors. You see, a huge gap in awareness and in understanding. The taxpayer in my village in Montgomery County, Maryland, truly believes that he is my employer because the money is taken out of the taxes are taken out of his income and used to fund my stay, and they behave as such. They are in my face all the time. One of the best things I ever did was to retire because the level of accountability was just abusive. and every now and then they tell me, why don't you come back and help? What have I do? If they give me the money, either my children take it or the government takes it. Why should I do that when I can just so? But here, there's little or no accountability. People just do whatever. The structures are pretend structures, and people just get away with. The only time you see accountability is when somebody tries to fall out of line, then they punish them with the EFCC or something. But generally, you can get away with murder here and nothing. And they do get away with murder, by the way. Nothing happens.
Let me play this video to round up this segment and get people in. This is you.
So where is this place called?
ShopRite.
So what's the name of your
Black and white salon.
huh?
Black and white salon.
So I'm doing a pedicure and a manicure.
Yes.
And also having a body massage.
Yeah.
This is the soft life. This is first time, right?
Yeah.
It's a very expensive place. But I'm sure you're going to do a good job. Oh.
So what were you doing here? Ikhide, what were you doing? Did you hear me? I think our guests cannot hear me. Ikhide, can you hear me? Ikhide, can you hear me? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. I can't. I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me? All right. His connection is not good.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe you can log out and log back in, and then we see if that will help.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me? All right. I'll have to call him. So
Dr. Dameji,
yeah.
your guest is the son of Edo, and you know, ask him the politics of Edo State.
He's yet, yeah. Maybe log out and log back in. That may help. Okay.
Doctor, if at some point if it keeps, because I notice it keeps happening, you can do what you do normally, where you probably call him on WhatsApp and he can still be on the air.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
If that is the last option.
Yeah, last result.
Yeah, Ovie, he hasn't gone to Edo State. He's going to Edo State later in the next month. So he will be back.
It's good to know what he thinks before he goes. Then maybe we'll get in what he thinks after. I mean, since you and your producer
all right. You can ask him.
My governor. I would thought that would be the first question to be asked.
You can ask him about your governor. All right.
Okay.
No. I won't ask.
Yeah. Pa Ikhide, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, good. So welcome back. We have our people here already. There is a question for you about those states. What's going? Are you following your state, your governor, what he's been doing?
Yeah. Yes. So I am going to Edo State towards the end of the month. I am not a fan of the governor, to be quite honest. And a lot of what I have seen is just buffoonery. But I have not been. I'm not on the streets to see if beyond the buffoonery that I see on TV, if he's really doing any work that is worth anything. I can tell you this: we are in the rainy season, and the rains are just humiliating the work of the contractors. The roads are bad. Everything is just terrible. And if Lagos is any indication of what's going to happen in Benin City, then I'm in for a rough time. But I'll be going down there towards the end of the month.
Okay. Pa Ikhide, before you go, this is your governor. He just trained some forest guards, and they came out to demonstrate what they lacked.
I posted it today.
You posted it too? Okay. Let me just play for those.
Ogida Barracks in Benin City, the Edo State capital. 497 newly trained forest guards are all set to hit the ground running and make Edo State unbearable for criminals using thick forests as hideouts after unleashing mayhem.
He treated their strongholds.
Governor Pueblo tags the newly trained forest guards to secure all or governed forest areas. And
yeah, I can tell you that criminals in Edo State are scared.
just reminds me of my gate man downstairs.
Criminals are scared.
Give him a bowl of rice and you are entering.
All right. So, guys, we are here with Pa Ikhide. I will give you a chance to interact with him, ask him a question, make a comment on what he said, and you have about 2 minutes. Let me start with you, Mr. James. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you. Go ahead. The sound you're hearing is fan. He's in Nigeria. There's fan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, he can
James.
hear me.
He can hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, good. It's been a while. Thank you for coming.
Remember,
Thank
James,
you.
he was the one that went to primary school with you. I
Yes,
think.
I went to primary school. My classmate.
Yeah.
The only classmate I know from primary school.
Unlike Tinubu that doesn't know anybody.
No, at least me, I know one. Tinubu does not know anyone.
Anyway, I find it very difficult these days discussing Nigerian problems because, as I always say on this platform, the country is beyond redemption. So, Mr. Rudolph, you kindly permit me to digress a little bit because he made a comment on South Africa. Let me ask him a question about South Africa.
All right, go ahead.
Good. Just yesterday, we had a show on this very platform, and I made some statements that did not seem to go down well with some members of the platform. So I just want to let you know my opinion, and let me also know yours to see if I'm on the wrong side. It's about this lady they call Jessica Zuma in South Africa. I called her a courageous lady because she displayed courage in confronting the problems rocking her country. Very much unlike us, whom I refer to as illiterate fools. In our country, somebody has been accused of accused. And it is alleged that he was bribed with 400 million naira, and nothing is happening. The House of Assembly sat, examined the matter without hearing his side of the story. The receiver of the alleged bribe, the giver of the alleged bribe was also not called, and they are compiling their reports. Now, I'm of the opinion that we are behaving like fools. Let me put it that way, because when I was in the high school, I had a discussion with my classmates, one Tony Anyasi or so. He said that the Yorubas are looked upon as lazy people. Then he later explained that among we Nigerians, it's only one Yoruba man who has been able to confront the military headlong, and that is Fela Anikulapo Kuti. What he did, no Nigerian has ever repeated, Nigerian civilian has ever repeated it. That is a mark of bravery among members of a tribe looked upon as lazy people. Now, we consider ourselves as very smart people, Nigerians. We are unable to hold our government accountable. Crude oil is being stolen every day. Snakes are swallowing money and unspeakable things happening. We are running away to South Africa to make their already bad situation worse. They are telling us, go back to your country. Leave us to solve our problem. Don't compound our already complex situation. They've gone through hell in that country, frankly speaking. The apartheid laws, were written in blood. You know what I mean? They were written in blood. Since the Union of South Africa was established in 2010 till 1994, they went through hell. I'm sure you've read the book written by James Michina, The Covenant, where he explained what happened in that country 400 years ago. So 400 years, more or less, of slavery is what has molded the character they are displaying. If the owner of a house is telling strangers, I don't want you in my house, legally, you have no right to be in the house. You just have to pack and go back to wherever you come from. So in your opinion, sir, Jessica Zuma, has she done anything wrong by telling people to go back to their country in order for us to solve our problem? Because the problem of South Africa is deeply rooted in corruption. They are addressing that corruption by preventing the ANC from winning the next general election. That is the essence of the discussion of the Wahala that we are dealing with. Please kindly know your opinion. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's why I wanted to say that if I call on you, please make it brief, so that, because you see the internet is a challenge today with our guests.
Yeah, we need to fix it. We need to fix our problems. No, it's not a laughing matter.
No, who are the we? Who are the we?
Rudolph, during the party, we were not going to South Africa. Whereas other Africans within that neighbor were going there to look for jobs. I mean, we don't know.
All right, let's hear the guests.
So I don't subscribe to calling any ethnic group or tribe lazy. I definitely do not subscribe to calling the Yorubas lazy. They are
no, they are not lazy. I'm sorry, they are not lazy. They are not lazy.
At the risk of sounding patronizing, they are far from lazy. I don't think I do think that the situation in South Africa is a lot more complicated than has been presented by both sides. I think I touched on this a little while ago. I think that we are dealing with symptoms of a deeper fault. The leadership of the ANC, the leadership of South Africa has failed tremendously to address the needs of poor Black South Africans. And we're beginning to see the result of their lashing out at immigrants all over the place. And TV makes it look like there are millions of African immigrants there. That's not true. They see us thriving and they are not thriving, and somehow they've made the connection that they are not thriving because of us. And now that people have left, they're beginning to see that we are not their problem. And they're beginning to say, whoa, what happened to these stores? What do we do now? So there has to be deeper, long-term, long-range thinking, not only by the South African leadership, but by African nations. Why are people fording rolling rivers? Why are people climbing mountains to go to other countries? People are running away from home because home is the mouth of a shark, like the poet says. So that's the situation that you find. We have to sit down and say, how can we help? How can we help? When I went to South Africa in 2005, I think it was, people were afraid of the average Black South African. They were angry and they could hurt you. And if you walked in and you were Black, the Asian storekeepers looked at you like you were coming there. It's a very difficult place. It's a very challenging place, and the solutions are not simple.
All right. Thank you, James. Thank you, Pa Ikhide. Let's hear from Femi. Femi,
good morning, Pa Ikhide. And according to you, you're supposed to be a father, a fighter, a lover, and a troublemaker. I was wondering about your, is it Exco Igbo website? It looks like the last time you may have posted something there was 2019. But that's by the wayside. I had interest when you specifically mentioned Festac Town, and that's kind of serves as the basis of my question, because I lived in phase, I think it's phase 2. It's been a long time now, and I saw how bad it had become at the time. This was around 2002, between 2002 and 2004 or 6. And I've heard all kind of things. I've not been there since every time I've gone back to Nigeria, including this January, I've not been back to Pestac. But again, it serves as, in my opinion, a place to start from in trying to analyze Nigeria. I mean, in my own experience, because, for example, if you remember this guy that was trying to defend that bullion ban issue with respect to Tinubu, about why he had a bullion van when he was getting to, I forgot where elections it was. Ayo, I can't remember his last name. He was the state union president for my school, my college at the time. So you know how he messed up, and ever since then, we never heard about him. My question in summary is, with the way, in general, Nigeria is, Lagos, wherever you go to, the general despondency down to local government level, and knowing that even the state governors continue to hold on to local government funds, and just the fact that there's just a general apathy, there's no organization, what exactly do you, if you had to come up with something, if you had to come up with, like, call it a constitution or a way of just rebranding or redoing the entire thing, what would be your own suggestion in terms of moving Nigeria away from where we are? Because we've not even started. We've definitely retrogressed, and I think it's a waste of time thinking we're going to have an election. I just laugh at people when we're just wasting our time. This is a mockery of anything democracy or what have you.
All right, Pa Ikhide.
So, let me put it this way. I have a little bit of experience running public systems in the United States. I was chief of staff to the school board of the 14th largest school system in the United States. And then I was chief of staff to the president of the county council. So we were talking about 1 million people, $7.5 billion annually in salaries and stuff. So I will be the first to, and I did this for like 36 years. I will be the first to tell you that if I was to be given an assignment in Nigeria, I would fail dramatically because the structures are not in place to run a real system of governance, of democratic governance. By which I mean that it's top heavy at best. There's really no government at the local level. There's little government at the state level. And so, what am I saying? I'm saying that democracy is not going to be successful in Nigeria. That we need some kind of look at a system that brings in doers, not bullshit artists, doers that build systems from the ground up, and that holds people accountable. We don't have that, but instead we are going in the opposite direction. People, the schools are terrible. People are not being educated. So we have a generation coming up that, is even going to be worse than the current generation. There is a conversation to be had about whether democracy as it's practiced today in Nigeria is the appropriate vehicle to move us forward. My answer is no, it is not the appropriate vehicle. But when I say these things, people don't want to have that conversation. They think that I'm calling for the soldiers to come back. They never left in any case. They've always been there. But we just have to look at other options that force our leaders and our thinkers to do the work. Right now, nothing is being done. It's just a bunch of bullshit artists pretending to be running a democracy.
All right, thank you, Femi. And let's go to Osewa. Osewa, welcome.
It's interesting to know that you already know how to pronounce my name, so I'm happy about that. Happy Sunday to everyone. Pa Ikhide, much more regards. Good afternoon from Tennessee. It's a sunny day today, and we thank God for the beautiful
Yeah,
weather
hello, how are
bringing
you?
us. I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for joining today. I can see that you are enjoying your time in Nigeria. It's been so euphoric and a lot of jamboree everywhere. I see you having a good time. But getting back to the conversation, I don't know, Rudolph, but that Rudolph, I don't know how you can manage 2 minutes so when
Hello?
they give like this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
I don't know if
Yes.
my kid can hear me. I think he's having some difficulty.
Pa Ikhide, can you
I
hear
can hear
him?
you.
Okay.
Oh, okay, awesome. So you spoke
I can hear him.
Okay, right. You spoke extensively about different topics, but three things actually got me, and that was why I was asking Oga Rudolph if it's too many time. I mean, I understand
No, go
why you
ahead.
couldn't
Go
be
ahead.
there.
I'll give you more time. Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, sorry, David, please, I'm on the call. All these children, they don't understand something. So you spoke about governance, right? And you suggested that the real structural mess that we have sits at the local and state government levels. That was what you said when you started. But doesn't that ignore, Paikide, the fundamental law of organization signaling that we have, that the fish rot from the head down? And I believe that, right, that in any enterprise, performance and integrity are dictated by the executive tone. That's number one premise. So when we have a nation where the presidency, that sound though, but when we have a nation where the presidency itself is occupied by individuals that are burdened with documented international legal shadows. Paikide. We have a Chicago issue we haven't sorted. We have a chief of staff that has a Georgia issue. He stole $25,000. We have a Akpabio with some illicit cases and everything. So when the top tier government officials, are a complete gormandizers with complete impunity, how could you state here that we should expect um, the local actors to act, the local and state actors to act right? You know, there's this in every organization in Nigeria. When people hear in every serious one, by the way, when people hear Oga they come, every staff sits right. But when the Oga himself is a shamble and a show of shame, how do you say that local government and the states, you know, they are we should hold them accountable? Please help me understand. Thank you, sir. That's the first one.
Okay, so um, the real democratic governance, as I understand it, is at best concentric circles of leadership structures. So if you go to the local government level, there is a head, and that head, everybody looks to it. If you go to the state, there is a head, it's the governor, and then you go to the federal level, there's a head. The problem that I have with the government as practiced here is everything is on Tinubu's head. That shows itself that there's a huge problem with the system. I'll give you a personal example. So I've lived in the United States for 44 years. I worked for a local government for 36 years. That local government has 108 schools. It has the budget of that local government's schools was $3.5 billion just for the salaries alone. And my pension comes from that local government. There is nothing President Trump can do to me that will jeopardize my pension because he doesn't pay into it. The schools are funded by taxes from the residents, from the property taxes, the income taxes, and so on and so forth. So right now, Mr. Trump is just making a fool of himself, but the structure is protecting us. You don't have the same situation here, where the structure does not protect you here. If everything comes from Aso Rock down, and that was not. I was part of the pro-democracy movement, by the way, in the early '90s and all of that stuff. And this was not what we understood. We understood that once we got into power, we would devolve the power into the satellites, and that never happened. So it's a huge problem. We need to begin to move. The federal government should get its head out of a lot of things because they don't have the capacity to do it. That's the point. If anyone tells you that this is a form of federal government like it's practiced in the United States, it's not true. And I can tell you that for free. Rudolph Okonkwo can tell you that for free. You can live as I live and he lives in a local government and not ever have to worry about what the state says and what the feds say. My local government, and I was the chief of staff to the president and to the council members for 5 years. My local government's income, 90% of it comes from within. Now that is independence. We can basically say, F you, you're not coming in here, ICE, and nothing happens. We have our own police. And within that county, within that local, we have 4 jurisdictions that have their own police. Over 60 years since independence, we are now beginning to talk about state police. Give me a break. It's not we are not a thinking people. That's the problem. We like to write books and write stuff.
I'm still going to go to that thinking part in my last question.
We are not a thinking people. Well, I mean, we say all the right things, but when it comes to where rubber meets the road, we're really not a thinking people.
Thank you. My second question, my second question borders on the church. You kind of frame the Nigerian church largely. This is my own way of interpreting what you said as a sedation mechanism. That's what I said. And
as a what?
Sedation mechanism. And you know, there's this
Okay.
political philosopher that would say
Yeah.
that religion is an opium of the masses, right?
Yeah.
And we can talk about that extensively. And you spoke about the church as the merchant selling a mirage of hope. Those are your words that you used. I was just in those very key notes down to impoverish the citizens. And yet, historically, when we look at the effects of the church in societies across the world, I can, at the snap of my finger, think of a figure that, because you say you were raised Catholic, probably you would know this person called Archbishop Oscar Romero of El Salvador, that literally took his country marching against social injustice. And we can talk about even the appetite. Oga James was speaking about the apartheid in South Africa, and we can also talk about that effectively. Um, for me, I want to ask you, sir, is the problem really the Christian faith itself as an opium? Or is it that Nigeria has suffered a complete, what I call the bastardization and the commercialization of the gospel, where local and religious gatekeepers actually pacify the citizen, to shield the ruling elite? Because that's where it appears to me that your argument was leading to. Now, if that is the case, as an established modus, how then do we rehabilitate the church back to the space of prophetic protest rather than transactional compliance? What do we do?
So the president of Rwanda basically said we are going to start doing serious oversight of churches. We don't want charlatans. You have to go to a real school. You have to get a certificate, and you have to do certain things. I think that's the right way. I think that organized religion, has a very violent history, a very violent past. The ship that was taking slaves from Badagry and all of those places, one of them was called Jesus. So the Christianity has to come to terms with its uh, its violent history when it comes to black nations, and when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade. I tell people that I was in Catholic boarding school, and that as a little boy, I was barely 11 when I started the secondary school. I would pray to God, if you free me from this hell, I promise you I will never go to church again. And I think I kept the promise. My fear is that the church is reducing the communal IQ of Nigerians, because it tells you do not think about certain things. It tells you accept certain things at faith level and leave it at that. It's a problem. The church does some good, but so what? The government has abdicated some of its social welfare responsibilities to the church, and if you pay your 10% of your tithe, they give you what a semblance of social welfare. But on balance, I think the church has hurt Nigeria and Nigerians more than it has helped. And if you are on my page, you see me throwing caricature video clips of things.
I think that is, thank you for that expose, even using your own personal life. Again, by extension, I grew up in the church as well. And in fact, as a young man who grew up around Irish missionaries, the SMAs, ministered to my people.
Yeah.
And I was in a Catholic seminary for a long time. I did my philosophy, was studying to be a Catholic priest. And
Yes.
again, it's unfortunate that you have to go through that and you have to experience what you experienced. I think your experience is unique to you. But the Catholic Church is always talked about, there's this Latin phrase, fidet et intelligram, faith and reason. The church has never and be antagonistic to rationality. And in fact, the very first scientists we would have in the world were Catholic priests and monks. And in fact, when the war was happening in Europe, the monasteries was where books are being kept, and the monks dedicated their entire life writing and interpreting. So what we would see is that the church has always been an advocate for rationality, and that's why you see that the Catholic Church and the Catholic priest has always been one of the best brains in the world. I'm a product of the Catholic Church, right? And I can say with you with no sense of ambiguity, when you go to my school, I schooled in Nashville in a school called Vanderbilt University. I'm one of the awardees there. I'm one in the LAME OVB award. They gave me so many money for that. But then again, I'll always make allusion to the Catholic education that I have and the Catholic background that I have. I took my academics really seriously, and they really changed my life, right? I can say to you, sir, with no sense of ambiguity, that again, I might sound quite sentimental here, but I see it very differently. I believe that this proliferation and the commercialization of the gospel in Nigeria has made Christianity as what it has. And when people try to nail pick Christianity as a religion against black people, I hope they've made their research into Islam and see what's going on. I was on a live yesterday where I was invited as a guest, and I spoke effectively about the Middle East because I studied in Dubai for 5 years, and I experienced the Arab culture for first hand. I know what I saw. But let's not go into that. My last question here, sir, is based on your profile and your recent academic event that you had on education, right? Given your own decades of experience working inside public educational infrastructure in the US, alongside some engagements that you've had, we have a country where more than 11,000 schools have been closed due to multiple reasons: insecurity, poor financing, and co and co and co and co. Now, you went to an establishment and an academic community where they were talking about academics, right? But we have a nation where nobody knows the school that the president attended. We have a governor in Nigeria of Edo State that cannot categorically make a viable statement. He can't even read. You see what I'm saying? So we are building a culture that is antagonistic, that is oppressive and suppressive to education. But you went for an academic event. I wonder what your envisioning is for the average child. And let's not forget, according to UNESCO, that we have 18.1 to 20 million children out of school in the world, in Nigeria. I wonder what you envision for the academic life in the Nigerian community. When I listen to some NYC graduates and some people that I think should be intellectuals and studious people, when they can't even put constructive lexicon together, it saddens me a lot. And then we see that today, and we look at the Armageddon, the Luciferious, what's it called?
So what is the
Charade that
question?
we're in today. So I wonder what you see. What is your what are you emphasizing for the Nigerian child who is melt with this mayhem? Thank you.
Okay, I think that in general, the world is going through a very vital phase of anti-intellectualism. And but if America can afford this wave of anti-intellectualism, Nigeria cannot afford it. And that's what separates us from America. I mean, there's very little thinking going on in America either. But they are benefiting from centuries, decades-old structures that are keeping the place apart, and a strong cadre of thinkers and doers that are still keeping things going. But Americans in general don't read; they don't care. You see what's happening in the White House; it's terrible. You see what's happening in Congress; it's terrible. But if there is hope that America can survive the onslaught of ignorance and anti-intellectualism, I don't know that there's a similar hope with Nigeria. The structures are not there, and we are losing children to the streets because of the irresponsibility of our leaders and their enabler thinkers. It's a shame.
All right, thank you, Ose. We have one more before our guest. He is in Nigeria. I know he's running his the MTN data.
Yes. No, I brought my data from America, so we're good.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
It's part and parcel of the 1%ers. It's not complaining, even though you are pretending doctor.
Yes.
Pa Ikhide has successfully climbed the rank. Interesting listening to the conversation you two of you are having. Generally, what I took away from that conversation is your literal description of the situation of the country. You, at the point, you use the word the caste system. You from your conversation, I took three classes of Nigerians away from your conversation. The governing elite, the governing class, who are literally, far from the reality on ground. Then you talk about the educated class, the intellectuals, the so-called lawyer, the engineers, who it was at that point I used the word caste system, who from my conclusion have key into that the gentleman agreements of the ruling class of turn by turn, and don't just die to get your turn. So this current educated class believe that it's just a matter of time. It will be their own in their own they will be in charge, and I think that is what is responsible for the way they treat the so-called lesser class. I think that from your conversation, whereby the ordinary Nigerian felt delusion to the point that he or she has checked out, doesn't even want to know or understand what these two classes of people are doing. And from the real sense of it, they are the majority. And if you're a student of history, which I believe you are, you will agree with me that it takes the experience and the finance of this middle class to organize the disgruntled, the so-called base for any reasonable change to come to place, either a revolution or organizing the system, or even as simple as taking over power. So, from what you are saying, I would say the middle class, the so-called intellectual, the academician, the so-called engineer, who are comfortable for what is going on, are the Nigerian problem, because, as I said, they fail to use their experience. I mean, you are a clear example. I expect your younger days and where you are still in the struggle, you did your best. But in general, as a class level, you have also checked out your experience, which it should be of a valuable way in terms of organizing and educating and empowering, and organizing your class to finance the forgotten ones, to take the bull by the horn, but you have given up. So my question now is that you have given up that because that change will not come in your lifetime, or you don't believe in the next generation to come. Next generation to come, talking about 5, 10, 20 generations from now, who will come eventually after us. And I believe their view and their way of doing things will be different. So if you don't have hope in your generation and this generation that are like, have you given up on the generation unborn too?
Oh, yeah.
So, well, I was in my very early 30s when I started, or maybe I was like 29 when I joined the pro-democracy movement, and that was how my writing life started. There was something called NigerNet, and we joined NigerNet. It was the social media of the time in 1991. So 1993, June 12th happened, and then we were conscripted into the pro-democracy movement. And I did a lot of. I was a writer. As a writer, I was conscripted to be a scribe. I was general secretary of a number of organizations. I was on Radio Kudirat, and I was trying. At the same time, I was holding down a job. At the same time, I was trying to hold down a family. My first child was born 1993, so it gives you an idea how old I am, how long ago. So I gave up, and I was a foot soldier. I wasn't like in the top ranks. I gave up my youth for the struggle, and it's just like an obsession. But then you come here and you realize, maybe you are crying louder than the bereaved. There is no place I go to that people really want to talk about this. There is no place. And last year I was in Nigeria for like 2 months this summer. There's no place I go to where people want to talk about these things. They just want to survive. They are going around. They want they want their children to have the best. They are looking for ways to get their children outside of this country. It's like we are at war again. Even the war, this Nigerian civil war is not this scary. And so people have no time to do this. Then I look at the quality of thinking of the thinkers and of the doers, and I compare it to even the worst thinkers or doers in other countries. And I realize you are trying to force people who do not have the capacity to do certain things. It's not that we are just not normally, we're not retarded or anything. We are smart people. If you go to the US, our children on average beat Asian kids in the schools. So individually we are just, but when it comes to communal thinking, we're just not there. And I have decided in the winter of my life that I have done enough. I will not cry louder than the bereaved. So I come here and I come to eat. I go to the restaurants under the mango tree and I eat Igbariam pepper soup, and I drink whatever my doctor allows me to drink. Because I'm in the winter of my life, even if I live for another 10, 15, 20 years, I never try.
So I'm talking about, I'm not talking about you for the middle class. I'm talking about like the middle class you described, the lawyers, the engineers who are still in the place.
I'm explaining to you, what I find. I have gone to, all of my friends are middle class, upper middle class, and I go to their homes. They're just beautiful people. They are not interested in the conversations we are having. They are just not interested. You can't get them to talk about these things, and some of it is an unintended consequence. If they know what's going on, but if your livelihood depends on getting grants from the government, you have to be careful what you say. If your livelihood depends on getting grants from abroad, you have to be careful what you say. You understand? So a lot of us, unfortunately, and it's not our fault necessarily, I just compromised because the nature of our lives says we are dependent on the people that hurt us. And if you are dependent on the people that hurt you, what are you going to do? I don't have the same problem in the United States. Mr. Trump does not feed me, and I'm a pensioner. He does not feed me. He won't feed me. I can give him the middle finger and I'll be fine. But my colleagues here can't do the same. You see, that's what I was telling you. It's a structural issue. And I thought when we joined the pro-democracy movement in the early 90s, that once we got into power, we were going to make structural changes. That did not happen. And it doesn't look like it will happen in my lifetime. It's a shame. But I'm
Do you have a reason for that? Do you know why it didn't happen?
Yes, because we are greedy people. The pro-democracy movement is a bunch of greedy thugs. The leadership, they just, if you have to include me in that, fine. But, this is not, if anybody ever told me that this is how Nigeria will look like in the year 2026, I'm telling you, the only placard I would have carried would be the one I would use to hit the head of anybody who asked me to fight against Sani Abacha. Sani Abacha is way better than these criminals that are running this place, which is a shame because he was a terrible man. But in a democracy, we have witnessed disappearances, we have witnessed murders, we have witnessed all sorts of things in a democracy. That was not in the equation when many of us joined. We were starry-eyed idealists, and I hate to say this, I regret fully that I was part of that process, no matter how little and this is the thing, it's a credibility issue. If tomorrow and the soldiers mistakenly come back, you are not going to find a whole lot of people saying, go back, because they remember we've had like almost 30 years of this, and people are going to say, not the same people, whatever. So it's a problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Ovie. Thank you, Pa Ikhide. For those, we just want to take one question from the comment section. I don't think I was fair to them. So if you have a question, you can send it out there. I know you have to go. But you mentioned you were talking about being that you done your part. I know that someone like Okendibe will say the same thing. So many people say that they've done their part, but we know what people, how people take Shoyinka, for instance, Wole Shoyinka, when he intervenes or when he doesn't. People still expect someone like that in his 90s to be part of this conversation. Is it right that someone at 28, like you, giving up, signing off, while we expect Shoyinka, and when Achebe was alive at 80, people were expecting them to intervene?
I think people generally understand that, elders like myself, definitely like Shoyinka, for good or for bad, have run out of time, and they should leave the stage for younger people. Definitely, Professor Wole Shoyinka. Professor Wole Shoyinka gets into the public discourse when he says something. The people suspect rightly that he's very close to the guys in Aso Rock, and they're very unhappy about that because it is inconsistent. They think with his years of advocacy literally from the 50s. But it is what it is. I did not come here to crucify Professor Shoyinka. I came here to tell you that I'm enjoying Nigeria. I'm enjoying the suya spots. I'm enjoying the pepper soup. And my spirit is here. There is something about being home that, I can't explain. The food tastes better. And when I was drinking, unfortunately, I think my new doctor is related to my wife because he told me I can no longer drink. But when I was drinking, the beer was better the beer tasted better. The cognac definitely is fake here, but you can bring your own cognac with you. Don't drink that cognac. Your kidneys and your livers will disappear. So, but the beer is original. So I enjoy the food. I enjoy the food here. I actually eat chicken when I come here because chicken here is not foul, not the one that they produce for lab. And when it
they
is time
produce
for my flight,
in 2 months. In 2 months, they finish.
2 months, 2 weeks. So when it is time for my flight to go back, I start crying, because here too also I enjoy the benefits of patriarchy. I know they will drag me. I enjoy the benefits of patriarchy. If I sit here, they will put food for me and they will salute me. If I go home, my wife will say, "Did you take out the trash? It's Tuesday." And I will say, "Do you know who I am? Me." And you say, "Hey, you came home with your bad attitude. You came from home with your bad attitude. You are not going back there again." This is a great place to be if you're a man because we are oppressors here in Nigeria. Men are oppressors. It's terrible. And but back in the States, as you know, the women are the oppressors. So when I go to the US, after I do 9 months of being oppressed, I come back here and do 3 months of being an oppressor. Life is good. I can't complain.
Wait, before you go, your friend has been locked up, and I don't think he's being treated well. What do you think about Nasser El-Rufai, how he's being treated by this government?
Well, it's very. Do we have enough? Do we have enough time in the day to talk about?
I know. The connection is off, but I know it will make him to talk more. But while we wait for him to join us back and give us his final thoughts, let me play this video I just saw today, a reaction to what we've been discussing since yesterday, the Catholic bishop's visit to Aso Rock.
Your Excellency, sir, I have 2 questions for you. One is that what do you think about the Vice President Kashim Shettima's coming back? And also, what do you think about the Catholic bishop visit to Mr. President?
Well, I will start with the Catholic bishop. To me, the Catholic bishops are conscious of the country. And once they give advice, their advice is not for or against.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me stop this senator. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Maybe you can't hear us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think you can hear us. Do you mind trying to reconnect?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you, but you can't hear us. Yeah. All right. So that was Ojukwu was reacting to
see things the way it should be. There's difficulty in Nigeria. There's no doubt, and it's not the fault of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we have been able to capture the microeconomy, and the micro is what we are having problems.
Yeah.
As I've always told people.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's get your final thoughts and your answer to the question.
I think El-Rufai should be freed. There is no reason to keep him. His only crime is running his big mouth. I think he should be freed from wherever. If there's anything that Tinubu has been able to achieve, is to prove that El-Rufai is a nobody. Did not collapse because they arrested the little man and put him somewhere. So he's finished for life. He's worthless. Nobody has no influence. Nobody, Tinubu has damaged him. They should free him. And it is, I do not stay up all night worrying about El-Rufai because I think about the Shiites that he joined Buratai to humiliate, to slaughter, and so on and so forth. I think about Dadiata and all of those people. He's getting his just desserts. But I believe in the rule of law. They should free him because he's worthless. He thought that that he's all that, and if they put him somewhere, the North will rise as one. No, they did not. It's like he's a nobody. Leave him alone. But quite honestly, I don't knowing Tinubu, they will not release that man until his second term. He's not coming out of that place until Tinubu's second term starts, because the place has been quiet since the loud mouth has been put behind bars. So wow. Am I crying in my beer because of El-Rufai? Hell no. Should he be freed? Sure, because he's worthless. There's nothing. He has no political capital anymore. He pushed his luck too far, and he found out that nobody really cares about him.
Okay, Pa Ikhide, thank you very much. We let you give us your final. Oh, where is he? I had KJ, who is one of our anchors here. He just showed up, but he left. Today is his birthday. I wanted to give him the chance to talk to you, but anyway. So give us your final thoughts if you. All right. So KJ is back. KJ, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, KJ.
Thank you so much. Pa Ikhide,
how old are you?
I couldn't miss coming to just see you, as I would say, fiscal to fiscal, eye to eye.
Yeah.
I've been following, even though I'm trying to celebrate at the same time. I say no, if I don't come in and just say, how is it, sir? It's no go good.
Send me a lot, I beg. Send me a lot. Rudolph, now only mouth you get.
KJ, happy birthday.
Send me a lot. Let me pray for you.
Thank you. Okay, Pa Ikhide. You are where a lot work. Here, nobody send a lot to anybody now. Good to see you, sir. And I saw the dance move you are giving. The only quarrel I have with it is that you are not in your traditional attire. You are wearing t-shirt.
Yes, I woke up since I came. I have had this fantasy of doing a photo shoot. So for you, I will do a photo shoot and a dancing photo shoot.
Okay.
Yes, I will tag you.
Okay.
I will tag you. Yes.
I'll be glad.
Yes.
I'll be glad. Yes. Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. I mean, I'm a student of your this philosophy. So what you have just said is, I agree totally with everything you are saying. I mean,
thank you.
People
those are the kinds of audience you should be bringing to me, not these other people asking me hard questions.
Are you talking about Ose?
Why are you punishing me for free?
Thank you so much, and have a blessed day, sir. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. So Pa Ikhide, final
KJ is
thoughts.
young enough to join state police.
So Pa Ikhide, final thoughts. Huh?
Okay, man. Yeah, I'm having a great time in Nigeria. I'm having a great time in Nigeria. I think that honestly, we go to places like Europe, Italy, London, and we spend thousands of dollars in tourism. Bring your dollars here. You will have a great time, and spend the money. The country is a win-win situation, and give feedback about your experience. And that's the only way this country can improve. I think just give honest feedback about your experience. I was in Italy the other day. My wife and I, we spent thousands of dollars. I can tell you that I've enjoyed my trips in Nigeria more than being in Rome or Milan or any of those places. No. With all due respect to Italy, this is where it's at. Bring your money and spend it here, and go back home. You will be safe. The narrative about insecurity is largely driven by historical reality, which is this place can be violent. But when you're on the street, you don't see a whole lot of that. I'm serious. You go on the streets, people generally are just minding their businesses, and they're fine. See you on the other side, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you so much, Ikhide. I really
Bye-bye.
appreciate you. And we will take a break and then we do a recap of what happened today. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
will anymore. They promise you, they promise you, they promise you. If they fool, they promise on you.
Why no? Who will provide leadership?
No vote for me. That is the truth.
Wait.
That is the truth. Unless I give you the adequate reading where I deliver.
Why?
I know a lot of you. You do not vote there. It's not when you can.
This morning, I announced to parishioners who break through the rain to attend Mass this morning that they should come to the mission house, to the rectory, that I have something for them. So they are going to come immediately after prayer. They are done with prayers after Mass. They are going to come this morning. They came under the rain to attend Mass. So they will be coming here. And what am I going to give to them? I will be sharing rice for them. I will be sharing a bag of rice for them. 2-3 days ago, I returned to the house and I saw that they told me somebody brought a bag of rice. And when I looked at the bag of rice, it's a customized bag of the President of Nigeria. And it is a renewed hope ambassador of Nigeria. So I decided to say, okay, is this for the President or those working for the President? I'm not interested in the bag of rice. That money, you see, it is a product of the irresponsible elite that we have in the country. You can imagine the millions and tons of rice that will be distributed across the country. This one is this is brought to me, and this is going to be distributed. I have every reason to conclude that this is how it's going to be distributed to some places across the country. And you can imagine such irresponsibility that instead of coming together, instead of the elites coming together, pooling resources together to build roads and build infrastructure to generate employment for our teen youth, what they do is to buy rice to distribute to people just because elections are coming. And so this is very unfortunate. And I felt like returning the rice, calling the person to come and carry the rice back. But on a second thought, I said, well, out of Christian charity, let me not say anything about that, return it, but share it to parishioners, and that's what we're going to do this morning. So we are bringing out the bag of rice now. Take it there, and stand it. The product of irresponsible leaders that we have, irresponsible elites, and this is what we have make of our president. And then the president is aware of this. This is very unpatriotic. Instead of using this money to build companies, instead of making electricity, building power plants to make electricity stable, instead of building industries, instead of the elites coming together, the government coming together to build industry, all that the supporters of the president and very jobless and irresponsible elites that we have in this country, all that they do is to do this kind of sycophancy. This is purely sycophantic. There is nothing here. And this is, you eat today and you pass it up tomorrow, and your problems remain the same. We are going to share it now. Share it to people. Instead of returning it, I thought of returning it, but I said no. Let me share it to parishioners. So parishioners that blazed through the rain this morning to come from us, as you can see, they are already coming. I'm going to share it for them. I'm going to share it for them. After all, it's their money. Very irresponsible and wicked elites that we have in this country. Very irresponsible and wicked elites that we have in this country. You are sharing bags of rice. No electricity, no good roads. Look at the road from Benin to Delta State. No good road, no stable electricity. There are no companies. Money released in billions of naira, no companies. All that the government is interested in is campaign. And you are bringing a bag of rice to me to eat. And they are coming this morning, as you can see, they are coming. They are going to share it to them.
right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are going to do a recap. KJ wouldn't be able to do the follow-up show because he's celebrating his birthday today, and so we will stay another 30 minutes or so and just to get your opinion on some of the things. I'll say I sent you a message. Check the private chat. I did that last week. I don't think you checked last week. There should be something highlighted on your screen on the right. All right. So let me start with you, Mr. James. Ikhide is your classmate. You guys went to primary school. Do you feel the way he feels about Nigeria? What do you think of his ideas of what's
he was very, should I say, frank. I like him for one thing, although it's long ago I last met him. For one thing, is sincerity. I'm not being hypocritical. He was part of the pro-democracy movement, and they seem to be acknowledging that they disappointed the country. Because these problems we are grappling with today is a direct product of the pro-democracy movement. They were fighting to disengage the military from politics. At the 11th hour, when they succeeded, they chickened out. They said they are not sure if the military was sincere. The funny thing is that people died, people were in prison. Horrendous happened in the country just to dislodge the military from politics. So why fighting that horrible fight? When victory was presented to you, you rejected. What exactly were they fighting for? It's very difficult to understand. Because this Bola Tinubu we are talking about today was one of the champions of pro-democracy movement. What have we benefited from the so-called pro-democracy movement? And don't be surprised that should the military come tomorrow, these same Nigerians we are seeing today will say the military must go, the military must go. So I just feel that the country is beyond redemption. This is why I always think of post-Nigerian republics. How should we govern ourselves when everything is finally kaput? So that is just all I have to say. I like his sincerity, because it's very difficult for somebody to chastise himself, to agree that I was at fault for what I did years ago. That's one thing I like about it. I would have asked him one question, but there was no time, and that is, can we find anything good about the devil? This man became devil in religion. Is there anything good about him? That's a question I would have loved to ask him.
Don't wake up or say now you're talking about the devil. Don't wake him up. He can write a book on the devil.
Yeah, this guy we call the devil, because let me tell you something funny. A certain man went on a trip to find out the causes of the quarrel between God and devil. After seeking the opinion of learned men, well-read men, he arrived at a conclusion that all along there has been a case of bias against the devil, because all the bad appellations, all the bad things they say about the devil are contained in books inspired by God. If the devil is quarreling with God and people are relying only on the messages supplied by God, they are not being fair with the guy. Nobody has ever sought the opinion of the devil. What caused the quarrel between you and God? Nobody has ever done that. So I think it is better if we also try to hear the version of the devil. What caused the quarrel between you and God? It's not only what the Quran, the Torah, Bible and others say. We've heard all those stories. Now tell us your own story in order for us to make an informed decision. And if you are going to hear his side of the story, don't be surprised that he will get many converts. Because maybe God has done things that he's supposed not to do, which the devil is very angry over. And because of the power of God over the devil, he has inspired people to come up with books to castigate him. And this is the cause of the problems we are facing in the world today.
All right, James Sandai. Okay, we will discuss this issue now a little bit, but let me just hear the take of everybody on the guests we have, and then now I have a question for you, Ovie.
Mr. James is asking anything good about the devil. As I've always said, the
No,
devil.
that's no. I want us not to discuss
No,
that.
I know.
Okay.
I just said by the way, right? I just
Okay.
want to talk. Devil is the first known man to carry out revolution against an authority, and he did so well that they end up with his own kingdom. So I think that's a good thing. On our guest, I think he literally, summarized everything I've been, trying to communicate here. That the ordinary Nigerian who is an illiterate, as we regard them, is not the problem, but the middle class, because now it is their responsibility to use their academic skill, organizing skill, and the little money we they don't gather to organize the poor in order to change anything, to carry out revolution, to change government, to carry out policy, anything you want to be carried out of there. That is how you do it. But for some reason, we turn it around. We point the finger to them. They insult them. They're the problem. They're the problem. They're the problem. Just like the video you played. He summarized everything. I don't know who that man is, but obviously, I think he's not part of the ruling guys. And one of those who belong to the middle class, too, wealthy. Now, they display rights where his friends or his class people designed to support Tinubu. So that's how it works. Nobody Tinubu goes, they print my name for rights. No, now people who are benefiting from him, and which literally are the middle class, whether they are engineers, they collect contracts, the lawyers, and the rest of them, they are the ones who did that. And again, the man is.
Ovie, hold on. Don't exonerate the party and the Tinubu campaign organization
No,
from that.
hold on.
Okay?
Your guy talking about class system. Anybody who's already in power, what are you expecting from him? Making contact on the down with you, they are gone. Now people where they look for power, now we go they look up to. Because now then go guide us, now then understand, now then get the money, now then get the experience. A man who is already sitting in power, what do you waiting? If this can't now if he decide to down with you now at his own discretion. Because in our society we expect them to do something. We are expecting a fellow man like you to do something. Of course, that is on discretion to do whatever I want, expectation.
No, what I mean, what I was referring to was the people that probably bought the rice and put the name there. You're making it look like it's not the party, it's not Tinubu's campaign people, that is maybe someone who benefited from the government that did that. I'm saying that it's part of the budget of every political party. How do we mobilize people? And if they think it works, if they think by giving them rice or meat it works, they will do it. So
I am speaking based on your guess. Your guess classify waiting in the sea for Nigeria. You know, talk party. You talk about engineers, lawyers, how they treat the lesser ones. Now, poor person where no see food job, now will go buy bag of rice and won't share the support to Nubu. No, it doesn't matter where that party, which party that person belong to, a PDP and APC. There's a class system. Once you don't get more money finish, anybody with the serve under you doesn't deserve to any other. It's used a phrase. If to say we be, to say those class of people, they be white, they would have been a racist. So there is a clear demarcation between people who are sitting in power and those who are immediate, who are looking to get in power, and every other person else. But we are expecting every other person who has no knowledge of what is going on, not to talk about having the financial power or the organizing skill to carry everything in his or her head. They are delusional. They've checked out of the system, according to your guest. They've checked out. So any society now, the educated class, now then they organize every other person. That is their responsibility. But in our own situation, they know if they decided to do that, even then they will not be recognized because they are also fraudulent, just like the people they are complaining about. That man, they showed that video for every average Nigerian to be angry. That's how they want us to do. No good event. Yes, na the thing with this na ABC na just the verse. Instead of him to say come, he won't share am. Why can't he just call his fellow estate, because that's a gated community, to come? How do we salvage this thing? I use an example: and increase Nigerian oil fuel to 5,000 naira per liter. Those who have the finance, they will find a way around it to make sure that they buy and to show off to their neighbors, say yes, they can afford them. Rather than to say, come, no, this will not happen. How do we organize this anger, this raw anger of the young and the delusion to go after power? They will not do it because the circle is still very small. They protect themselves. I'm not saying this based on my conclusion, but based on what your guest said. So it's not about party for me or anything. It's a class. It is a class. Once you are a lawyer, once you are earning well, you see yourself as okay. If that man not die, very soon will reach my turn. So for therefore, I have to oppress this person. It doesn't deserve to be. You know, it's I go to. How many books can you know the council where I go? That's the problem. That is exactly what your guest presented. And he talked about the role they play during the April democracy. And I've been saying it there from here. Even my fellow Edo State guy, comrade, where go they come, they shout, say, you guys were used. That's exactly what your guest is saying. They were used. That is why they cannot fight. But when they eventually get the power, they have to take order because the movement was financed from outside. Who pays the papa to take the throne? And it's still happening right now. That's why they always go against the media. Why are you taking money from people you know that they don't have your interest? They will dictate what you say. That's so power then column. So pro-democracy was a project was engineered by what USAID. That's exactly what the guys is saying. This is not big conspiracy. Anytime I allow they are no serious. When I they serious, they say a conspiracy. But this is the reality that your guest spoke before. He spoke his experience. So it is a class. What is not deceiving? That's my guess.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ovie. Let's go to Ose. Then Jagon and
Is the good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you again, Dr. Damages, for bringing the guest and bringing the show. Is the guest is he here? He's not. He doesn't seem to be here.
No, he's done. He's gone. He's in Nigeria. So.
Oh, has he left the show?
Yeah, he left.
This is really loud, my friend.
I wanted to ask him my same question, or I wanted to see what he
try the question. Let's see. He may come back and answer.
I see. You know, I appreciate him. I appreciate his honesty. I appreciate his age. He's roughly my age. And he said he's a young man, which is how I see myself. So all you horrible people calling me old boy, I don't like it at all. Anyway, I wanted to ask him whether or not he feels an election next year is worth anything.
Oh, he talked
based
about
on
that.
what he has said.
He talked
I would
about
like
that.
to hear, you know, his understanding of the dilemma that Nigeria is in and Africa is in, and how it can be changed. Because everything that has been said, I can agree upon largely, in that we are. It seems to me that the world is on a train ticket. They have all bought tickets to where they don't know. They don't know where they're going, but they bought a train ticket. And in buying the train ticket, they have entered into the frame, the gauge of the Western world or as the powers that be. And is there any real way of us breaking away? Because our leaders aren't doing anything. In fact, when you look across the board, I can hardly speak about a leader that I would like to see. I'll prefer you, Dr. Damages, than most of those who have appointed themselves as possible leaders or possible presidents for Nigeria. I'm very, very dismayed, generally. As much as I love Nigeria and I believe that it has its potential, but that potential, it's been since my birth. they've been talking that word potential where Nigeria is concerned, where Africa is concerned. And potential is a good word, but it's a word of tomorrow. And tomorrow doesn't seem to come in Nigerian circumstances. It's always today, and it's always the same rubbish that we are receiving. So yeah, I would have liked to have put that to him and see what he said, but unfortunately, I missed the timing.
If you go to the beginning, you see that he addressed some of those issues you raised now. So, all right,
fair enough.
Yeah, let's go to forefathers. I see that KJ is here.
Is it for fathers or me? Dr. Damages.
Oh, I called you initially, but I called you.
Okay.
I
My
called
boys
you.
are just, it's Sunday, they're just running around.
Okay, go ahead.
KJ, happy birthday to you. Birthday man. I see your sister.
Thank you.
Looking like a 16-year-old
Well done, KJ.
boy.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. May God bless your days.
Thank you. Amen.
Yeah. Again, Jago, welcome. I'm glad that
Indeed,
you're
sir.
back. Looking strong and healthy.
I'll try my best.
Regards. Forefathers, I don't like you. But anyway, let's move ahead. You know. Well, one clear takeaway. I mean, many things actually, but some of the takeaways from this conversation today that I could deduce is that Nigeria is not suffering from a spiritual cause. I think it's not also an accident. What we have, in my own opinion, and I strongly stand by it, is a leadership problem. And I think the best way to be oppressed is when you're oppressed by people that don't look like you. The worst way to be oppressed, the worst way to be oppressed and suppressed is by being oppressed by people that look like you, because then you become conflicted. If our leaders are still Caucasians from the mountains of Caucasus, it would have been so direct with our reproach and know where our enemies and what our enemies are. But they have successfully put people that have black skin, but their minds are white. Their minds are Caucasians. Their minds are they have oppressive minds, and that was a success on their part, because what we see is that we have leaders that prioritize the interests of our masses against the interests of the local people. First thing is that I think Nigerians are very scared of the mirror. I said it yesterday. Before else was there. When we look at the mirror, we hate what we see. We don't like it. We have a disdain for what we see, because we keep pretending. One of the things that I was trying to take across to the guests was that I do not believe that our problem is the local and state government. They do not operate in a vacuum. They are not operating in a lacuna. It's always been said that when a fish wants to get rotten, it starts from the head down. So when we have the executive tone at the very top, that is defined by a moral compromise in Nigeria, that has international issues everywhere, what does that do to a nation? The first demerit of that is that it gives a green light for a lower level of governance. Nobody takes anything seriously, and the world sees this. How do you tell me that the leader of your nation is an ex-convict in another nation, even though they try to make us the argument that he's not convicted, but he has a crime anyway? Is legally bound to another country? Is beholden to another country? Nigeria, we have a global profiling as Nigerians, and it's not because, as you remember, we talked about this yesterday. It's not because we are uniquely dishonest, but because we have leaders that nobody respects in the world, and the world profiles Nigerians because our foreign powers know that our leadership lack the moral authority. The most beautiful gift any leadership of a country can have is moral autonomy. When you lose your moral authority, nobody respects you. And if nobody respects your father, nobody can respect you as a child. You lost it all. So I'm trying to say to that guest that, hey, well, I understand this point, viable point. But then again, we need to get leadership right. It's very important. That is why every serious organization, they are very particular about the kind of manager that they employ, the kind of CEO of the big business. When you have a rubbish manager, the whole enterprise goes down. When you have a team and the team is not performing, what do you go to? The team leader. What is happening on your team? You have questions to answer. But in Nigerians, in Nigeria, when you speak about it, they say, "Oh, Tinubu, if somebody cough, it's Tinubu." That is not the case. That is not the case. Tinubu spoke about people. Why can't we speak about him today? It becomes a misdemeanor. So the second thing I want to address is that Nigeria has become a country of rice, for rice and by rice. Palliative care in the hospital system is not established to make you get well. It's established to help you manage your situation. No country succeed on managing the populace. We cannot run a government of palliative. Any small thing, give them eba, give them rice, give them 50 kgs of rice. That is political bribery. And you know, there is a common theory in philosophy where Plato wrote a beautiful work of the allegory of the cave, where all the people have seen are shadows, shadows of reality. The very first time they came in contact with reality itself, they were arguing that in fact the reality that they see is in fact a shadow. So they've taken the shadow for their reality. And the guest made a very vital point actually. He said many Nigerians have not experienced what good governance is like. That is why they cannot comprehend what they are missing. They cannot comprehend how much dehumanization they are going through. You cannot tell me that in this dispensation, where people are going to mass as if they are going to the bathroom, a Nigerian child somewhere does not have electricity, does not have even infrared. We have 20,000 children out of school in the world. That is sad. So, and these people will gladly go to their children's convocation in the UK and in the US. They will post it on social media to ridicule an average Nigerian child. Not many people will be as lucky as me or as many of us to go about and study. Many people cannot afford it. Millions cannot afford it. So what happens in that kind of situation? So I think it gets to a point where we must be able to face our reality. It goes back to the Latin word, speculum, the objective reality, the objective truth. And you know, what the Latin man calls truth, veritas, it goes a long way to show you the deeper meaning of what that means. Going back to the context, the third point I want to make is that we really, as Nigerians, need to look at our institutions. And Oga Rudolph, I hope that you are taking these archives very seriously, because I want to look, when the time comes and the generations to come, look back at what we have made, produced. They will see that some of us spoke against this atrocities going on. I hope that YouTube will last 100 years so that they will see, even if nothing has been achieved in our time, they will say, okay, there was a guy called Chukwuemeka that spoke against this rudimentary Armageddon we are facing in Nigeria. This is really a sad thing to behold. Now, the guest has spoken about the church, and as a product of the church, well, there's some truth to it, because even though the truth could be quite painful, I still look at it because it's good. Now, they said the church can't keep acting like a merchant of cheap hope. But hope is a very beautiful thing. In America today, you go to the medical, I work in a facility, you see young people, they're so hopeless. And one of the things that makes someone go having anxiety and all this kind of medical diagnosis is when they lose hope. When we take the hope factor from the Nigerian community, you cannot overestimate how many people are going to go to press in Nigeria. How many Nigerian news have you opened, Dr. Rudolph, that you see something that makes you laugh and happy as a Nigerian? None. And an individual person gobbles and consumes that on a daily basis. The only place you can go and have some form of rudimentary succor, solace, is the church. The church should not be afraid. It will be well. They need that. When you take the hope factor from the Nigerian community, it is doom. Now, some people are actually using this against the people to stifle from them and to get them beholden to their own selfishness. That must be said. But then again, the church factor, the faith factor, is not just a business center. So people might make it their business, but it's not a business center. It's very important. And we certainly can't build a serious civilization when 11,000 schools are shut down. As I speak to you today, there are many children that won't write their jam next year because of insecurity. The bishop went to see Oga Chief the other day, and he was saying that all is fair in politics. How dare you say that? All is fair in politics, meaning the end justifies the means. That is outrageous and ridiculous to say. Meaning you can win by any means possible. And that is what they have reduced the Nigerian politics to. All is fair in politics. Ridiculous statement to make as a country. So we cannot build a nation on that. Now, this is a question, my last summit here. Where does this leave us as Nigerians? It leaves us with our own choices. I don't believe that we are a cursed people. I believe that we need to get to a point, just like the French people at a point came together to let themselves to be united by their suffering. Nothing unites people more than suffering. And suffering is very important because it makes you see your handicapness. It makes you see what you're missing. It makes you see what you're losing. And Nigerians must understand that they are missing a lot. That is a lot they are missing as a human person. I stayed in a village in Sharjah Emirate in Dubai for 5 years. As deep as that desert village is, there's 24/7 electricity. There's a good road network there. That's in an Arab nation. As bad as Yemen is that they are fighting their war, there is still electricity there. What are we talking about? Nigerians have been deprived of basic human amenity. But then again, one thing I don't even like about the guests and what it said, I understand trying to paint a good picture of Nigeria, but Nigeria is suffering from huge kidnappings. When he went to Nigeria, probably he stayed in Lagos and Abuja, the cities. Go to Benue State and see what's happening there. Many local communities have been ransacked by these guys. They even take taxes. The audacity that the temerity that you have to go to a church and go and give them rice with your face on it. You have no sense of sacred. I'll leave it here for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to...
If you don't mind, before Father, I beg your pardon, if I just have less than 5 minutes, I just want to make a comment and I run off. Okay. I want to start from the last speaker. My brother, come back from Alice. I greet you. Thank you so much. And Jago, I greet you too, and everybody, forefather and my dear friend Ovie. Listen, my brother, what you said, I would have loved to agree with you. I would have loved to agree with you. But right now, I'm more towards Jago and Ovie. Why do I say that? War did not unite Nigeria. Peace have not united us. Political party didn't unite us. Hunger have not been able to unite us. Kidnapping and buying of people in Nigeria have not united us. I think the horse have left the stable since. It's not going to come back. It has bolted. So the only thing that can unite us now is division. Unless we have a leader who will have some of the qualities you have enumerated. You see, it's a class fight, I agree, but I don't also want to go with Ovie because sometimes he oversimplifies it. Because if what he's saying is true, then there should be no country in the world that has a good government that is running the affairs of the ordinary people and taking care of they are poor, you know. There are many countries in the world where not everybody is a big man and they are still, you know, everybody is comfortable and surviving. Nigeria is not an exception because we are among the League of Nations. But unfortunately, even the hunger, it has now become my tribal hunger and your tribal hunger. So if your tribal person is ahead of the government, you don't mind, you can starve, you can go to bed without eating, as long as it's your man that is at Aso Rock. You don't mind, you know, they don't mind. So you see that when the society have been fragmented to that level, It's only God that can bring them back. It's only God. Listen, when the children of Israel, when God sent the deliverer to them, which in the man of Moses, they asked him a question: who have made you a leader over us that you have come to now begin to shout and tell us what to do? Is that not what is going on in Nigeria? It is what's going on. The few candidates that we know have the the know-how to be able to turn around the economy. We question them. We ask all kinds of uncharitable questions and try to paint them in the same brush that every other person will be painted. Is that we don't have a good candidate in Nigeria? We do have them. The system will not allow them to come to the fore. And the ordinary people that are supposed to make the change have refused to come to the street. In France, the French Revolution was because of bread. Is it that the big people couldn't afford bread? But the poor said, no, this is too far. We will not stand this any longer. Just some few, years ago, we had the Arab Spring. Even though it had not brought the result that was needed, yet there was some form of change. And the people who are the hem of affairs now know that they are not only ones who can dictate what happens. See, I have tried to look at every aspect where the change will come. Even amongst us, the Biafran people who are asking for a different country, there are people amongst us who are also eating from that table, or at least picking the crumbs by the table, who will not even want to mount that same truth that is, at least everybody can see glaringly, that what Mas Nnamdi Kanu said many years ago is what is playing out in every part of Nigeria right now. So the system is so fragmented that every time you pick up something to read, you will see biases from almost the writer, the speaker, and all that. So we need someone who has a heart to know that this is not how a nation is built, to go back to the drawing board and maybe consult what do you now call for a national conference, like I've always said, of all ethnic groups. Every ethnic group in Nigeria, even if there are 5 in their tribe, let them send a representative. Let them say how they want to be governed. And then, just like the earlier speaker said, the system of change is in the hand of those who are the oppressors. How do they change it? You know how difficult it is to get somebody from out of the National Assembly. When your people finish signing the letters, you will take it to the same National Assembly that you are trying to get him out of to approve. To take it through deliberation and approve. How will that happen? Who is going to change it? So it's a hopeless situation, and the more we talk about it, the more we are not even able to understand how to go about changing the issue that we're facing ourselves. And that's what Pa Ikhide have been able to enumerate today. He has showed us the different sides, and like a writer, sometimes you show different sides and allow the reader to make up his mind on which way he wants to go. And that's why I love him so much. He speaks the way it is. He throws it out there for you. You take it, make sense out of it, or make nonsense out of it. He doesn't mind. But the idea is out there, so you can do whatever you want to do with it. Ordinarily, somebody will come and agree with, with his classmate to say, oh, yeah, I agree with what you said. But he said, no, I don't agree with that, because I think, again, you can't tell me that South Africa should now be led by, a producer who doesn't even know the law. And then everybody now become a lawyer, it become an immigration officer, becomes a police in South Africa and going around looking for, black people to chase out of the city. But you don't see the white people to chase them out. Because you know that if you try that, like the video that is trending, they'll shoot you down. And nothing will come out of it. So all I'm trying to say in essence is that we Nigerians need to think of a better style, a different method that will bring about the people to be angry enough. Because this goat have been pushed to the wall. It has even broken through the wall and it's still running away. It's not coming back. It's not going to bite. Not going to do nothing. If we're thinking anybody's going to do anything. You see, in other places, you will see people like Shore. Shore will be and what do you call it now? A force. Okay, a catalyst. Yes. Catalyst to start a move that can turn around the people. But no, instead the people are telling him, go and be local government chairman. You have not even been local government chairman, you're coming to contest. Nobody is seeing that, look, this guy is giving us a rallying point. He doesn't need to be a local government chairman before he can become president. He doesn't need to be a governor before he can become president. What we need is a force that can bring around the mind of people to know that we have been punished a lot. And I agree with Pastor Pa Ikhide. People have not seen good governance. So whatever is thrown at them, that is why. Have you ever seen any country where the people, the man in charge, the governor or the president is going to commission a road project? Then the people of the community will go and stand on the road from 6 a.m. waiting for the man who will show up at 3 p.m. Okay? And they will dance for him and sing for him and be very happy. And after that, they will all walk back to their house while the individual enters back his SUV, drives back to the airport, and the road is coming to commission is the people's money. The people dancing for him free of charge is the people that he's working for. Why does that happen apart from Nigeria? Is there any other place? No. Okay. So when Ojuzo Kanu was governor of Abia State, me here, my parents contributed money to buy transformer for our community. Okay. Everybody in the community contributed. They bought transformer, they bought cables and all that, and connected the national grid to the village. And then Ojuzo Kanu came to commission. In the commissioning, he said that it was a project, his rural electrification project. Okay, and then we are all annoyed. And I said, ask the elder, why people allow him say that? Say, well, whatever I like to say. This is what we witness every time in governance. So until we are able to know that we are the catalyst that have to change the situation, it's not going to change. And if we're waiting for somebody, God to send a Zorro from heaven, it's not going to come. That means we're going to wait forever for so long. Thank you so much. And I'm running out of battery. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for allowing me.
Before you run away, today is your birthday, and for some reason, you are looking like Pastor Oyedepo.
It's looking young enough to join the state police.
Thank you so much, guys. I thank you for your kind words. We are not that young, but God is helping us. It's the grace of God. Thank you so much.
Thank you, KJ. And
thank you. I need to follow the family and go and do what they are saying before I'm sacked.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Forefathers, you are next.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. Greetings to all the panelists. And I hope KJ enjoys his birthday. He clearly looks well polished today, and that's good for him. Regarding the guest, I didn't have much of a need to come on because he was basically, I agree with most of his submissions. And however, for me anyway, I'm beginning to realize that this Nigerian problem, as a matter of fact, he also talked about some of the things I talked about when I went to Nigeria, some of the feeling you get. And I said it in the chat that part of it, I think, has to do with the fuel scarcity that is no longer there. And it's been like that now for almost a year or more. No fuel scarcity issues anymore. And the fuel scarcity is a problem because it's like for roads, outage in electricity, where there's no electricity for the properties. But for road, if there's no petrol, the roads cannot function. So you can see regularly they were having that problem, but for over a year now, that problem has gone. So you can see why there is this feel-good feeling of things are improving slightly, even if it's subliminal, is there. And the question is it this government that did it? No, it's not them that did it, but who cares? That's how governance works. When you're in office, things are improving, people give you the credit. Even if petrol price is more than double what Buhari enjoyed, nobody cares. They care about when you are in office, things are going, if things improve, they will give you the credit for it. And I think, I fear that Tinubu is going to get the benefit out of it, except the feeling that people got from 2023, 2024, and early 2025 lasts. If he's still strong by the time of the election, then PWB will have a chance. But if he doesn't, and this trend carries on, things keep improving, it will be unassailable. In terms of the situation in Nigeria, I really wish the Nigerian refinery carried on working. That they were saying that was working. If he had carried on working, Nigeria would even feel better today. And people that keep saying things are going down, it's not. Things are going in the other direction. And the omens are clear that things are going to improve. You would like it or not. And unfortunately, the Jagaban that is causing most of the problem is the one in office when this is happening. And he has not done anything to amplify the gain. If anything, from what I gather, he's trying to remove electricity subsidies now, which depending on how he does it. I hope he doesn't do it the way he did it with the petrol one, because if he does it like that, that's the way he yanked it off the petrol one too, then you're going to have a big problem in Nigeria. You know, that was he could create a kind of inflationary pressure on the economy again. I hope that doesn't happen, because that would be a second sabotage, kneecapping in Nigerian economy. So it's something that we should watch out for. That said, in terms of his submission, the areas I see gaps is this idea that our people, it's okay for our people to travel overseas, and the idea that you relax when things are, just because you are elderly, you relax. I think where we are right now, of course, that's an individual choice, but I feel like where we are right now, I think our people underestimate the dangers that we are in. We really underestimate it. Just because things are improving or things look normal, things have been like this since 1960. I've been saying it. I never considered Nigeria secure once. I never considered Nigeria a strong country. I've never considered Nigeria a threat to anybody. We just talk as if we are a threat. Who are we going to threaten? We have nothing to threaten anybody with. We don't have a say in the bigger scheme of things. Till today, our people are still in delusion, thinking that, somehow we still matter. No, we don't. And this idea that we can go and relax, it just shows that the people we criticize, that our leaders don't have ambition, don't have vision, we are them. We don't know how deep in trouble we are in. And when I see like the forest guards, state police they're talking about, all the things that they are doing, people don't understand how significant they are. If Nigeria actually goes ahead to get state police that are armed, that are recruited from scratch, they are not part of the national police, they are recruited from scratch, the forest guard, they increase the size. This will be one of the first time as a nation we've actually had that kind of high level of security posture. Let's say we recruit up to 300,000 state police and another 100 or 200,000 forest guards. If we did that, that would be one of the first time Nigeria has even shifted their security posture slightly. So for me, Nigeria has not come out of the doldrums at all. If there was a clock that, when the clock goes to 6, we have gone halfway. 9, we've gone to third of the way. Then it goes back to 12. Then we are all the way. We've not even gone to 1. We've not even moved anywhere. We've just where we were when we were defeated in the colonization wars. That's where we still are. Let's make no mistake. Strategic. As a matter of fact, we are in a worse position now, because the oppressors have more technology to be able to do far more harm to us than they had the ability to do before. They had to resort to indirect rule. Now, if they wanted to do directly, they have the power to do it. If they want to take everything, they have the power to take it themselves. They don't need anti-malarial nonsense. All that stuff goes away. They can do anything they want with us. So I don't understand. Maybe I'm sounding alarmist, but it's just the fact. Get this thing. It's just the fact of our predicament. People think that we are out of the woods, and that's one of my biggest fears. If the economy starts improving now, and our security situation improves a little bit, like to the way it was in the 1970s, people would think our problem is solved. They will forget that same situation we were in the 70s led us to where we are now. They will not understand that no, where we were in the 70s was not good enough. We need to be truly sovereign. The fight that Iran is fighting right now, the fight that the Chinese have fought, the fight that the Indians have fought, we need to go through that process. If you don't go through that process, if you want to free yourself, if you think it's going to happen with some kind of a gradualist movement, it's not going to happen. No. Your operators are not stupid. They are going to make sure you earn it. Because that's how it works in this world.
A question, please.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Do you honestly see Nigerians as you may look upon the Iranians? Do you see them as similar in any way as a man, and how I don't know if you've met any Iranians. The way they behave is completely different. Or they don't behave like us in any way at all. They behave in a way that tells you that they have a code of conduct, a practice, and a deep understanding that's beyond their religion. Their religion of Islam is secondary. The Arabs know the Persians very well. They're not to be played with. So what you're saying is we agree. But when it comes down to Nigerians being at the helm, they're not the same people as Iranians, though. In fact, most Nigerians would see Iran as a backwater, as a tyrannical regime, as people who are very, these people are wicked, though. They are very wicked, and start speaking stupidness like that. That's our people. We're not people that think, as has been said. We're not people that have girth. I think you all understand what is girth. You understand? We're skinny bastards in terms of being able to operate in the big man's world. Iran, I've known since I was 10 years old that these people aren't to be played with, man. They're not to be played with. I went to school with many Iranians. For my birthday, 13th birthday, my mom gave me a beautiful watch. It was a Patek Philippe. I don't know, I knew what these things were, but me, I didn't ever think I could receive something like that too. So by the time I saw it, I really cherished it. With a hunter jacket, I don't know if you were in London to know what that was. It's a leather jacket, beautiful. At school, boasting with this new clubber that I have. The cleaners in this boarding school that I was at, they stole my stuff. I was so angry. So angry. Men, you understand? The Iranians in the school found out that it was the cleaners that stole my thing. So one day, a gentleman by the name of Tamis, he came into the recreation room. He called upon his brethren, Aleph, Beku, Hamza, come up. They went. We ran and followed them. Bruh, they called these cleaners who were men at the time. I was tall, but young. Bruh, the way they broke these people up, broke them up, simply because they stole. These Iranians, they didn't like me or dislike me. It wasn't like that. But it was principle that they were dealing with. They broke these people up. When I saw this vision, I knew that we as black people, we can fight physically, no doubt. But we can't fight strategically because we don't think. We don't think. And this is we all what has been said. I listened to Oyewekan very, very well, and he spoke much sense. The only thing is, you're dealing with Nigerians. You're dealing with Nigerians who are weak back.
Let me take it from there.
We're weak back people, Joe. Weak.
I think we are see everything that is happening in Nigeria it can be explained whether it's
Ovie to Otilosun. Ovie.
Hold on now. Can we stop interrupting now? Come on, let's
sorry.
have some courtesy, please.
Sorry, go on.
The problems we have in Nigeria can be explained in so many ways. And part of it is because we have not been blessed with the course that the Iranians have. Yesterday, I was listening to an Iranian professor testifying to the fact that he survived chemical weapons, and that the West blocked them from getting access to masks when Iraq was using chemical weapons on Iranians, that they had to go and get their masks from North Korea. That the West and the Israelis were blocking Iran from getting something to treat themselves when they have been subject to weapons of mass destruction. So these are people that were forged. They were forged. If you go through that, you're not going to forget.
No. That's not when they were forged a long time before that. I'm telling
But they
you.
were also defeated. See, my point is that
No, defeat is what you win or lose. You have to take the reality of it.
let me
The
finish my
fact of
point. I hear what you are saying. They were forged. We too have been forged. We have been around even longer than them. Historically, you can go far back. We sometimes we act as if we just emerged
no,
from.
you're right. I'm listening. I'm listening.
So we have been around for a lot longer than they have. So the fact that even the Chinese, what every single one of them did, all these people that we talk about, no matter how ancient they are, they changed. They had to. Because the world that they were dealing with, they know they have to move. And as a matter of fact, even if they had the will to do it at first, they didn't do it until they were pushed. Iran was pushed to this position, not because they were just sitting there saying, we have really genius, so let's push ourselves. No, they were forced. Imagine being subject to chemical weapon attacks, war continuously. For almost a decade, you were fighting, and then you watch America going to the next country next to you, destroy the country, and you are sitting there like, hey, these people are going to come for me. After all, they hate me too. You will prepare. You're not going to sit there joking around. The same thing with North Korea, that watch 80% of the structures in their country get destroyed. China, the same thing, subject to horrendous attack by the Japanese. All these people experience some serious cataclysmic event that they had to react to, and we as Africans have not been subject to that. So you can put that as one of the reasons why we are the way we are. We think it's optional. The reason why we think it's optional, because we've not been subject to these things.
I can agree again, which is the explanations are not sufficient for me. What I would suggest, like if you just look at the panel right now, somebody like Dr. Damages, the way I see him, we're not all fighters, but we are all privy to our own point of view. And when I come across Nigerians, it's not their point of view that they share with me. What they share with me is everybody else's point of view. So that means that they're almost not involved in the kind of thought processes that it takes to have a protective society. We accept everything and we don't want to fight. As I said, somebody like Dr. Damage, he's a very cool, calm, collected individual. But I cannot see him in a confrontation, in a real confrontation that is like a life and death scenario. Most Nigerians would run away from such a thing. They'll run away. I've seen it.
That is true because of our realities now.
Because of our weakness. We don't understand.
Inherent weakness, because otherwise other
It's
people
inherent weakness. We don't like to fight.
Can I
We
come in
don't
now?
want. Yes, please.
I think, again, we are deceiving ourselves. We point fingers. All these countries we cited as an example, what do they have in common? They have a middle class, which in every sense, 70 to 80% of that middle class are educated people. It is that middle class that keep every government stable, that keep every society stable. It is that same middle class that bring revolution, bring any change. And if we look at this in total, that's the class that we belong. But in our own case as Nigerians, we point fingers. KJ started French Revolution as an example, talked about the glossary. French Revolution was engineered by lawyers, doctors, engineers, those people who are fed up of the system because they are the ones that understand the system. And they went down to the people and mobilized the people. That was what sparked French Revolution. Mohamed Gandhi had to go back to his village and start teaching. As a graduate from where our brother is, I have to go back and start teaching because you have to. It is the people who are educated that understand the government they want to change. They understand that they want to change. No village people understand. So they have to go back because that is where the foot soldiers are and educate them, prop them up. That's what Mohamed Gandhi did.
Those that carried out the American Revolution, the same thing. It has to take with the educated class. By bit of their education, they have experience of the organizing skill experience. And again, they are placed in one or two places which earn them money. It's not different from Nigeria. That's why I say put party aside. The middle class won't make the party successful. Would they accuse Bola Tinubu of stealing billion, Desiani, whatever? How did they steal this billion? It is through the engineering, the knowledge and the skill of the bankers. So the bureaucrats, the lawyers, the engineers, the journalists, it is our responsibility to actually go and tell those people in the village that this is how the system works. They don't know. And they don't know because they don't want to know. They have checked out. They put what they want to eat first. So when we sit here and point fingers and point examples, now our turn. My guy, we cannot escape it. Now we they look for power. Now we go be the next people that we lead. We have to show it now to say, yes, if these people get their chance, this is what they are going to do. When Talib coined the phrase intellectual yet idiot, this is what he's talking about. We like skin in the game. We can sit in our posh offices, nice places, and project your type. But it's beyond that. You have to go down to the people and feel their pulse. Now us, anywhere where we run, go. It has to take, if we don't organize within ourselves, everything where we dey talk, so no go go anywhere. Just like Dr. Dameji asked our guest, if we in diaspora actually understand the pulse of the nation, he said, no, we don't. And it is a fact because we only come every 4 years to harass them, to insult them, to subject, to try to coerce them, to agree our own. And if that is not the case, we check out to come back again in the next 4 years and we expect change.
Waste.
Now we be the Nigerians. It doesn't matter where you are located. The world is not like the way in the 60s that if something they happen for Lagos, before the person where they been go know, it go take days. Take advantage of the real time. Real time no apply. Excuse me.
The French Revolution did not occur in a vacuum. It occurred at a time when France was already in the ascendancy, colonization, wars. Like I said, some of those things you have to have a higher consciousness.
Hold on first. Who organized the revolution? Who are the leading organizers of the revolution? Now, poor people we don't know anything. No, now educated people. That's what I'm saying. That's our problem. We refuse to go and organize the people, but we expect them to carry out what we will not teach them. We are a product of.
What I'm trying to highlight is that the people that you expect to do that don't have the fire. They have not been. They've not been through.
Hold on. When you say, hold on. Who are those people who
colonize those countries? They see the people that colonize those nations that fought those wars are the ones that are still the ones that fought this in where.
Hold on, you are repeating the same story, right?
No, you are those civilians.
Hold on now. In our case, Nigeria, who are those people that are supposed to take the challenge? Who are those people?
The reason I think
they are our elites that are refused to do anything. Even the middle class, they can't do anything.
Hold on.
The culture.
Let me finish my summation. The elites are failed. Now we be the emerging elite. Me and you. And all we do is give excuses.
You have the experience to do what needs to be done.
We don't have the experience. How do you expect somebody in the village, the young people, the Gen Z, to have the experience more than you do? If you think, hold on.
I don't expect them.
Hold on. If you are at the age of 40, you still don't have experience, but you have the audacity to point finger. What does that tell us about us? What I'm saying here now, What I'm saying here now, we be the engine room of Nigerian society. We by the conversation. So if anything we are expecting change, it has to come from us first.
Can I say something?
I use us in that as an example. I use us and show me where any country, anywhere in the world, where Nigeria and they are well organized, they have the political power.
They can't. I'm telling you, I don't understand it. The people that do these things.
What do you mean they can't?
All right.
Because when things get difficult, they will back off. They don't have the steel.
So exactly. So blame us.
Stop pointing fingers.
Who
It is
says I'm
our
not blaming
problem.
us? Did I say I'm not blaming us?
So it is
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
there's
That's
guys.
what
nothing
I
like
should
this.
blame
It's
us
us.
because
We are of
these
age now.
things.
It is the people that carry a revolution are in their 20s and 30s and 40s. We are of that age now. Whatever we don't like, we have
You
to
can
change
have
it.
the
So
age, it makes no
we
difference.
can't be pointing finger and making excuses. This is
Okay,
our now this is 20 years from now, we'll not get the energy again.
Ovie,
People
The
Ovie,
organize.
crowd
Just like
behavior
Ovie.
is
what
different from individual
use Pa
behavior.
Ikhide as an
The
example.
guest literally said this. Crowd behavior is different from individual behavior.
Okay,
Who's
hold on, guys.
talking about
Ovie and
crowd? I am
forefathers, hold
talking
on.
about the educated people to put their education to use, to put their finance to use. I'm talking about everybody.
Ovie and
Me and you.
forefathers. Hold on. Ovie, somebody asked on the comment section, how do I join him, Ovie, to implement these ideas he's been talking about? But before you answer that, I want to hear Jide, and then I have to take my leave. What might happen is that, forefathers, you can continue, can carry on with the conversation. But let me hear from Jide. Jide. Right.
Yeah, greetings to you, Dr. Rudolph. Greetings to everyone on the show. Yeah, greetings to everyone listening. It's been a while. Yeah, I mean, I've listened to everyone, and I think there are some things that we need to understand. I think I like a lot of the ideas that are being passed across on the show, but I think there are some things I need to actually, and there are some arguments that I actually need to disagree with. So I know some. I can't remember the panelists. I can't remember, but I think there was someone that said something about Dangote, and I know he has been talking about. I know you've been talking about refinery and how that needs to be up and running, and that will develop Nigeria's economy. So I think I disagree with that, and I don't know if we had a conversation before, but I think the fact that we have the refinery up and running and it's boosting Nigeria's economy, and okay, maybe our exchange rate is getting slightly better. I still do not think it does anything directly to alleviate the sufferings of Nigerian people in a very significant way. And what am I saying? What I'm saying is there is still high level of elitism, and I know we've all agreed, most of us agree on this. There's high level of elitism and classism in Nigeria. And the elites of Nigeria, they are our oppressors. They are the traitors of Nigeria. And the middle class of Nigeria, they are the emerging elites or the potential elites or oppressors that would actually get to that point and oppress their people because of the colonial Western indoctrination that has been embedded in the educational system that has made them to be lawyers, engineers. But why do I disagree with forefathers? In as much as there is adequate supply of oil and gas, if that oil and gas is not affordable for poor people, it does not change anything on the ground for poor people. If oil and gas is 1,800 naira, for instance, right? 1,800. How many per gallon or something? How many Nigerians can afford 1,800? Majority of Nigerians cannot afford that money. So even if there's adequate supply, but at the same time there's no proper regulation, the Nigerian people are still going to be suffering. So in terms of macroeconomics, yes, there will be improvement in the Nigerian economy to some extent. However, macroeconomic indices is very important. Poverty, housing, those things are the things that define the welfare of the people. And I think I do not agree that Dangote implementing his policy freely would improve Nigeria's outcome in any way, would lead to Nigeria's development in any way. Even if Dangote has so much freedom to control Nigeria's economy, as much as the people of Nigeria are still suffering, nothing is going to change. That's number one. Number two is, anything talking about Dangote, we need to understand our elites. Maybe we don't really understand how evil our elites are. Our elites are very evil. They don't see. You see, for over 400, 500 years, our elites, they have been cooperating with the Europeans to oppress us. It has not changed. And we probably, because we need to know this, and I need to remind everyone, Dangote is related to Dan Tata. Dan Tata, that bloodline, they enslaved our people. They are our traitors. They enslaved our people. We need to talk about that. How this so-called wealth is now the richest black man in the world, or richest Nigerian. How did he get his wealth? It is not independent from the slave trade. That bloodline, that family line, they played a role in enslaving our people and committed to where we are today. we need to really understand that historical context. Dangote is the best friend, is one of the best friends of Bill Gates. Does Bill Gates have any good interest in Nigeria or Africa? Because these are the things that I need us to contextualize when we are talking about these people. Because I think one of the major issues we have in Nigeria is we elevate our traitors. We elevate our traitors. Iran. I like the analysis of Iran. I really loved the analysis of Iran. How our people, our mentality, the psychoanalysis of the Nigerian people, the outcome is completely different from Iranians. The Iranians have a different mentality, you know, because to change the people's mentality, it requires a lot of education, it requires a lot of ideological changes. And sometimes, even in as much as I do not encourage violence, sometimes there has to be a period of violence. Like Papa has talked about, you know, sometimes a group of people need to go through a phase of, you know, violence or something of that nature for there to be a reorientation. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I'll say unfortunately, historically, Nigeria has not gone through that process of liberation. Like China, like Russia, like Iran, like Cuba. Look at what's going on in Cuba. People are suffering in Cuba. We're talking about our suffering. But you know what? The Cuban people are still standing with their governments. That's what we're talking about. They are still standing with their government because they have a different orientation from Nigerians. They understand who their enemy is. They know they are fighting for their survival. They know they are fighting for their independence. The same thing in the AES too. They know they are fighting. They're not developed. They are poor like us. But they have dignity. There's something called dignity. See, an average Nigerian has lost his entire dignity to chase
Very much so.
You know, they've
Very
lost
much
their dignity to chase after white supremacy. They call it white, our fellow Black American cousins, they call it white supremacy. You know, everyone is chasing after this white supremacy. And at the same time, we are losing it. Things are getting worse. And at the same time, we don't even know, we don't have solutions. We're talking about why our middle class has let us down. I really like the fact that we emphasize so much on our middle class. Our middle class has let us down because they've integrated with the elites. And they also, at the same time, they're also chasing after white supremacy. All of them have let us down. Look at the people that contested for the elections. Look at Peter Obi. Look at all of them. Peter Obi was praising Javier Milei of Argentina. For crying out loud, I wonder why our people cannot see through this and they have to be more like this.
Bro, it seems. Can I just say?
Yeah.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah,
sorry, I want to hear you. I think you're speaking very well. I think you're speaking very accurately. It's just at times your tone is as though you're going to cry. I know that this is an emotional thing, but you don't have to shout. We can hear you, bros.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm just being passionate about it because it's concerning. Like people like that, they're people like Javier Milei that racist. That guy is a racist. He has put Argentina's economy to the ground. And Peter Obi is saying he wants to implement the same policy in Nigeria. I saw a Twitter on X. I've been saying it before. These guys, they're all criminals. Peter Obi, Tinubu, they're all the same. They are of different shapes and forms, but they are the same people. And we need to understand it. That's why, because we've lost, another major problem we have as Nigerian people is we've lost the concept of class consciousness. So, we've lost the concept of class consciousness. Osaweko was talking about the fact that how come is it that other countries, they are doing very well for their people? That if it's the case that foreigners have taken over the world or they've taken over Nigeria, but how come is it that other countries, they are doing very well for their people? It's very simple. It is because in other parts of the world, like Western Europe and co, they've been able to compromise with those foreigners to ensure that in as much as they've lost part of their sovereignty, they are able to still implement socialist policies for their people. But Nigeria and many African countries or third world countries is different. There is need for extraction and exploitation. And for those countries to be exploited, there can never be a consideration of socialist policies. That in those third world countries. That's why there's so much poverty in Nigeria and many African countries compared to Western Europe. Western Europe military is integrated with that of the US. They are not really fully sovereign. UK, look at what happened with, I don't want to go into different examples, but the point is, in as much as they've lost part of their sovereignty, they are not exploited as much as Africans are exploited or African countries are exploited. Because when a group of people or a nation is exploited, you cannot expect the people, the leader of such people or the elites to favor their people or provide policies that would lead to the development of such nations. And that's what Iran is fighting for. That's what Cuba is fighting for. That's what North Korea is fighting for. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Before you do that, forefathers, I'll hand over the show to you. All right. So let me just
before you run, please, Dr. Damages. Everything that has been said, I believe that they are of deep importance. And I do wonder what you really say as the head of this show. Because for me, this show is fantastic in that we talk and we meet, and I know that you have your own portion as to how you listen and understand things here. But, as a journalist, you're still a human being. And you still have your own opinion on the terrible place, the terrible country we have called Nigeria. I would like to know what it is that you think about what has been said since our guest has left by myself, Ovier, Jide, Forefather, and our very, very... I need to know what you think. Osewekan. All of us have put serious things to the table. And do you think, who do you think is going to solve the problem of Nigeria? Is the question I want to put to you, based on everything that's been said here.
Thank you so much. I always think about this particular thing you asked. I always pause. That's why I listen more than I talk. I always hope. One of my biggest hope is that there's something we could do with these conversations we're having. There are some that I'm trying to transcribe, like some major interviews that I've had with some people, like Odinkalo, Franklin. I'm trying to transcribe these interviews and maybe compile them into a book over time, because we don't know whether the internet will survive. We know that if it's a book, the book will survive, if everything goes down. But I'm trying to find a way that we can preserve it, one, and hopefully get it to more hands. I remember, like I told you guys, many years ago, 1999, 2000, 2001, we had this kind of setup at nigeriawar.com, a website. We had a message board where we discussed things in details, and some of the people who were part of that discussion, they become part of the government. People like Ruben, people like Reno, people, so many people today, they were there, Professor Aluko and so many people. And we lost those archives of those conversations we had with supporting documents. So I don't know who will solve the problem, but I'm happy that we're having conversations across different platforms. And I do stop by some of them and listen to what is going on. I know that young people are paying attention. They might not show that they are paying attention. And I'm counting on them. I'm not counting on our own generation to do things. But what we're doing is important. I'm not saying it's not important. But
okay, can I ask a quick, why are you not counting on our generation?
Well, we're so far away from agreeing on something, but we are still having the conversation. I hope, for 4 years now we've been doing this. I've not seen people move their positions to come closer to where we could say, this is what we think we should do. People are still where they are, and it's okay.
But don't you think that's the fault of the show? The show itself, what my critique, I beg your pardon, I don't want to criticize outlandishly.
No, it's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
My critique of this program, since I've been on it, I've found it very fascinating. I found it quite different from our crazy one-man show. Very different. I found the people here, as frustrating as we all are, I feel that there is a deeper sense of love for Nigeria. And within that, what has been spoken here has not been collated. And that is what, we come here every week and repeat ourselves. We do not collate the information and say, Jagun said this at this time, he said this at this time, Akwagbero said this at this time. It seems that there is a pattern emerging. We have no consciousness of this. And this is why somebody like Forefathers, who I like very much, at the same time of liking him, I don't believe he's here to really conscientize people. I think largely he's here to blow his mouth up. And in him blowing his mouth up, he doesn't really care what happens. He likes to say, I told you, I'm the person, and these kinds of things that aren't growing us. There's a force here where people are speaking to the real issues of... You see me, yeah? I don't like Nigeria. I don't like what it has become. I have deep memory of what it was and the potential I had in the 1970s. My people, from one side of my family is rich and educated. The other side is rich and uneducated, if you understand me. And from that, I've seen poverty on both sides of that divide enter into our family at large. And I've seen how from a billionaire that my great uncle was, he was a billionaire. In UK terms, I saw, I lived, I know who I am. We have a long history as a family. And what I have seen is that violence is something that Jide said he doesn't really agree with. And I have to look at this and think, yesterday I was talking about criminality is what begins nation people in a country like America. It is through criminality that they came up. And we want to complain about the criminality within our own society as opposed to organizing it. Organize. This country that I live in, called the UK, do you know who the deepest criminals are? And they've been such since they came here. Do you know who they are? The Turkish. You can't play with the Turkish in this country. However, they've organized themselves in such a way that ice cream vans, all of them is owned by those. Kebab shops, all of them owned by the Turkish. Laundromats, all of them. Fish and chip shops, all of them. What that does is it keeps certain people employed. Meanwhile, the people who are organizing this are the deepest criminals you'd ever come across. And that's the part of the power that they have in Turkey itself. It's the criminal class. Now, I'm not trying to support criminals. I'm just trying to let us know what kind of world it is that we're living in. We're not living in a world where we can just be wearing tie and suit all day long and doing one stupid walk, telling everybody that we're fancy. This is real life. This is real life we're talking about. Which is why I say we cannot exonerate our own generation. Why? Because who's going to organize who is taught the generation to come? Who has taught them anything apart from go and collect a degree in university and then go to work and then get married? That's all we have from our parents. We don't hear anything else. We don't hear about how to fight. I sat down with my Turkish people in this country. Beautiful girls they have, which is why I like sitting down with them. However,
you didn't go there for solution. You're sitting with them because of okay. Continue. Okay.
Forgive me. In sitting down with them, the way the father speaks to the son, it's not a joke. What he's handing down to his son is not a joke. You know what we do? We die before we give our sons the birthright to continue the fight. We don't even give birthright. We've done away with it. We want to go to the highest university, and that's the only way you can be respected as a man in Nigeria. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. And I don't know why Nigerians who are so-called educated, lived outside of Nigeria, seen the world for the way it is, can still be the same soft individual that would be slapped in the face and then turn the other cheek to be slapped again.
Where
Come
are we
on,
now?
man.
You were asking a question.
Wait. I'm speaking to our
But
principal
you've been
here.
going on now for how
Jago,
long?
you've been
Come
going
on.
on
I've been going on because I have things to say
non-stop.
now. You should listen and learn.
You are
all right.
just,
Dr.
So,
it's
Lamoji
like
wants
you
to
have a
leave.
need to speak and you accuse other people for
You are
okay.
holding Nemo Street.
So let me
I'm
just say this.
I'm wanting to hear from our principal.
Okay, let me just say this. The platform, I'm struggling to keep it going and do what I
I hear
can.
you, brother.
I'm not going to accept another responsibility to transform it into something else. I think the primary goal is to facilitate conversation, and we're doing it. I'm just struggling with that. Other things could come out of it. You know, people could get married, people could start revolution from here, whatever you do. But the platform is doing what it should do. I'm not signing up to do other things. I can't even do the one I'm doing is hard to put it out here every week. So I hope that people of like minds, that's what I encourage. We join, you know, it may have something you share with Pansat. Two of you can meet, two of you can start conversation on what to do. And that conversation could lead to something else that came out of this platform. That's what we hope. And I've seen it happen in other places where, but the thing is that we planned, I think 2 years ago, last year, to meet. People think that, I think there could be opportunities for us to take the conversation away from here. And when people meet, they see that people are actually real. It's not, sometimes we think that people are so far away from each other. I mean, if you meet fathers, you see that he's actually a real human being.
Is he really?
There's something you are taking for, doctor, sorry, not to interject, something you are taking for granted. You are producing social media warriors like Ikhide, like forefathers.
But let me tell you something. I mentioned it that from Nigeria World, we had people who have been part of the administrations in the past. I'm sure in the next 10 years, some people that you know here will become part of, it won't end here. I think people will eventually get involved in politics and revolution in church. So I'm hoping that somebody will start a church from here. I could be for tithes.
That's in my future. That's in my future.
If I need help with, they can tell the church people donate 10% of something additional to help.
Let me make a suggestion.
How do you say?
Jago, you'll be an elder in my church. Don't worry.
My suggestion: when a new guy come in, especially somebody who's older than you ought to give him a chance to speak. That kind of improvement would help the platform. But I'm going to be here for a little bit because I have an engagement. Dr. Damages, you had a good guest today. What state is he from?
It's my brother.
Edo State. I think he's from Edo State. Yeah.
Very close to my village.
I don't believe it. Somebody said that and I didn't believe it. Normally I could tell if somebody's from Edo State.
I could walk from my village to his village.
Oh,
his name is there now.
Yeah, that's he's a good guest. He's not perfect. I do disagree with him in a couple of things. One of them is that he's saying that Tinubu has won. That it's a futile exercise. That is not true. They're going by. Normally, when a dictator is operating a country, normally you have to first kill him and they show him to everybody, so that then they won't be scared anymore. They will know that he's dead for real. They did that with Saddam Hussein. I have traced Tinubu's foray into the federal government. What actually did he do? I'll make that quick. In 2022 or so, or even prior to that, 2015, he helped bring Buhari to form a coalition. Buhari with the Northerners, the Muslims, and everything. And then in 2022, Buhari reluctantly supported him. Okay, it was Buhari first tried to fuck him, but El-Rufai and other northern leaders persuaded him to go ahead and go with Tinubu, right? So now, if Tinubu supported me in 2022, 2023, I would have won. I don't want you to underestimate the support of Buhari to Tinubu. If Buhari supported, even you, Jegun, you would have won. whoever Tinubu supported, whoever Buhari supported would have won the election. He has the structure, he has the government, he has INEC, he has Northern Muslims, and stuff like that, right? So that's how he won that election. Now he lost his own state, perhaps including his own county, or what they call
polling unit.
But not, I don't know if he lost his polling unit, but he lost his, okay. So, and he didn't want to lose that, and he had an APC governor, so he was using his own modus operandi, which is to bribe and do things like that. But that election was bigger than a bribe. It would have taken shutting off that beavers. The only person who could have done that was Buhari. He shut down the beavers. If he didn't shut it down, P2B would have won the election. Okay, so what they did was to slap us and say, "What are you going to do about it?" And then we didn't do anything about it. So that has nothing to do with Tinubu at all. Yes, he does have his own way of bribing, conniving, but it's something everybody could see. Anybody, anybody could bribe. You cannot bribe the entire country. That election was bigger than a bribe, and the following one is going to be more. So, in essence, Nigerians, those who were sitting on the fence, like forefathers, for example, who would say, "You know what? I see a good in both sides. I see a bad in both sides." There were a lot of Nigerians like that, who says, "You know what? If the worst comes to us, Tinubu wins, the world is not going to end. There are some things, there are some qualities he has that we can also use. If Obi wins, it's fine too, because there are qualities." Nobody is in that camp now. They say the economy is clean cut, right? For you to support Tinubu, you have to be ignorant, right? Very ignorant, because if you do know just one thing that P2B can do is enough to elect him. Okay, for example, if P2B wins and he makes Dele Farah to me the Attorney General of our country, that is big. That's a Yoruba man, right? It's a Yoruba man. So you gain. It's not a zero-sum game. If P2B wins, there'll be transparency, right? He will be prone to criticism because he's got himself to where he's almost righteous, right? So that's not going to be sustainable. So he cannot do anything that's going to be as bad as the other. So, but that's what I'm saying now. But in this case, another difference is that P2B has broadened his base. He's going after Kano, for example, right? So if Edo wants to go, they can go. If Oyo wants to go, they can go, because he's getting kind of. Remember when Ovie used to come here and he would say, "What is the name of that guy? Kwakwanso." So Obi gave him Ovie a dirty slap. He went and got Kwakwanso. So now he's shortened his name. It's no longer Kwakwanso Okpebelo. It's now Okpebelo by himself, right? So now all I'm saying to you, the guess was wrong. Tinubu may not even be on the ballot, right? Because he's not qualified. He doesn't have the academic record. Now we're scrutinizing that. If we should bring our Netanyahu and our Israel to come and enforce you being on the ballot before you could run for office in Nigeria, right? If we could do that, for example, I'm just saying, if we can do that, he won't be qualified, right?
Netanyahu is standing for election too.
Pardon?
Netanyahu is standing for election in the next 3 months.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's going to come back.
Yeah, it's a figurative Netanyahu, which means violence. If we bring violence to bear, Tinubu cannot stand violence that he's beckoning. Okay, there are a lot of Nigerians who are against him coming back. He's not going to be able to do it. I can tell you now. I have 3 propositions. I'll end with this because I've been going on and on. So what I'm saying is this. Here's my 3 propositions. Number 1, we have to make and educate the press in Nigeria. The same as here, you don't become president-elect. We have a room of almost 3 or 4 or 5 months that somebody operates as president-elect. You don't become president-elect unless you actually won the election. We have to work together now. We have to coordinate the international monitoring organizations to make sure that the election is free, fair, and transparent. If they have to make a call, then the Nigerian people themselves will have to come in and be satisfied with that election. All 3 things would have to cohere. If somebody tries to claim that he won the election when he didn't win the election, then we will abiola him. right? What is it? Abiola and somebody. When you claim that you won an election that you didn't win, right? The Nigerian people are sovereign. We can impose violence. Okay, all what we have now are representative government. They're representing us, but in 2027, we're gonna take the bull by the horns. We're gonna do it ourselves. If you try to rig that election, don't deliver the materials, it's not transparent, and you make a
Can I
call.
ask you a question, Pansat, please?
Absolutely.
Well done, sir.
I like the way he takes over and he wants to.
I didn't mean to. It's the way God
It's an
God
elder
made me.
privilege.
Pansat, my brother.
Mhm.
You know, there's a way that you speak. It's as though you have had communication before you came to the platform to let us know that we are going to have a revolution. You know, I'm here listening to you, and I'm liking a lot of what you say, but then you say something that I'm thinking, oh boy, you haven't organized anything now. Where do you get the thing that we are going to have any such thing as a revolution? There was no revolution in 2023, which was more crucial in my mind. I believe that Tinubu has won. I believe from 2023, Tinubu has already won 2 terms. It's whether or not he wants to stay for a third that we have to wonder about. But 2 terms, he's won, man. I can't see where the opposition is. If you can see it, beyond your pandering to the Igbo and pandering to Peter Obi because he's Igbo, I understand that very well. However, that doesn't suggest anything to me. It doesn't tell me anything that we're moving forward in any way. I need people to be honest about what they speak. I need people to be mindful about what has been spoken on this platform. Because just like Ovie said, unless we're doing it, ain't nobody doing it. Simple.
Okay. All right. I figure there's a question in there. Number one, I do not pander to the Igbo. I only have one criticism for the Igbo. That's why. What is the criticism? We don't have to go through elections. We should take the country over. We can. It's a lot of us. And we brought the country. The other recalcitrant tribes don't want to listen. We went to war in 1967 for the same problems that we have now that some of the tribes are complaining about. So we are way ahead. But now, I tried that approach in 2022. I was discouraged from doing it. Say, let's give it a chance. Let's see if we could work together. Now, after I just spoke right now, what you figure out is I'm pandering to Peter Obi. I should pander to Peter Obi, right? Because clearly there is no comparison. No country in the world will do something like that. You have somebody who is not corrupt, right? He's not perfect. Nobody should be. So you have some dichotomy between the two. Should somebody convince you, you're going to notice something about me. I never come on a platform to advocate for Peter Obi. I don't come and say I'm obedient or vote for Peter Obi. I don't know where you got that from what I just presented. It has nothing to do with that. I want a clean, clear process. That's what I said. Let there be a transparent election that is free of violence, something that obeys our constitution and our laws. And then whoever wins, it could be Tinubu, for example, he couldn't win fairly, but don't expect us to do what we did in 2023, which is for you to stop the election, shut up the beavers, announce the senatorial and gubernatorial results, and then withhold the one of the presidency, and then we're going to take it from you. We're not going to do that again. Peter Obi did that because of his past foray with the Nigerian courts, right? They took away his mandate. He went to court, and the courts went ahead and returned him back to office. So he had to go through the same process. Don't play with Peter Obi. He's not stupid either. He's not going to do that again. He has meticulously taken away everything that was bequeathed by Buhari on Tinubu. Tinubu sat there stupidly, and Obi took all that stuff back from him, including the North, including Kano, Kwakwanso, all those people. You have your eyes on Edo State, a small state, right? But
that's the headquarters of the obedient, though.
You miss it is the headquarters. But I gotta tell you, you go and look at the statistic, the data, the way they voted between Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari in 2015, which is about 40% for Buhari, APC. Now, what kind of people would you present Jonathan, who's not the smartest Bob in the room, but at least he's a civilian, right? He's a Democrat, a minority that found himself in office by accident because his boss died, Yaradua. And then a military thug that we knew from our past, right? A jackbooted thug that's older than Methuselah, sick. He's presented on this. Do you know how, for example, Rudolph State, Anambra, do you know what percentage they gave to Buhari in 2015? 0.00, right? And 98 point something for Jonathan. More than what Bayelsa gave to Jonathan. Look it up. So that's the way Edo voted 47% for Buhari at that time. That's what they voted in this race for Tinubu. The same thing they do. At the best, they be in the middle. So that's why we're carrying all this load. Why would I come here and pander to the Igbos? Because they do have it right. All 5 states, when it comes to Yaradua, they will choose the better candidate because it's a thing of good and evil. If it's what's his name, OBJ against another candidate, they will choose OBJ if he's better. If it's Jonathan, they will choose Jonathan. So if you present, for example, we've never had a chance where you present someone like Osibanjo. If you present Osibanjo versus Obi is still gonna win, but there'll be a debate, right? Obi is not just gonna take it all. There'll be some people, Igbos, Yorubas, fewer Igbos, obviously, because Obi is that much better. Because he's been a governor for 8 years. The other day I was speaking and I said 8 months. I could Obi is in an office for 8 months. I could see everybody say, "Oh, Pansa finally made a mistake." I'm correcting it. It's 8 years. He was in office for 8 years. He did not pay for putting hands. The thing that is a common disease in Nigeria, where governors take all the money, steal the money, corrupt, and still keep the money and take money after they left office. So, Rudolph, let me not push my luck. Thank you very much. I hit that bell. You have no respect. I'm older than you, and I'm about 2 inches taller than you. I'm 6'4", you're only 6'2".
I was just thinking about something.
No, hold on. Before I forget something, Pansat, you always talk about we. I've said it on this platform. There are only 3 groups of people allowed to use the pronoun we. Presidents, editors of newspapers, when they write editorial, they could write we, and people with tapeworms in their stomach. Which one are you?
Certainly not the latter, not the latest one.
Because I'm serious. You say we. Yeah. We are going to take over this. We're going to do. Who are the?
He means the Igbos. He's an Igbo fanatic now.
No.
He's an obedient editor.
No, let me answer it seriously. Right? Yeah. First of all, I got that from forefathers. Think about how many times forefathers says we when he's talking about Nigeria. We. I'm the one who tells them there is no such thing. You're on your own. But let me tell you something. Jegun, I'm not an Igbo fanatic. I'm not.
I see.
I just want to tell you that, and I respect your intellectual acumen because you're very smart when it comes to history, literature, and stuff like that. We don't get enough of that from here because I know you do know history and stuff like that. But let me tell you, we are progressive Nigerians. Okay, one of the first people I praised here said, I hope he's going to be our Attorney General. Is Dele Farotimi. Is he an Igbo?
Are you in touch with them, the people you consider?
No,
Is anyone here part of that group? Let me know.
No, unfortunately, on your platform, it's very hard to tell. But
I'm heartbroken. I thought we were in this together. Pastor. I'm heartbroken.
But because you know how many times I've lobbied you not to feature people like Okpebolo 2028 on the platform. Right?
That's political godfather.
I say I'm talking about you. You are Okpebolo 2028, right? I'm talking about you. Let me tell you something. It's not a joke. On the politics, it's not a joke. Ovie, we need to come and start now. What's holding us down is very, very small. Believe it or not. There's a big change in technology, everything, AI. We need to take our country back. There's there's nothing else to do now. No matter how much you hate me, you and I, Rudolph, you too, you want Nigeria to do better. That's the we. I don't know anybody here, for Jide, you want our country to do good. But you can't go challenging China. You know, I've been watching you as Trump is devastating all these people, hitting Iran hard and all that. I don't see you coming out a lot to challenge Trump because he's going to crush all these people, right? The United States is a hegemon. So all I'm saying is that you want the country to do better. How are we going to do it? We have to start with taking back our country, education, and things like that. Because Nigerians are very smart. I don't know, a lot of you are very young here.
Okay.
But a few years ago, maybe in the 70s, if you see a Nigerian come to, say, a university here in the United States, he's going to be the smartest guy in there with GCE or WAEC results. He's going to be as smart as a Westler out there. So let's take our country back, and you cannot do it without destroying certain people there, including Wike, Omahi, there's Ozodema. I'm starting from my own section now, so you know. All these people should be on the run on election day. Now, you keep thinking it's so difficult to do. That's nonsense. That's not true. We use 2 battalions from Aba to capture forefathers' place, go all the way to Pueblos 2028 Edo State, captured it, made them a republic on August 9th, 1967. I'm giving you a date. Google it. We came over there and we took down that monarchy there and made Benin a republic, right? It didn't last long, but we gave them what we're striving for.
All right.
Poison is when you give somebody something you wouldn't eat. We came over there, we took them over, and we made them a republic, right?
Was that part of the strategy to take them over? That strategy, that was a failed strategy now.
So,
you're supposed to take over the country. You went to take over the Benin. What nonsense.
The battalion you have now, where do you guys meet?
No, you know, Rudolph, you keep saying that because in your psyche, you believe that the Nigerian army belongs to a particular, let's say, the Yorubas. The Nigerian army doesn't belong to anybody. In that Nigerian army, you have Kwakwansians in the army. You have Igbos in the army, right? So if you do something that's outrageous, you're going to cause a mutiny, right?
So you're talking to them.
No, listen.
Are you talking to them now?
After you interviewed Samuel Ekpa, you had him arrested, you had him charged, you interviewed him, and because we don't take you out first. That's what the problem is.
How do we speak like this? How do we speak like this?
No, but it's true. I was on that show, right? When Samuel Ekpa was here twice, I was in that show. Rudolph had some kind of intelligence because he kept asking him questions like you just asked me.
Without denying me,
when are you going to take over Nigeria? And then he's running his mouth. Yes,
without Dr. Damage disqualified for the governorship ambition of an Anambra State.
No, you know, let me say this.
Would that be a barrier?
Anything is better than what we have there now. Soludo. So if Rudolph runs, he's going to be better than Soludo.
All right, I gotta go.
All right, thank you very much.
Let me just say
we haven't heard from our man there, or Dexter. Dexter has been there being polite. You want to be polite with this?
It's not polite.
Terrible.
I wanted to respond to something that Jide said. Everybody
is in Nigeria
for the last 30 minutes now.
Yes.
Nobody cares about what.
No, I actually care.
I care. Interrupts, it's okay. Everybody is allowed to interrupt. It doesn't seem right. Come on, you are forcing me to complain. Regarding what Jide said about Dangote Refinery, when I said such things, I say from the context that if I see something positive, I will say it. Because why should you, just because you fear that maybe he's got relationship with people you don't like, then you pretend as if the good thing that are happening is not happening. And there is no guarantee that what we know about somebody is what is happening. So you have to do what you see. You have to say what you know. Because for all we know, you don't know what arrangement he has got with Bill Gates, even if we have a good guess and we are likely to be correct. But I think it's important we call something bad when we see something bad, and when we see something good, we just say it. It doesn't mean you endorse the person completely. I'm not saying Dangote is a genius, is a saint, but we can see the improvements of what he has done on the ground. And as a matter of fact, I think we should encourage people like that, because the other people that are making billions and billions of naira and dollars, what have they done for Nigeria? The man that has done that has actually offered Nigeria value is the richest man. So you want to encourage that more. So I don't have any conflict of interest or looking at it as if some people even say I have some kind of connection with Dangote. I don't have to have connection with him. All I care about is what works. And it's working. And more is coming. And when we say that something bad is going to happen in the country, it's not going to happen. No. Because the Chinese people, when they were in the 70s and 80s, the ones that went to Tiananmen Square, they thought they were going to change the system. But what they didn't realize is that there is a larger system that was changing already, but they didn't know it at the time. If they knew it, maybe they wouldn't have gone to Tiananmen Square. You don't know when your country has had a turn and events around the world has changed the direction of the country, but you don't know that at the time. So when you see something good, you call it. When you see something bad, you just call it. That's how I prefer to see it. I don't want to just blanket everything that, because it's Tinubu government, everything is bad. I'm not going to do that.
All right, thank you.
Apart from that, if I can just add this to Jide, when you said Dan Tata enslaved our people, I'm sure you're aware Dan Tata is not a Fulani.
No, yeah, Jago, yeah. Let me. So I think forefathers is seeing things different from the way I am seeing things. Yes, I will also answer your question, Jago. I'm glad I mentioned that.
No, hold on, Jide. I can't let this go on. Dexter, please. I need to go first of all, but Dexter needs to speak here before I go, and you guys can continue. The conversation can continue. Go ahead, Dexter, please.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody that has been speaking. I think I enjoyed
thank
the
you,
show.
Dexter, for your wonderful patience, brother.
Thank you. I have to go actually. So, what do you call it? I think I enjoyed what the guy was saying on the backstage. But one of the reasons I came up was, I think, what is his name? I kind of agree with what Ovie said. One of the things we have on this platform, many people come here trying to provide solutions, but they don't see themselves in the solution. They don't see themselves as the driver of the solutions. They are the talkers of the solution and not the drivers of the solution. I think that is something that needs to, you have to get away from that kind of mentality. Secondly, I have a question for people like Jide. First of all, Jide, are you living in a communist country?
Am I what?
It's just a yes. It's a yes or no. Are you living in a communist? Are you living in a communist country? Are you living in a communist country?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. While you always come here and your views are always driven towards the communist system and the socialist system, I think one of the things you can do for us, it's very easy to talk. Talk is cheap. Then one thing you can do for us, relocate to North Korea, start streaming straight from North, because like the person that came on the show today was in Nigeria, and you could see how the network was when he was trying to connect. There was always a hitch, and he was even saying that he was expecting it to have gone up by now. What I'm saying is that we don't want theory. You understand? We don't want theories of the books you've read. We want a life experience. Relocate to a communist country. Relocate to Iran. Relocate to Russia. Relocate to North Korea, a full communist country that you make reference to, and live there for 2 years or so. Then you start telling us those things, because it's very easy to talk about the things written in the books, but in reality, and Jide, this thing I'm telling you is the reality of everything. Engineering practice is different from the theory. One of the problems, one of the gaps I try to fill in my role is between design and practical application, because the person drawing on the computer just draws in an ideal world. But in the practical world, to implement those things, you find out that even the metals you are trying to join together have their characteristics, okay, that you have not actually captured in your design. So what I'm trying to tell you to do for us today, okay, help us here. Go live in a communist country like North Korea, like the ones you always refer to. Live there for 2 years. I think Dr. Damages has inferred this kind of thing once to you on this show. Go and live there because it's very easy for you to stay in a same society where you are free, you can say whatever, you can express yourself, but it's good. But go and live there, then come back and tell us how it works. Okay, that's one of the reasons I came here, just to tell you that. Go and live there for 2 years, then come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. We now hand it over to forefathers so you guys to continue. Let me thank those that supported us. Oscar Black, Blackbone, thank you so much. George Bushell, thank you so much. Igbo Basics, thank you. And BDB from Nigeria, thank you so much. I also want to mention that yesterday we received $50 through Zelle from Man of Prestige. Thank you so much for your support. They are the people keeping us going. Without them, one day we'll come here and we will be off the air. Again, thank you everybody for joining me. I will see you guys. No, next week I'm off next week. So, but the show will be on. There will be people that will host and everything. Again, thank you everybody that supported behind the scene, my producers, show. Thank you so much. Ngozika, thank you. Ebike, thank you. And our graphic designer, thank you so much. All right, I hand it over to Forefathers. Thank you, everybody. You can like, share, and subscribe, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Jide. Thank you, Ovie, and thank you, Jagan. I'll see you in 2 weeks. All right, take care. Forefathers, are you awake?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
You know, I was just pretending to be frozen, but it's all right. So, I think I heard what Jide, you want to respond to what Dexter said?
Yeah, very briefly. So if I criticize this, if I come on this panel and I analyze a problem and I contextualize it and analyze the problem and say, oh, this is exactly the problem that we have, and these are the solutions, in as much as what I'm analyzing seems to be moving towards an ideology, but I've not even preferred myself to be part of that ideology or anything like that, but it's moving towards that ideology or anything. Have I ever come on this platform to say, oh, because communism is the great place to, is the pristine place to be, so that means I have the responsibility to go and live there and live a capitalist country? What does that? It does not mean. It does not make any sense. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if in as much as I'm given freedom to express myself, it does not have anything to do with making a choice, a personal choice of where I should live or where I should not live. You are talking about communism or socialism or whatever. I've said it on this panel. I said that if Nigeria, we talk about Nigeria a lot. I made it clear that if Nigeria is like North Korea, I made it clear. I said it on this platform. I've said it many times, like a joke, but I'm actually serious about it. If Nigeria is like North Korea, I'll move back to Nigeria. I've said it on this platform before, but that's even by the way. The point I'm making is, I've said it on this platform. Wherever you are in this world as an African man or Nigerian man, North Korea, Russia, United States, UK, Cuba, Iran, the manifestation of imperialism, the manifestation of white supremacy will still pursue you. Even if you go back to Nigeria as of now, or I go back to Nigeria, the manifestation of imperialism, because people that make this case about judging and insulting people about where they should live because of their political point of view, it shows their level of understanding and, will I say, ignorance of what they are talking about. Because if they really understand what they are talking about, they won't have to attack their personal decisions of where they should live. I'll stop there. Thank you.
I think the great examples include like the Soviet leaders like Lenin, Stalin. Many of them were in Western Europe when they were evolving. I don't know why we've addressed this point before. I thought if this was a school, we should have gone past this level of thinking where we say, oh, because you espouse these views, you have to go to those countries. That's not necessarily the case, because if you want to transform a system, sometimes you are free to be in other environment for whatever reason. It could be for family reasons, it could be for other reasons. The idea that just because you are criticizing, you are espousing some kind of ideology, you have to be in a specific location. I don't think history suggests that to be true. That said, so this idea that, what was that again? Who wanted to say something? I don't know. No ruffle today regarding this argument. Let's try to be.
Yeah, I was going to emphasize Jagun very briefly in a minute. I didn't say Dan Tata enslaved Nigeria and African people. I said their lineage, because Dan Tata is
no. You said, do we know that Dangote, his grandfather is Dan Tata, and then you labeled him with slavery moniker. The forefathers took one route, and I think that was a good route. That it doesn't matter who somebody's heritage is, the individual that is showing anything in a way of common sense, the thing that me and you would do, Dangote is the only one doing it. There's nobody else functioning like a normal human being in that whole stupid place called Nigeria. Nobody. So when you just convolute your knowledge, and then you see, this is what education is. Education isn't what you grasp or from all over the place. It's how you allow it to leave your mouth. Have you truncated the information in such a way that you have the understanding and now you want to deliver understanding? Because there's a way that you speak. Sometimes you speak like a student, like somebody who's just going around roving, collecting information for no good use. Because your pronouncements upon the information that you receive, sometimes they're very off-key, misleading.
I think you do understand what I was saying. I will repeat.
I did, my brother. I'm a great.
You didn't. No, you didn't.
I understood exactly.
Can I repeat? Can you give me
what you're trying to? What you should say is that you made an error. That's what you should say. You made an error.
Okay.
To be honest,
let me repeat what I said. So what I'm trying to say, perhaps the way I mentioned this may have been wrong, like you said. What I'm trying to say simply is, I'm talking from a place of class consciousness. The elite of Nigeria has let us down. And I'm making an example of Dangote, that the foundation of his wealth was influenced by the slave trade. Not his family, his lineage. They played a role in enslaving Africans. That was why I mentioned that. I was just giving an example when I mentioned Dan Tata. I am not inferring that Dan Tata directly was the one that enslaved our people. But if you look at that lineage, they have been elites for centuries, and they enslaved our people. They participated in the slave trade.
To where?
To the Atlantic, to the Americas.
Are you sure it was there?
I'm very confident.
Wait, calm down. Calm down.
Let me just correct you or something.
Can I finish, my friend?
First of all, Dangote
is that correct? Is that correct, man? I mean, don't come and do that. Don't come and do that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What kind of person is this?
Let me correct something.
My friend, Jide.
So
I'm not rebelling Dangote and Dan Tata as slave traders.
So
I said their lineage.
Did they hold on?
Why are you becoming your forefather?
No, one at a time. I want one.
Just 1 second. Dangote.
But I spoke first. You see this I just don't like it. I don't like it.
You could say something. So
you didn't even introduce the brother and say that he's here and that he's me. I was talking to this brother and my.
Please go ahead.
So the way you do your thing is just rubbish, man.
So Dangote is not from Dan Tata family. Is Dangote mother that is from Dan Tata family. So you need to get that very correctly. I just wanted to correct that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that lineage, the roots of their wealth, it's not just them. There are many elites like
so
that.
Are you talking of Dangote or Dan Tata family? Which family are you talking about?
Right? That was why I mentioned Dan Tata, the lineage. The maternal, I didn't even mention Dangote as a slave trader. The lineage. That was why I said the lineage. It could be the maternal or paternal. I wasn't labeling Dangote or Dan Tata as slave traders.
No, the thing is, it doesn't matter what.
There are many elites. There are many elites in our country. A lot of their wealth can be traced to the slave trade. That's the point I was making.
Are you talking the transatlantic slave trade or the Saharan slave trade?
No, not trans-Saharan. The transatlantic slave trade. That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that they've been traitors for centuries, and we elevate our traitors to the point of power. That's what I'm saying. And that's one of the major roots of our problem. That was what I'm not saying.
But hold on, let me just add this though. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Karl Marx was from an elite class too. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure Lenin too was from the elite class. So sometimes.
No, from a middle class, not from an elite class.
How about Karl Marx?
Karl Marx. But Karl Marx committed class suicide. What do I mean by class suicide? He tried to move away from his class. Even Fela
he was still getting funding from them. Come on, let's not do that. He was getting funding from the elites. my point is that it just because you are from an elite class doesn't mean you can't do something beneficial for your people. Clearly, most leaders in the past, you have to an extent, even come from the elite class or the adjacent to the elite class before you can actually rule, because you have to have certain aspects of insight into statecraft and national affairs before you can actually rule. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think we can get to a dialogue there. I think there's a dialogue there. I think there's a dialogue there because what you just said made sense in the sense that if you look at Fidel, a lot of the revolutionaries, some of them came from, I won't call them, I don't know if I will use elite class. They came from a middle class. Like, yeah, they came from like,
what it is, wait, guys.
If you
What
look
it
at
is,
Fidel Castro, if you look at Fidel Castro,
let's not confuse ourselves.
His father
All it is, my brother,
right?
all it is that most people who have been revolutionaries or leaders at any aspect come from a educated class. And it is the education that informs them as to how this world is running. If you look at Frantz Fanon, he's from an extremely middle class family in the Martinique, but they were all enslaved in that island at the time. And he emerged because his mother was fair skinned in nature, his dad was dark, and he emerged as a black person out of there. And from there, going to France, he was able to view the world the way it actually was, and he made his writings accordingly. This is how we come up. You know, the thing is, we speak as though we're intellectuals. We might be speaking intellectually, but we're not intellectuals. Well, you're not an intellectual. No, I don't care how much you've read.
Hold on.
Wait, if I may.
What is an intellectual? No, you can't just be making statements like that and not qualify. What is an intellectual, by the way?
For me, an intellectual is I will put it in this way. It is somebody who has gotten his master's or PhD and he's furthering his understanding of this life within the arena of education or book writing. I would say that is an intellectual. None of us has written.
That is not it at all.
Well, that's how I take it. What I mean is that when I'm listening to you, bro, my brother, as much as you have intelligence, I would not say, oh, you mean forefather, the intellectual? I won't say something like that. I will say more that you mean forefather.
Let me define what an intellectual is. An intellectual is.
Bro, can you stop doing that, forefather? No, I mean it. You gotta stop doing it.
You like to insult people, so I'm not interested.
I didn't insult you.
You literally said you are not going to call me an intellectual. There's no point.
Why is that an insult?
You like to do this backhanded talking down to people. If I
bro,
call you
why
now,
is that an insult? I don't call.
Let me say this to you now.
You keep doing this thing.
What if I say if somebody asks me if Jagun looks like a normal person, I'll say no, Jagun looks like he's sick. Would you be happy to hear that?
What I'll tell you, if you say Jagun looks like,
but don't be saying that about people. You see,
the thing is, I can answer your question, but you don't want an answer. You just want to speak.
I wanted to educate you.
No, the thing is, if you said Jagun is sick, I would agree with you that I'm ill. I've told you that already.
You like to hear that?
I'm not afraid. No. I'm not afraid of. You see the way you people do your silly insulting. I'm not afraid of it.
You call it silly insulting. Because
it's silly.
You knew what you were doing when you tried to belittle people.
Why are you saying it? Is that?
Let me focus. Now,
you see, you're not letting me speak. What you did, what you did.
Argue with you.
No, you don't have to argue with me. But you have taken the.
Hold on. Let me.
I was speaking.
Let me share with the viewers what intellectual actually means.
You're tragic, man.
An intellectual is a person who loves deep thinking, study, and complex ideas. Simple. As objective, as an adjective, it means using the mind, reason instead of emotions. I don't understand.
You're extremely emotive. Not only are you emotive, but you are not able to listen to the other side.
See, Jago, I find some of your behavior a little bit questionable. I don't understand why you think that is okay to be treating people like that.
Who did I treat like how? Please be precise.
You come here, you talk down to people, you say they are not intellectual. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying now. If you let me finish what I'm saying, you will hear it. Like you just told
Did you let me finish what I was saying?
Hold on. Jide, whom was actually speaking as an intellectual because he likes complex ideas, he likes thinking deeply about things. So you said he was just coming across as someone that just copies something from a paper and just want to spew it out. It's like you just treat people, you don't treat people with due respect and courtesy.
Okay. Can I come back now? Can I come back to you?
Yeah.
Because what I was saying wasn't something that you should have listened to the end. But what you were triggered by one word, and you're triggered.
No, I want to stop that today because you done that yesterday.
Let me finish.
I'm not going to have you do that today.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How are you going to?
You talk down to people all the time, and I
wait before you start accusing. All you're doing is accusing me, and I don't know what of. And I'm putting to you that I'm using my words to speak, not yours. I'm not using your words.
And they are insulting and talk. And
no. You can't say that. If Jide felt insulted by the fact that I'm saying that none of us, I didn't say him. I said none of us here is an intellectual. And what I meant by that is that as much as we may have studied, as much as we may have read, as deep as we are.
That was not the example I gave about Jide.
You didn't let me finish again. You're not letting me. You're not letting me.
Changed the goalpost. That was not the example I gave. Just
no, that's where I was going. That's where I'm speaking where I was going before you rudely interrupted me and started to accuse me of all sorts.
Not like that. You do that to people.
Forefather, I don't know why you want to fight with me, but you're in the position where you can fight. Wait.
With stuff. But
you can't do this. You can't just interrupt me when I'm trying to tell you something. For you to have the power of turning me off and on does not. Well, that's not how to argue.
You don't even respect other people.
That's not how to. You don't respect me, bruv. You don't respect me. I could put that to you.
Not only me, you don't show people respect. Yesterday it was AY. AY didn't do anything.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I would like you to do, Forefather, because I know you're not somebody who really likes to understand. If you listen, let me finish. Let me finish.
See,
wait. Just let me, Forefather.
I can do the same to you, and you're not going to like it.
Do what you want, as I do what I want.
Like you're used to bullying people at school, and you won't stop.
Let me finish, Forefather. Because you're doing the bullying now. Because you have the power.
Exactly, I can do that, and I'm awful. I just like AY tried to do to you yesterday, and I tried to stop him.
The thing is, you're wait. Can you wait instead of just being emotive?
No, I'm not trying to mess with you.
I'm putting to you, Forefather, if you want to listen. I'm putting to you that you are so inaccurate in what you are saying today that if you go and listen to what was said yesterday, even though I told you, if you go and listen to everything what was said, you will find out who is at fault. You'll find out.
I know exactly the first thing you said to
AY. See, what that is telling me is that you won't go and do the study and research, but you're an intellectual.
I remember the first word he said to you that.
My brother, you are just wasting time.
Forefather, just ignore that side. Jago, you need to go back to rehab. You have a problem. He doesn't see it. You're fighting.
I'm not going to see what you people see.
Now you two have started it. Let's not do that.
He drove women away from the platform.
AY, let's not do that.
Okay.
I'm trying to tell him to stop it. We should not start it. Okay, please. Okay, if you want to finish your submission, Jagun, without insulting people, please go ahead.
Just to emphasize before
I don't have to. The way I speak. This is how we speak here in the UK. You Nigerians who are always insulted at everything, you're frightened, you can't fight, you can't do anything. You people who are like that, I'm not like you. I am not.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
not like.
You can't talk down to people in the UK and expect to get away with it. You can't do that.
Me? You don't know who I am. You have no idea who I am.
They will.
Bro, don't be silly. You can't tell me nothing about them.
If you talk down to people in the UK.
Well, you can't. Forefather, you've heard me on other platforms. Many people may not like me. I don't give a fuck. However, I'm the same person there as I am here. I'm the same. I'm not
No,
any
no, I'm
different.
not saying you are different. I'm
Forefather,
saying
what's
what
the
you are doing
topic?
is not
Let's
it's not
discuss now.
appropriate.
Leave this fight. Let's discuss.
Yeah,
What's the
yeah. All
topic?
right.
Yeah,
Let's get back. I think we're
Forefather.
talking about the
Yeah, we're
elite
getting
in
to a
Nigeria.
dialogue. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
talking
You
about
see what it was is that I was speaking and I was rudely interrupted for nothing.
Forefather,
As
you
far as
take
I'm
control
concerned.
of your platform.
Please, don't talk to me if you're going to talk rubbish. Don't talk to
Okay, leave it. Let's leave it. Let's bring this in Jide back because the topic, and let's allow him and
I was
Jagun.
speaking to him.
So regarding
And
the
I was
elite,
trying to give
nobody asked you to talk. Now let Jide talk first.
But this is what I was saying. I know
I was
when I spoke earlier, I
you're
spoke with a lot
terrible.
of venom and passion. And maybe I said a lot of things that like kind of modeled everything together. But what I was trying to, and I thought others understood what I was saying, and we were even able to get to some dialogue on it. What I was simply saying, and I would recommend a book for you to read. It's called The West and the Rest of Us. It was written by Chukwuemeka, a Nigerian in Britain. But the point I'm making is Nigerian elites, the Nigerian elites in Nigeria, majority of them, they can trace their wealth. I'm not middle class now, not middle class. Nigerian elites, a lot of them can trace their wealth to the transatlantic slave trade. And that was why I mentioned Dangote. And I was talking about Dan Tata earlier. So I wasn't talking about him being a slave trader or Dan Tata being a slave trader. The point I'm making is that these elites of Nigeria, they've been our traitors for centuries. They've been, in fact, they've played a role. Their lineage have played a role in enslaving our people. Like I said, it's not me making it up. There's a book called The West and the Rest of Us.
Jide, let's discuss.
So we can see these people. Okay, go on.
All I was putting to you, without the insult that forefather was taking on your behalf, all I was putting to you is that because you are knowledgeable, it doesn't say that you are intellectual. I believe that intellectuals are deep thinkers, which is to say that they know how to handle information. When they receive information, they look at it. They don't just take it as, oh, wow, new news. Let me put it out there. Wow. Yeah. No. You have to really intellectualize the information that you are taking in. And what you are now saying should be your words, not the words as you have read them verbatim. Simple things. And all I'm putting to you, sir, as somebody who looks at himself as an intellectual, is that as an intellectual, it's not what you read and that you just regurgitate. Because when I'm reading, I find myself disagreeing with the writer as I'm reading, not just taking it all in. I don't do that. But everyone handles themselves the way they handle themselves. You know, forefathers, I can tell the way he receives information and regurgitates it. And I can tell he's thinking within the information. Because forefathers lives in a kind of cloud cuckoo land where he would like the world to be like this. But it's not like that.
He started doing it again.
It's not an insult.
You are. If I start insulting
It's my observation.
No,
it's called observation.
You can't see. I have my own opinion.
Why do you have to turn me off? Why do you have to turn me off?
With my own opinion, it's going to be a form of.
I know how to listen, you know.
That is the nonsense that you do that you don't seem to realize, and I don't know why you can't see it at all.
I can't see it because
many of these hopeless chat people, they enable you to carry on doing this sort of stuff. I don't know why. Just because some of them don't like your opinion, they will be happy for people to bully you. That's how hypocritical human beings are. You can't call spade a spade. If you see something black, you don't call it black. They pretend as if they can't see. No, not only you, and not only you. As a matter of fact,
I don't do that.
You are even more objective in the fact that you are equal opportunity insulter and consistent in that. At least,
yes. So I can insult anybody
who wants in the chat
wants
are worse
to
because they believe when they disagree with you, they will sit there and watch some other person belittle you, insult you, say all kinds of. They will not say, "Hey, no, that behavior is not good." But when you do it to them, they'll be up in arms that you are discriminating against the person. It's like, why do we do that?
No.
Intellectualism is supposed to be absence of to an extent emotion. You have to go with facts. And to be fair, Jide did state he literally quoted some.
You know what you're saying.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You
You
went on
see,
to say he should not
I
even
can't cut
quote.
you off.
Can you just stop, please? He
Yeah,
cannot even
yeah.
quote the evidence that he's got. What kind of stuff is that? Like if he read about something important, some data, maybe involve genetics or stuff or quantum physics or whatever, he wants to present it. He should not quote evidence. What are you talking about? That he has to come from his own mind as
I
an
didn't say
intellectual.
that. I didn't say
That's
that.
literally what you said. He said
No,
you
it's
have
not what I
to
said.
no,
But
hold on, let me
it's
finish.
not.
You
Wait,
said
wait, wait.
I
It's
can
not what
rewind
I
it.
said.
You can bring the
But
video and
it's
say I
fair
can
enough
rewind
that
it.
you say whatever
Yes,
you want. That's not what I
it's a
said.
fact. You just said it.
But it's not what I said. And the
Oh,
fact that we're still arguing about
let's
this
move on. Let's
forefather.
move on. Let's move
Wait.
on.
It's not just
No,
move
no,
on when you
I'm not
finish.
going to entertain you today. I'm not going to entertain
Yeah,
you
but
today. I'm very, very short in terms of rope today.
no, you're not balanced. That's what it is.
No, because you can't keep insulting people. That's what I've told you to
I
stop
didn't
doing.
even.
Stop
Fair
doing
enough.
that. You tell me that I'm living in Klakuku land. I
You
don't
know
say
what
you
you
are living in
you know
Klakuku
what you
land.
should do. You know what you should do, forefather. What you should do based on this, yeah, you should ask Rudolph if it's best that Jagun doesn't come on the show when I'm doing it because you're so irritated by words, and I'm using words. No, you are. Let me finish. You see, you won't let me finish. You won't let me.
Like a street person.
What you do is
cannot
just
communicate
operate.
intellectually. You talk about intellectualism. You cannot communicate as an
You see,
intellectual.
what you're doing is allowing me to listen to you, but you're not listening.
You insult people. Don't you get it?
No, I don't. I don't get it. Now let me finish what I've got to say.
Professor, let me say something now. Professor, just leave the
You see
argument.
the fact, you know why I know that you like arguing? Because we have wasted time between me and you. Yes, that's what it's happening.
Constantly. Total tosh.
Waste time. You're a time waster.
I don't have time
Because
for I don't have time for this.
you could have left it if you didn't have time. You could have let me come to the end of my sentence.
You can have a simple conversation with others here. At least we know we can exchange intellectually.
See, now what you're doing is saying that I'm so.
He just likes to cause problem. I don't understand that.
You
so
see,
let's get. I really want to address that intellect.
The
traditional
question you ask yourself: when people like the argument about how people discuss, if you are in a professional setting, will you discuss like this?
Exactly.
If you are working in an organized institution, can you talk like that? Even in the UK, you can't. You can't do that. So it means you've never been in a proper professional setting. You don't even have professionalism in you. If you do, you can never, there is no organization where you have to be talking like a tout. You can't do that. Nobody is going to permit that. All over the world, I've worked with a lot of organizations in the world. I know what I'm talking about. Let's forget about that. You know, when you try to advise people, sometimes we have to look ourselves in the mirror. You have the same issue with more than 10 people. You should know it's a problem, and you don't see it as a problem. At some point, now I know I've talked to Jago about different people begging on Forefather, I beg him, on BBR, I beg him, on Dr. Adama, I beg him, on Tokpe, I beg him, on I can't even count. I will address him. Listen, you are somebody I love. Stop talking to people. He said to me categorically, "No, that's the way I talk. Oh, I don't care. Oh, my brother, this is the way."
No,
that's
it's
not
that.
okay.
Who is this Don Anthony? Do you know who this person is?
No.
You see,
somebody in house. I don't appreciate that comment. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead if you want to say something.
Forefather, what you just done there, I don't know how you take it as fair. This is a forum when we come to express ourselves. I am a human being and I speak in a human way. Whether or not you like it is secondary. Secondary. I use words within that make sense. It's not that I'm not making sense. If I wasn't making sense, that's where I would take a lesson from you. But the fact is that I know the sense I'm making, but you just can't stand, you can't handle it. So you use your authority to bully. You are the bully on this platform, nobody else. Nobody else. Because I speak for myself, by myself, without being able to, without the hands of operating how to shut somebody up, how to get somebody off the platform. I can't do that. You do that. I don't do that. You interrupt more than anybody on this platform, but you don't learn anything. Since we've been trying to show you that, forefather, you're a good talker. You have a way with words, and you know your character is something that brings us to this station. I've said that to you many times. However, I've said a lot of opposite things. I've said, forefather, the way that you do your own thing is rubbish. You're not even trying to learn that you could do it better. What you said is that I'm not Dr. Damages. We don't want you to be Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages has his weaknesses. Every one of us.
Fofana, let's move on this discussion. Let's leave
Don't
the
interrupt me, my friend. Because somebody is disturbing you, you now want to change the whole world to make your world perfect. It doesn't work like that. You're acting like a child, is what I will tell you. Just childish. The fact that you have the power to switch me off, I mean, what's that, bruv? I know that you couldn't meet me in the street. You could not meet somebody like me in the street. You don't have the backbone for it.
You see, now he's gone into insults.
No, it's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's something that I'm observing. I'm observing. It's an observation.
If you were just saying something, if you were just talking normally, I'm not going to have any issue with you, even if you disagree with me throughout. Don't insult. Just stop it. That's all.
You're not going to stop me from doing anything. You understand? You don't have that power. You just don't. That's what you need to realize.
There is something you guys have been discussing. I needed to actually correct. One is the Dangote refinery. We seem to be giving the credit for of the Dangote refinery to the present government. The truth is, yes, Dangote refinery is good for Nigerians. At least we don't have fuel scarcity. But the other thing, when you look at the cost of petroleum, price of petroleum in Nigeria, is quite high. It's hitting the people very hard. The other thing is, issue of exchange rate. I've been hearing you guys say that, exchange rate has improved. No, it has not. What you have, the only thing you can say about the exchange rate is there is stability for the past, say, 2 years. But that exchange rate is what also put a lot of Nigeria into poverty today. So both of them, Dangote refinery, there is some good, but on the when you look at the bigger side of it, the poor price of petroleum has really increased. What that means is people are suffering more. So we need to put this in their proper perspective. I was having this call with Forefather as regard to that on the comment section. Jide also mentioned that, this stuff has not really helped Nigeria. Whatever anybody want to do to defend the government currently, governance is about the people. Majority of Nigeria, they are into poverty. Just imagine minimum wage 70,000 naira. Let's assume, say, you are able to pay a teacher 100,000 naira. With the cost of transportation, cost of food, even rent now in Nigeria, landlord and landladies, they are increasing their rent almost on a yearly basis. It's not easy for the people. So Nigerians are not paying. They need to pay them living wage. There is what you call living wage in such a way that you look at a city, look at the state, and look at the cost of living and adjust the minimum wage to that level so the people are able to manage. So we don't have that. So I'm not going to praise anybody until I see the people, the common people, they are able to live a decent life. You might see money flying around in Nigeria. I know how they operate. The politician, once they steal money, they don't care. If you like, say poor price of 10,000 naira, they are going to buy it. They have the money. I tell you, there are Nigerians that have the money. You see money is going out of faction. I know they have seen them and have them. So they have the money. But when we are talking, we need to look at the majority of the people, what is going on with them. So they are not getting solution. The class system, yesterday we discussed electricity. How do you classify electricity into 3 parts where you have bad A for the rich, bad B, bad C? Like, who does that? You are telling the people, if you need some reasonable amount of electricity, move away from Basi, go to Bade where the rich live, and we give you some light. This is what we are telling the people. So we need to keep talking. We need to keep criticizing the government. They are not doing enough. Yeah, on the issue of insecurity.
The panel didn't improve anything in Nigeria.
I said the only thing that will take to finally, the only solution I see from that aspect, there is no scarcity of petroleum, but the cost of petroleum is high. So in such a way that
not something though, like it's
so
like,
you say it's something.
If you imagine petroleum scarcity as a power outage, is that not significant for roads? Because it's almost like power outage for roads.
I will personally give credit to the Dangote group, but not to the government. But the government needs to checkmate Dangote continuously. If I were the president, I would still allow importation to come into Nigeria. The only thing I will do, I will make sure the product is up to standard. Because when you give monopoly to capitalists, they don't care. They don't care. They are going to lose the country.
Hold on. Have you thought about it from this other point of view, that if you allow people to import, then you have given external actors an opportunity to destroy Dangote refinery because they have unlimited resources compared to us? Have you thought about it from that point of view?
They do. So it's two ways, right? NNPC, they can call the DPR NNPC, they can work with Dangote to make sure it's not increasing the poor price of petroleum, the way he likes. So you have to protect the consumers in this way. I know what they are trying to say right now is, naturally, if you want the poor price to flow, you are basically going to increase it according to price of crude oil in the international market. Naturally, in abroad, for example, in the West, the poor price of petroleum is determined by price of crude oil. So is that what Dangote is adopting?
I think that's what he's doing. I think to an extent, he's not even doing that. If he was adopting totally international price, I think the petrol price may even be higher. I think in America it's $4 now.
Yeah, you see, that's the other thing. That's the other thing I was saying. Even when you look at the subsidy, if I will say this, now we have Dangote established, Dangote can tell you, we can monitor the system. I know how many liter of petroleum are we consuming in Nigeria. See, in Nigeria, if they really want to subsidize the petroleum for the people, they can still do it. You can do it directly, have an agreement with Dangote directly from the federal government. The problem we had in the past is federal government will subsidize petroleum. You subsidize petroleum for Ikhide. Ikhide will take the petroleum coming to Nigeria. He will collect the money. He will divert it from Nigeria to Ghana and go and sell it at high price. He will divert it to other countries. This was the problem we was facing. Now we have the refinery with us. If the government are sincere, they are willing to subsidize it in such a way that Nigeria will not be into this hardship. You can actually subsidize it and have a fixed price for petroleum. For example, today, if government work with Dangote and said, we are pegging the poor price of petroleum at 800, government are going to feel the difference. Now, you can supply, you can give Dangote crude oil, you use it to compensate him, you guys arrange the difference. If the system is transparent, it can be done, because when you do subsidy is for the poor. When you look at Nigeria, I would say 70% of Nigeria population, they are not even in the middle class. They are actually in the poverty level. This is the reality. So when you subsidize it, it's gonna benefit the poor people more. As long as you get to there, just like we were discussing electricity yesterday, you have to subsidize this stuff. So when people just speak, I'm like, what are you? We live in country where products are subsidized. Even petroleum, you see in a lot of countries, even in America, in Canada, government will remove, for example, tax. They will tell you, oh, for the next 2 years, we are remove tax on petroleum, so that the people are able to afford it. You know what I mean? You have to always
I
look for a
understand what
way.
you mean. I think it also makes the economy more attractive for investment if cost of this thing building or manufacturing is cheap because energy is cheap. So there's that truth. But Nigeria, the problem with Nigeria is that they were getting strapped for cash. That's why they had to remove the fuel subsidies. And in terms of the way they operate with Dangote, for me, the best way was to supply crude oil directly to Dangote and get the swap back as a petroleum. That way, you can set almost any price for it other than the manufacturing cost that Dangote has to incur. So you can now give Nigerians as cheap a price as possible. But
yes. Okay. Now you are saying that in January 2027 you want to remove subsidy on electricity. Another garbage. Now you look at it. When you do that, you are putting more pressure on the poor. This is what they are not getting. You design a tax system. You are saying that anybody earning anything below 800,000 naira per annum is not going to pay tax. That is actually too small. If you want to be fair to Nigeria,
it's not going to pay tax if you earn over 800,000.
Anything less than 800,000 naira per annum.
Yeah.
But I will expect you push that to at least 1.5 million per annum, even 2 million, so that the poor can live fine. This is also a very easy way of helping the poor, because 2 million is not too much per annum. Let it be tax free. You earn 2 million or less, let it be tax free. Anybody any more than that, you start increasing the taxes a little bit. Let people adjust. Now, the only good thing I heard they want to do now, we discussed that too. They want to unify all the NIN, BVN, all this number we have, which we'll be discussing. When you do that, you'll be able to, for example, stuff like student loan, stuff like helping the older people, the less privileged, you'll be able to monitor this stuff. If the moment you don't have a number, a unified number, where you can identify, when I see forefather, this is your number, just like the way we have social insurance number or social security number, as the case may be. When a bank takes your social insurance number, for example, they know who you are, they know what you can afford, they know your capacity for loan, they know whatever, they know your financial history. So it's easy for them to say, like, even if you want to, government want to help the poor.
What I don't understand is when they say they want to unify it, basically the information that each of them, the BVN versus the NIN holds, they are just different type of information. They don't contain financial information in terms of NIN.
No, you just need one.
I don't know why. But in the UK, you can have this in other identification methods, but other than NIN.
How many identification methods do you have in the UK?
You can use your there's driver's license. There is
driver's license is different.
National insurance number.
Yeah, national insurance that's the proper number everybody use, right? ID card, driver's license is different.
But they cannot track your accounts. They cannot track your bank accounts that you own just using your national insurance. But BVN,
they can. In America, when you give a bank a social insurance number, no, they can't. They will pull out everything.
True.
Your back history, your credit history, your address history, your criminal history, whatever history. Even police will use that to pull out who you are. So that's what we are supposed to have. But you have to be deliberate to actually, get to work and make sure we have this kind of number. You need to really clean it up, because it's still hard, because you have to record the mortality rate, the birth rate. You have to make sure you do all this stuff. Nigeria's system is very, I don't know.
One of the things that they want that the digital minister, I think I've forgotten his title. One of the things he said that I really think that they really need to get
TJ.
done. Yeah, he said something about the addressing system. Yeah, but what did he call him? Bosu Tijani.
Bosu
Tijani. Yeah, that's his name. So he said he was going to do something about the addressing system. That is very, very important, because it allows for commerce to be done using addresses, and where you just put a postcode, they can find the address relatively easily.
Yeah, we can. Yeah,
So that is also
we don't
important.
have that.
Things, yeah.
You wonder. Let me
don't
tell
have-
you. Growing up, we used to have a NIPOS, they call it a NIPOS number. Every time you go there, you go check for email for mails. You know, now we don't have it. We don't have NIPOS system. It's dead. Nitel is dead. Everything is dead. I don't know why we retrogressive. We need to keep improving on what we have, but no, we damage everything. Even in America, where they have a proper, you know, internet and other means of email messages, you see they still have their like a NIPO system, right? What they call it. So it's still working perfectly. In Canada, you have Canada Post. It's working perfectly. So we still need that. It's even a way of generating resources, revenue for the country. But they don't know. They mess everything up. The road system, we don't have race system. The roads we have, they are moribund. Everything is just bad. So
can I go to Jide, because Jide said something that I found interesting. He said that the elites of Nigeria would never be, because they have some of these tainted this image, and people like P2B, all of them, they will not solve the problem of Nigeria, that they are all compromised. So I think to an extent, I actually agree with that in terms of the bigger scheme of things. So can you try to, like, you know, give us your reasoning behind why you think these people can never, you know, transform the Nigerian, change the Nigerian economy in any way? And there was something else you said that I'm sure you are going to jog my memory on that I wanted to ask you about. But before you say that, this thing that we're discouraging people from using we instead of I, is actually quite little things that make a lot of difference in communication. I played a video here online about when a group of students, two groups of students, they gave them two documents to read. And the group of students that read the document that contained I as the starting of most of the sentences in there, versus the one that contained we, they read it, just a paragraph, that's it. They read it, and after they read it, they went and carried out an experiment. And when they carried out the experiment was that I think somebody was on the train line, and the train is coming, and the teammate that was willing to go and risk their life to rescue their fellow teammates from the train line. It turns out that the ones that read the paragraph with I, they responded less to wanting to save their teammates versus the one that used we. So these things have serious implications in real life. So I wanted to address that with Dr. Damages, but he left before, because they delayed it for 30 minutes before I was able to speak again. Because these things are actually consequential. I don't know why we don't. You can come out and say we should use I. Only if people are allowed to use we. But you never bother to check whether the this we is actually quite important to the way we see ourselves. But that's I should add that. So you can tell me about the other aspect of.
But the Damages is correct now.
Pardon?
Dr. Damages is correct. We.
Why? No. He said we should not be using we.
It depends on the context. It's just like, so we were addressing this issue last week, where it's just like when you see words, you see in the scripture, for example, both Quran and Bible, you keep hearing we. For in that is a plural of majesty. So God keep using we. It's a plural of majesty. It's just like a king. A king will use we. So there are places where you can use we, not as a single person identify yourself we. No. Does that mean
he's not identifying himself as we. Nobody ever. Why would anybody identify themselves?
Yeah.
They are saying, like, when somebody is talking, every time they keep saying, "Oh no, this is just my opinion." No. You have to state things in such a way that is more inclusive. When you are more inclusive, people are more likely to hear you, and people are more likely to empathize with your opinion because you are including them in the narrative.
It depends on the context.
Saying me. No, if it comes if you're in the context of trying to hold yourself accountable, or you feel like people are disagreeing with you, then you can say it's my opinion. But
Right.
when you're trying to describe what is happening to your country, you can't just say me. This happened to me, this happened. You have to empathize with people, that the fact that it's happening to them too. And it has real world implications, because I can play. Okay, I think the last time I played the evidence, they tried to flag me, but I can play the experiment here. This is something that had just one paragraph made all the difference. It's crazy. Human beings are a machine. We are programmed with words.
Yeah. I mean, you said a lot already. Like, I don't even know where to start from. I will start from the first thing about class. Like, like, if you look at history, if you look at, the history of Nigeria, not just independence, but across history, you will keep seeing a pattern. The pattern keeps repeating itself. And the pattern is our elites keep collaborating with our enemies, with our oppressors, with the Western imperialists, either the leaders of the UK, the monarchs or multinational corporations, their shareholders in multinational corporations, or, they have a lot of wealth stored, in multinational banks or foreign banks, There are so many examples we can talk about. But when it comes to politics, the way imperialism works is this. Race comes first. Class comes second. Ideology comes third in that sequence, in that hierarchy. Race comes first in the sense that we live under a system of white supremacy. We live in a system where, like, Black people are the bottom end of the spectrum in every. You know this.
Well, I'm trying to have you talk about it in the context of Nigeria.
Context of Nigeria.
Something against the Nigerian.
I'm going there. I'm looking at graph. So if I look at class, the race that is at the top, which is at the white folks, the white imperialists, what they do is they create a special class for them to dominate the subordinate group, for them to dominate the poor group, the lagging group, the group that is enslaved. Let me put it that way for this conversation. They use a special class to dominate and seek and completely conquer and exploit that group. That special class, they have to be in power for them to continue to manifest their domination and their conquests. And that's what Nigeria is all about. So there are institutions, you have elites. We keep talking about these elites. I don't even, in as much as I don't feel like I have to mention their names. But these same people, if you listen to them, listen to what they say, they are on the side of the white imperialists, the Western imperialists, when you listen to them. And one of the ways in which a revolution can happen in Nigeria is eradicating that special class. It's that special class that are the traitors. They are either business elites or political elites or economic elites. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm making is we are living under imperialism, and that is there. And for that class to be eradicated, there has to be an ideology. If you look at those countries that are fighting the West currently, they are anti-imperialists, not because they hate the West, but because they are fighting for their survival, for their sovereignty, right? And the West keeps attacking them because these are imperial powers. They've eradicated their special class, but their special class are on the background and still fighting against them. If you look at Iran, if you look at their special class, if you look at their king, the son of their king, is in the US. He is still collaborating with Israel to take over Iran. The same thing with Cuba. Look at what's going on in Cuba. It's because there's a special class among the Cubans that are in the US. They are collaborating with the Trump regime. They call them the Miami. I can't remember what they call them, but there's a name we call them here. I've forgotten the name. Oh man, I can't remember the name. But the point is that special class, Marco Rubio is part of that special class, right? That special class, they are the ones that are collaborating with Trump to do what they are doing in Cuba. So what I'm saying is, for white supremacy to be at its worst, to be so evil and to commit the worst atrocities on the people like Nigerians, There has to be that special class. Tinubu is just one example. Peter Obi is another example. Atiku is another example. So it's not like they have one covenant or there's one boardroom where they meet with the Queen of England. No. It is a system. It has been designed that way. And for Nigeria to get out of the mess it finds itself, or the prison it finds itself, it has to, when I mean eradicate, I don't mean go and kill. I don't seek violence. But that special class, they have to be out of power. Because
I think, Jide, everything you said, I don't think I can, being consistent, I disagree with you, because I think, why do you disagree with what he said? Because I don't see anything to disagree with that. Because it's funny, because we all want P2B to succeed, and we all feel that maybe he can make a difference. But whether it will transform the nation is a totally different thing.
Let me tell you one that I know about Peter Obi. Peter Obi. So when you look at that, Peter Obi is the lesser evil. This is the honest.
Basically it. Yeah, that's basically it. Really.
Yeah, what did they say is true, but Peter Obi is still the lesser evil. You see, one thing I know for sure Peter Obi will bring into the government is going to reduce wastage. This is one of the biggest problems we have. Peter Obi is going to reduce wastage. He understands the system. And I think he's intentional about what you want to do. You see, when you are intentional, you are able to find solutions to problems. Because right now, a system where the governor will just throw some stuff on the road just for people to see that he's doing something. No, that's not what we need. We need a race system. We need to think of the future. We need to think of the people. We need to think of the population. This is what we have not been doing.
I'm a bit worried though, because what Jide said about P2B praising the Argentine, was he the Argentine leader or economist?
Yes,
okay, hold on. So he was praising the Argentine austerity kind of measure that they were taking. And P2B is also known to be relatively austere with the way he spent in his state, because people praise him because he saved money, which is fine. But the fact that he is using Argentina as an example, highlighting Argentina, that is quite, if I'm not mistaken, very right-wing this thing, almost a racist government in Argentina right now.
Highly racist.
Yeah. So, and he picked Argentina that is actually following American this thing, and IMF and World Bank this thing doctrines to praise at this time, with all these negatives on top of it.
I don't
know where P2B's head is sometimes.
So let me just say this: we don't currently have nationalists competing for that position. None of them is a nationalist. Quote me anywhere. Yeah, they are sellouts.
Some of the things he's saying, that if people dig deep, if that is true, because I need to confirm, because some of all these things, they will show up on Facebook. There is a possibility. I didn't even know that you could poison AI now. So these people that are experts are doing this now, they know how to poison AI by creating content from different sides, because they know AI comes the internet and everywhere. So they will inject some of all these things. You don't necessarily know what is true. So I will need to verify that statement. But if P2B made it, and it's also leaving him open to being hypocritical, because he is saying that he is supporting austerity measure that is quite draconian in Argentina, but criticizing Tinubu for doing the same thing here. So it's a very
nobody told me this. I listened to Peter Obi. Wow. I listened to his interviews. See, I'm not hating anybody. I listen to
we get it.
I see the things he writes. Like I follow him. Like, not because I'm talking I hate him. Like, this person is a traitor. I'm not putting this thing through that is making me crazy.
The other thing.
Like, all of them are. Hold on. Let's say all of them are traitors. But like AY said, best of a bad bunch. That's what we are looking at here. You have to choose one. What are you going to do? Are you going to say reject all of them? So that
the reason why I've been shouting as Trigger, let's have
this one. Jagun has been quiet and he's frozen. That is scary. He's just sitting so still, like he's frozen. What kind of pose is that one? Is he actually frozen or is he there? Jago, are you there? He's frozen, you know.
Oh,
I think he's frozen.
Yeah, it's frozen. I didn't even
His
notice.
network is, oh man.
Wow, he's just frozen there. Yeah, he's frozen. All right.
Yeah.
So please go ahead.
One thing, why I've been canvassing for electoral reform. If we have electoral reform where the power will be with the people, you would have even have more people, qualified people, competent people competing with Peter Obi in the South. So that's the system we don't have now. So before you can do anything, you have to have the money. It's money back. So Nigerian election has been so capital intensive that you have to look for the money by fire by force. So if we have a system that is working, you have more qualified people telling people this is what I need to do. Because right now, what you are supposed to see, you ask, for example, Tinubu, what's your plan for the next 4 years? Atiku, what's yours? Peter Obi, what's yours? I can tell you, they can't even like bring out a very clear plan, master plan on energy. This is what I need to do. Master plan on education. This is what I need to do. Master plan on they should have this kind of stuff. You know where they stand. What is their ideology on these issues? Sometimes they even dance around. You don't even know where they stand. Peter Obi at least is going for interview. Tinubu and Atiku, they will not even show up. They don't care because they don't also respect Nigeria. They're supposed to come. Peter Obi was just on Shehu, right? They should go there, go to other station, at least tell Nigeria, this is what I'm, okay, for Tinubu, for example, tell Nigeria what you've been doing for the past 3 years, why you need to contest. Tell Nigeria the project you are backing, you need to finish in the next after coming election, if you win. Tell Nigeria, this is the plan. This is where we are. So they don't even have KPI to measure anything. This is my frustration. At least we can criticize Peter Obi. At least Peter Obi is even talking. If you call Peter Obi here now, he's willing to come and talk to you. So
Sure
we need to have somebody we can talk to.
But AY, see, if Peter Obi was playing it smart, I said it the other day that Peter Obi and Showore, I would say Showore is even more visible and try to be. If I was Peter Obi, I would be so loud. As a matter of fact, from when the election was over the last time, I'll be so loud that I will not let Tinubu rest. I'll be on his case every single day. Go to every channel, you will see that Tinubu will have to come out and defend himself. I will be accusing him of all kinds of things, and not like his fault. So real accusation, I'll be accusing. He will have to send. While I will not be able to save him.
Yeah, let me tell you, that is where Peter Obi really got it from after 2023 election. You know, we were criticizing Peter Obi. Peter Obi was supposed to actually look for a way to take over Labour Party. Look for somebody like what's the actor? What's his name again from the East?
Kenneth Okonkwo.
Kenneth Okonkwo will not leave him. Kenneth Okonkwo is a very strong speaker. You look for more speaker in the North. You look for some in the South. If you watch, I don't know if you follow the Nigerian election in 2014, 2015. APC opposition, I've never seen that. They were accusing Goodluck Jonathan government. Look, if there is anything, if Lai Mohammed is in Sokoto, he's gonna blast from there. If he's in Maiduguri, if in Port Harcourt, he's gonna blast. Press conference straight up. You will hold them accountable in such a way that every day this is their work. Going to TV station, looking for fact to attack criticize their policies. So that is what Peter Obi was the main opposition. He's supposed to be the face of. Atiku don't care. Atiku, after election, he go to Dubai to sit down. 6 months to election, 1 year to election, he start coming to Nigeria. He doesn't live in Nigeria. He doesn't care. This is the truth. All he want to do, he want to grab power. So I was also looking after the mess. If Atiku 80-year plus, what do you want? Allow the young people to determine their future. Go and play with your grandkids. If Atiku was fair to Nigeria people, give support to Peter Obi. You step back. You know,
AY,
you can even compare Peter Obi to do better. Atiku is too
AY,
old to be Nigeria president. He doesn't even have.
I just feel like, yeah, all the things you say is true, actually. I feel like the Nigerian political space is actually being orchestrated because the way it works, this is a collapse of opposition. That is the problem. Tinubu didn't have any business winning the last election.
Yeah.
And now the opposition again has given him a gift again. Like, how
They
many
give him
times?
a gift. Yeah.
How many times do oppositions fall apart when they have an opportunity to make power? This is the only time, only in Nigeria you see this type of behavior where opposition know that if they are together, they will go and win the election, and they decide to just tear each other apart. No way, they don't do that, and this is why they went on to win over 60% of the vote, and yet they lost the election because they didn't care, and that's why I feel like it's not normal. Like in the West now or in the UK, if you see the opposition or the shadow cabinet and you see that they are in their ascendants in the poll, even within the party, they will start exercising discipline. The ones that wanted to oppose the leader will say, no, let's not do that. Let's make it into office first. They wait to make it into office so that they can now start using their votes in the party to influence the leader. So they try to be united when they see that they are going to make it into office. I've never seen in the UK where an opposition party wants to make it into office and they imploded themselves. No way. They didn't do that. It's when they are not sure they are going to make it into office. That's when they do that. And all the polls suggest before the last election that the opposition parties, if they were together, they would have won. And yet they didn't do that.
Yeah. That's very clear. That's very clear.
And till now, they still carried on. Even after the election, instead of them to band together, instead of plan together, no, they didn't do that. Even Peter Obi was moving from one party to another. What was that all about? You see, when people say Tinubu has won this election, this is why they are saying it. Because it's like the other guys are not serious. When you said Buhari's time, they were really opposing Jonathan. And I think the reason why they not had a lot of passion to oppose Buhari was because they really felt it was their turn to rule.
That is one.
That was after Obasanjo. Then suddenly,
that's one of the reasons.
They are just stuck with Jonathan. And Jonathan wanted to run for the third time. He wanted to be in office even longer. So you can see that the opposition was really, really heavy against Jonathan. They were willing to do anything. That could have led to a serious problem in the country, if Jonathan had won again. It could have led to some serious repercussions, because how can you have a country where you have two major groups, North and South, agree that, okay, we are going to be rotating power? Then our guy
you can't blame Jonathan.
We have this once again.
No, it was not Jonathan's fault, to be honest. If you are there, you do the same thing.
They don't care.
But let me tell you this. If Jonathan was actually doing well, Nigeria would be ready to die for him. They will put him, nothing will happen. If Jonathan was doing well, you see, in 2011, when Jonathan was contesting, if I'm not mistaken, Nigeria were happy for Jonathan, especially in the South. In Lagos, then you hear like, no, this is our first educated president. This is our first, it's a young president. Jonathan was like 53, if I'm not mistaken. People were happy. Oh, he understands the problem of Nigeria. He's from the creek. He grew up in the creek. He understands the difficulty in the Niger Delta, the problem of the poor. And what was his campaign based on I had no shoe. And people actually, they bought into what he was talking about. But you see, Jonathan, he really, I don't know, Jonathan Buhari, I feel it was just wasted 60 years altogether. We actually need, during Buhari, when Buhari was contested in 2015, yes, Buhari had the number in the North. I really wish it was Sanusi Lamido that was in that position, to be honest. Because Buhari knows that he does not have the capacity to run the country, but he had supporter, he was just deceiving the people, he didn't care. I've listened to some people in the North, even today, tell you, even Moscow, you listen to Moscow tell you, no, he never supported Buhari, he doesn't like it. But he has people that really love him. But Buhari was loved in the North. So his 10 million votes were intact. So that was why Tinubu of this world, he will look at it and say, you know what, if I help support Buhari to get into power, politicians, they think of the number, they think of their gain. If I help Buhari to get into power, after Buhari, I will come in, his supporters will support me. This was Tinubu calculation, and you work out for him. So
Thank you for that.
all we are saying, like Cardinal Onayeko just said recently, he doesn't have confidence in the election. Cardinal Onayeko and the Catholic priests, they are saying that at least give Nigeria a free and fair election. If you win, you win. That is my position too. People were criticizing Cardinal Onayeko. Cardinal Onayeko, that is one religious leader in Nigeria I know that has been very consistent, even from the military. He has been very consistent from Obasanjo to Jonathan to Cardinal Onayeko has been very. If it was one GO now, I would tell you forget about that guy because all of them are corrupt. Cardinal Onayeko is very consistent. He's one religious leader, number one in the whole country, both Muslim and Christian, that has been very consistent. If you know him, so it's not talking based on sentiment. Me, I know that. So when I see people like that, I respect them a lot. It's not materialistic. It's not like the normal Nigerian religious dealers. No, it's not materialistic. It's not interested in what you have. So when you hear such people speak, you have to listen. So
Sorry,
that's my position.
Hold on. I wanted to find out because I don't know who this person is. This person sounds like what's this? Is he the doctor or who is this? It sounds like what's in Donald, isn't it? What's it? Dominic? Is that him?
I don't think it's Dominic. I doubt. Dominic does not speak like this.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like. That's why I'm a bit concerned that it was him, but it's not him. This one is probably Rofo.
Link is there. It's Rofo. Show yourself.
I've been sending link, and they keep saying I've not sent. I've sent link.
He's just messing with you. Just messing with you.
I don't know who that is. I think maybe that's. I don't know who that is actually. Let me move on. So okay, let's see if we can change the topic a little bit. I don't know which part. You know, Traore. Oh God. AY. I'm sorry. AY, I'm sorry.
What is it?
We are going to Islamic stuff again now.
Go now. See. Hold on. When it comes to Islamic stuff, I will keep educating you, educating the other people.
Okay.
You see, you guys, listen. There is something we are really missing in Nigeria. You need to listen to everybody. That's what we are not getting. Majority of people that come up to this platform, they are Christian. They will always support their Christian ideology. They will try to defend. It doesn't work like that. It's just like what you're talking about tribe. Hausa needs to listen to Igbo. Igbo needs to listen to Yoruba. Yoruba needs to listen to Ijo. You need to listen to everybody to form a country. It's just like Catholic speaking now.
But you are now. Hold
on. Let me say. Hold on. It's just like Catholic speaking now. Catholic is the biggest religious denomination in Nigeria, apart from Muslim group. In Christianity, you have to take them very seriously. You have to listen to them. I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, the follower of Catholic in Nigeria should be between 40 and 50 million. It's not a joke. You have to take them seriously. You have to listen to them. You have to listen to everybody. You cannot say a country where you have more than half.
Said the topic. This is
no.
Not
before you bring it to, I need to educate you on this.
It's not very well. We have not even started.
No. Let's discuss it. No, me, I don't shy away from the story topic. I just try to educate you from what I know. But you guys never take it. You want to
bring
take
the topic because it's not even in Nigeria.
Bring it on.
It's in Burkina Faso. Because the Burkina Faso leader decided to outlaw Sharia. He says he's not going to have Sharia in his country, and he also found out that there were some practices that were going on where they would send people to Saudi Arabia. They will get training without they will leave the country without permission from the state in any way. They will go and get training and come back inside the country. And that this is how some people go there, they get training, they come back and they start destabilizing the country. So, and he also said that there's an element of inconsistency to it. I think he gave an example about some of the things people that are considered non-halal work on. People that are halal actually use it, and yet they will say that they don't participate in other aspects of
Okay,
society,
like technology.
technology, and a few other things that he uses. And I think something like he uses it as an
Technology
example.
is halal now. What is he talking about?
No, I
Nobody
think
said
there was one he said he gave. I think it was something to do with physical contact with something. So my point is that then he said something about that is not good for a state to get involved in, make religion as part of the state, even if they are, I think 67% Muslim in Burkina Faso. So, and then the
is it up
Imam,
to 70%?
no, I think it's around 63% or so
Okay.
of Muslims in Burkina Faso. So the religious people started threatening him because he didn't subscribe to Sharia law, that he said they should not have it. So what do you make of that? Because some of all these things that they do is why people get worried. Like, why do you have to necessarily convert the state to anything to do with religion? Why can't you just practice religion yourself so that the state can go on governing people of different faiths? Because many of these countries have different faiths, Christianity, sometimes even maybe Judaism or traditional religion. So why don't you just allow people to do what they want to do? Because you don't have to convert it to a Christian state or a Muslim state.
Do they in the first place, what kind of Sharia do they have in Burkina Faso?
I'm not sure how deep it goes. I don't think it's the type where you like the state religion. I think it was like they maybe like Nigeria, where they are beginning to have it in different areas. And so he felt like, okay, because of the practice that was going on, the way they were taking them to, because I think he too started picking up on the fact that somebody will know how to read Quran from back to back, but they don't know anything about sciences or anything like that. Those are the kind of things he feels like it's not right, and they keep sending them to Saudi Arabia for them to go and get training and come back and start fomenting extremism inside their country.
No. In Saudi Arabia, sincerely, sincerely, if you don't understand this stuff, you will not understand. I can actually sponsor you. I say, come, let's go to Saudi Arabia. You see the school they're talking about. You see, my eldest brother studied in Saudi Arabia. He studied at Qura University in Mecca. I don't want to talk too much. So he doesn't even live in Nigeria. He lives in Canada. It's not true. Those people that study in Saudi Arabia, I'll give you an example. I don't know if you know, like the Imam of Masjid al-Haram, the big mosque you see in Mecca. The leader, the Imam, he's a medical doctor, medical practitioner. He's a medical doctor. Sudais. He's the head of the Imam. He's a medical doctor. So those stuff, most times they are not true. Even Islamic schools you have in Nigeria now, they are not only, majority of them are not only Islamic school. They have very strong science, like it's a combination, right? So his complaint, you see, when it comes to Sharia, I say this to people, you might not take it, you might take it. Any practicing Muslim is under the control of Sharia already. Like, as a Muslim is not just religion. Muslim is a way of life. It's only Muslim you see anything you want to do, the way I speak to you, the way I deal with my wife, the way I deal with my kid, the way I eat, the way I sleep, the way I operate is guided by Sharia. So as a the way you want to get married, the way anything you want to do, the way you want to bury dead body, anything you want to do, this is what is Sharia. So as a Muslim, you are under this law. You have to look at them to operate your daily life. That's one. The Sharia they're talking about in the North, which I've always been against, the criminal Sharia, it is a scam. It's a political Sharia. Because if you really have Sharia in the North, the criminal Sharia in the North, the governors, why are they looting? Who is trying them? If you live in a Sharia state where they actually operate Sharia, you will have peace, you will have, everybody will live well. Why do you have insecurity? So for me,
hold on, can you see this? They are talking about him, 800 students in Saudi Arabia studying Muslim studies instead of science engineering. So these are some of the things they are talking about.
Yeah.
So the issue is about indoctrinating their own people to go and study Islam. and you know it yourself.
What he needs to, I will tell you what.
Hold on. Why is it that they insist on having people memorize Quran from back to back? Why you are not insisting on them memorizing mathematics text from back to back? You know, it just seems like a total waste of mind for them to master a doctrine that was brought to us when we should be building knowledge that is going to actually help us build something.
As a leader, right? As a leader, if I were to advise, what's his name? Ibrahim Traore, build schools in Burkina Faso, build schools in Burkina Faso, science and technology focus, where you want to train your people. Take some of these people, take them to other countries to study engineering and sciences. Even those going to Saudi Arabia, when they come back, when somebody memorizes Quran, there is nobody that can beat him in whatever he wants to study. Because, fact check me, if you know anybody that ever memorized Quran, their retention is very high. So you can still train those people to be engineers, scientists, to be.
They have most of their mind memorizing the Quran. They have not memorized anything else. That's the problem. See, history suggests that if that was the case, hold on, please, because let's not just say because go by anecdotal stuff. If that was the case, the North will be producing some of the memorized mathematicians and.
I have said to you, the North have some of the best brain in Nigeria.
They have some of the best brain, but not most of the best brain.
Not most of the best brain is true.
That's what I'm saying. You would have had more numbers. Imagine, given that they have more population.
Okay, forefather, it's you that deal with numbers, right? It's you that deal with numbers. Let's deal with numbers. When you look at Africa, you see, I want to prove to you when it comes to North, this has nothing to do with religion. This is just a problem we need to deal with in terms of education. When you look at Africa countries, list the 10 top Africa countries. I see your top 5 and most educated will be Muslim countries in Africa. This is a fact. When you, top 5 most educated countries in Africa are Muslim countries. Go and fact check me. So how do you explain? Yeah,
no, it's not African countries now. Come on, it's not African countries. Is it that's
kind of Muslim countries, right? Even
but then if you want to use that because they are not Black African countries. If you say Black African countries, that's a different thing.
Hold on, okay.
Don't be funny with facts now. Come
on. No, I'm not funny. Hold on. I have said this, right? Africa, we have our own issue. This is what we are not recognizing. Sometimes we attribute it to Christian, we attribute it to Islam. Which Africa country that is 90-something% Christian doing well? In terms of education, in terms of everything, which of them? Tell me.
I don't know how many countries that are I don't know how many countries that are even 90-something% Christian in Africa.
Kenya is 90-something% Christians?
If it's 90-something% Christian, Kenya is doing okay.
What do you mean okay?
No, they are doing better than many Black African countries, that's for sure.
No, you are overrated Kenya.
No, Kenya is one of the leading countries in digital technology. They were even looking to
Nigeria also doing well in digital technology.
No, yes, Nigeria is slightly doing better.
Nigeria is doing very well.
The part that is doing better is the South. The people that are involved in it are Southerners. See, now, let me, the Kenyan
No. See, forefather, these are mistakes. Forefather, some of the, I'll tell you this.
Okay,
see, I'm not
trying.
Let me just say this. I will let other people speak. I will tell you, I have friends from the North, top engineers in Google, top engineers Amazon. They are from the North. They are not from the southern part of Nigeria.
I'm talking about in Nigeria, the top companies, tech companies in Nigeria.
Okay. If you, probably.
And the same is true for Kenya too. The same is true for South Africa. They are the ones that lead the Black African countries. If anything, the Muslim Black African countries are the ones doing the worst.
Where do you have data to back that fact?
Sudan, Somalia.
Sudan is not black now, it's mixed.
No, Sudan is black country. They're just calling themselves Arab. They are hopeless. See, Sudan, South Sudan is Christian, so it's not.
South Sudan is Christian. How come they are not doing well?
No, because it's not a stipulation. We are looking at the best ones.
Okay.
So Sudan is there, Chad, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Senegal is mostly Muslim too. Yes, Senegal, Gambia.
Senegal is doing very well in IT.
Senegal is doing okay. Senegal, but it's
But
a
it's a
tiny
Muslim
country, and it's a Muslim country, but not as advanced as the other Christian nations. So if you look at the sub-Saharan African countries, the Christian nations are the ones doing the best actually in terms of technology. They are the ones. In short, they are the most advanced ones. And you can argue that maybe it's the location of the this in the Muslim nations, because they generally are based in dry environments and the Sahel. So that could be a disadvantage. But even within Nigeria, where you can say, okay, everybody has access to the Nigerian resources, you can still see that it's the Southerners that embrace technology more than the Northerners. And where this discussion started
in
from,
Nigeria.
Yeah, the Southerners.
You know, in Nigeria from inception, sincerely, did not have always been behind in terms of education, development. That is just a fact.
But you would think the gap should be closing by now. And I think
I agree with you 100%. Yes.
So the gap should be closing by now. So my point is that if somebody can cram Quran, when you can have them cram chemistry, physics, these people, if they were doing that since 1960, do you know the kind of minds we have right now? We'll probably be winning Nobel Prizes.
I will say this. I agree with you, but you put the blame on the northern leaders. They are actually the problem.
Maybe that's what Traore is trying to solve.
But don't forget, they are still doing it too, but it's just that the population is not enough. This is my issue. Like, they need to do it more, invest in education. The northern leaders, whatever is going on in the north, the people should hold them accountable.
Yeah,
the governors. Yeah.
But then you should do you support what Traore is doing then?
You see, again, you are not going to listen to me because you want to hear what you want to hear. There is nothing wrong when people go to Saudi to study Islam. See, I have friends, for example. Okay, my uncle is studying University of Medina. Today, he's actually a judge in Abuja. My own personal uncle. So sometimes people, they study in Saudi. I told you of my brother too. He studied in Mecca. Sometimes they study Islamic study. They come back, they get more into medicine, they get into engineering, they get into law. People do all this
800 students. Let me read what he just said. He said, Traore also announced plans to recall Burkina-based students studying Islamic law in Arab countries. Claiming that more than 800,000 were pursuing religious education abroad without acquiring practical professional skills. 800,000.
Okay.
And that's just our standard. I thought it was 800.
So the number is much. So let him sponsor people now to America, to Canada, to UK.
Yeah, but why is it that these Arab nations are doing this? Why are we allowing it to happen? Why will you are training 800,000 students? You're not teaching them.
This is why.
When I heard it, I thought it was just 800. Sorry. I thought it was just 800. But when I corrected myself and except Al Jazeera is making a mistake.
No, it can be 800,000.
That is a lot of people to just teach only religious stuff, and they went overseas when they should be using to acquire professional skills that the country doesn't have.
Fofana, let me ask you a question.
That is wicked.
Fofana, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you know? Let me ask you a question. Do you know the number of Reverend Father in Nigeria? Do you know the correct number of Reverend Father in Nigeria?
Yeah, there are a lot, I'm sure.
No, do you know? No, I need you to give me a number.
I don't know.
So why don't you look at that number? Look at the number.
The Reverend Father, they are not students now.
But Reverend Father, they are even worse. They don't even procreate. Nothing like science. What do you do in the seminary?
If you are trying to say that what I should back Reverend Fathers, I'm not backing them.
No, I'm not saying you are backing them. I'm just giving you.
So why should I back the ones that are going to educate 800,000 people?
Let me tell you the reason why I'm bringing it up. You see, Nigeria, you need to understand, we are religious people. It's something you have to deal with systematically. both Muslim and Christian, Nigeria are deeply rooted in religion. Every family.
Well, we don't have 800,000 people going overseas to go and study just religion.
Just they play.
Do that.
They play. You never looked at the number. They play. I'm not gonna keep quiet.
Let me find out how many Nigerians travel overseas.
I'm gonna keep quiet. They play.
And Nigerian students travel overseas to go and study religious stuff without acquiring professional discipline. I will ask that question. Welcome, Maska. Thank you for joining us. I don't know what you make of what Traore is doing. Personally, I think what he's doing is taking charge. I don't understand why we allow our people to be indoctrinated so badly that when they come home, they can't see straight. All they see is what the people told them from overseas. What do you make of what Traore is trying to do? Because it's not like he's against Islam. He's saying you have to, train your people to do the right things.
Let me start with what you're doing before I reach to what Traore is doing.
Okay.
You are the people creating problem where there's no problem. I've seen that you have somehow latched onto Islam as a problem. Yes.
He's the leader of the Islamophobia.
That I have a problem with is the way we are practicing it.
He doesn't have any Islamophobia. But he has latched onto this thinking that, oh, there's a problem here. For instance,
is there none?
There's no problem, zero, nada, with Islam as a religion. You are muted, forefathers.
No, I agree with that. I don't have any problem with
Islam.
You
don't agree, forefathers.
All the issues, listen, all the issues.
I have issues with the way we practice it. I keep repeating that. I have issues with it, and that's what Traore is doing too.
I will totally agree with you when you make that statement. And it's not just what you need to do, therefore, it's not stop with Islam. To go across all the way we practice foreign religions. Will you agree with me?
Yeah,
why not? Why don't Maska, please explain why that is important. You know, if I could just put this quick question to you, the killings the religious killings that are going on in Nigeria, for example, would you underline that they are happening from the Christian point of view? Would you say that?
Maska, you are muted.
No, I'm not muted.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
You're giving me feedback, though, I think.
Yeah, I know. They say when I will try and fix it. I've been in transit. I've been all over the place. I joined the program at some point in Lagos. Now I'm in Kano. But I joined because of what forefathers is actually spewing. So, but see, Jagun.
Me spewing. Hi, that's just malicious.
No, absolutely. Look, I think in the end we all stand in the same place. My position is that the way we practice religion is part of our problem. But that problem is not with the religion, it's with us as a people, we black people. There is a problem with us.
You're not answering the question. I'm afraid.
No.
There is some
clarification from you, Jagun, when you said that the killing in the north is from Christian people. So try to clarify that.
No, I'm asking. Turn off one moment. Your mic, please. Because it's coming back to me. Thank you. What I'm asking is a straightforward and earnest question. Because for me, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I believe in God. You understand? And I have a root. However, my observations are I'm not afraid. You know, all these people that are afraid of everything. I'm not one of them. I'm just not one of them. So the way I look at Nigeria is, as much as I can critique Christianity more than anybody. However, is Christianity violent in the country? Is what I'm saying. Whereas my belief is that Islamification in our country has been and is extremely violent, and I don't see why Muslims. Let me finish. I do not see why Muslims cannot say that. I can't see it because it's there in your face. It's in the north more than anyone. They're killing more northerners than there are anyone else in the country. So if you want to pretend that there's no problem with Islam, that's what the problem is. Is my understanding.
So let me your answer is very quick, Jagun. Do you know that half of the Yoruba people are Muslims?
It's not a problem to me.
No,
Even the
wait,
Yoruba.
don't look for problem. Let's leave problem outside. Let's have an honest discussion. You asked me a question, which in my mind, if you are not Jagun, I would decline to answer. I would say that the person is coming from a different place. But I know you. So I'm willing to answer your question, but you should also be willing to answer my questions.
What I would say is one, of course I know, and my own family is full of them.
I listen to you, Jagun, so that
I've just answered your question.
Okay, so half of the Yoruba people are Muslims. Do you believe that the Yoruba Muslims are also participating in this killing?
What I believe, the Yoruba Muslims are quite different from the Muslim Muslims.
So wait, just answer me straight. No,
I am answering you straight.
It's okay, Jagun. So the Yoruba Muslims are not killing, right?
No, I don't believe they are. And if they are, they should be hung, drawn, and quartered.
From a logical perspective, therefore, mathematically, you can clearly see that, okay, they are black people, they are Muslims, but they are not killing. So how are you going to now, in the same brain and in the same breath, jump and say that it's the religion that is the problem?
I can tell you, it's not an impossible question to answer. You think you're asking me a difficult question, but it's not. The Yorubas, both Muslim and Christian, they are more tied to their Yoruba identity than they are to any other. Whereas, let me finish. Just let me finish. You can't. I'm not in a court of law. In the north,
I'm trying to answer your question. So you are.
I didn't ask any questions. Oh, Masca, don't be unfair. There are enough unfair people here. You don't have to join them.
No, I'm not being unfair, Jagun. Look, I just want us to be a bit more logical. I totally agree with what forefathers have said.
I'm putting to you a clean question. Which is when you say that Islam is no problem in the country called Nigeria, can you now tell me why so many people have been killed in that country? Since whenever you want to talk about it.
Okay, that's my answer to you is that that's a long discussion. Okay, rather than take the long route to tell you why there are so many killings.
Your volume
is not there again.
It's really gone down.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but you're very far away.
No, I'm trying to be close to the. Like I said, I'm in.
Maybe something needs plugging in or something. It just went out. It seemed. Okay. But we're not getting reverb anymore. We're not hearing you well.
All right, so I'll log off and log in again.
Sorry about that.
Okija, thank you for joining us. Traore, I don't know where he got those figures from in terms of 800,000, which is very alarming. Even 800 to me is quite alarming. From what I've found, Christians that are studying overseas, they're very, very relatively few that go overseas to study Christianity because, as you can tell, most Nigerians, especially from the South, are obsessed with professional studies. So they don't necessarily do that. So maybe you can argue that Western law that we have is Western, is Christian-based law, versus the Islamic one, but they don't generally go and study Christianity in the West, except they are already part of a congregation like, Catholic Church, that kind of stuff, but not like going to study the way they, and besides, they don't go and study Christian law. You see that? They don't do Christian law, but this is why you don't have any form of Sharia in Nigeria. But in the case of this Burkina Faso, they're going to study Islamic law. That is part of the issue that Tuare is trying to highlight.
Let me ask you that question. Hold on right there. So, in seminary, what do they study? Hold on. In seminary, what do they study? We have okay. That's what we are saying. We have over 10,000 Reverend Fathers in Nigeria. We are not talking from the Pentecostal that go to pastoral school.
Yeah, but Reverend Fathers, they study other things apart from theology. They study
even in Islam, they study other things. In seminary. In seminary, they focus more.
Bro, you can't compare. What they study Christians. Reverend Fathers. Let me use that as an example. I don't want to use Pentecostal because Pentecostal they go just study the Bible. Theology, but when you Catholic priests, they are educated. What is educated?
Forefather, can you bring me back in when I come in, because my volume is gone.
Some of them are even medical doctors. Some of them, so different discipline. They study. Some of them are chaplain in the army, in the police, whatever. So you have to be educated to be that. But
that is similar. Go ahead.
The way I don't know what I didn't study whatever Traore was talking about, but I understand, in some cases, in most of the cases in Islam, people they just go and study Quran, and I don't have any problem with people studying Quran. Just like I don't have people in the universities here. I took religious classes. I had professors who studied religion. But yeah. And you see some of them on TV when you have intellectual arguments like a historical about the Bible. You see, I've seen my professor on Discovery Channel. I was like, oh wow, this Professor Hosford. So they can get job, but my problem is that when you study, if you send 800,000 people in that small country to study, Islamic law. I mean, there are certain, a country has to be advanced first, you have HDI, you are doing very well, then people can divert to other things, like when Nigeria started, you see most of the people that went to school abroad, they studied law, medicine, things, engineering, things that you can use to build a nation, not things that you can do to advance religion. You have imams there already who do all those things. Again, okay, let me go back to what this AY said. AY, the five most educated African countries based on literacy rates, school enrollment, and UNHDI. They include Seychelles, Mauritius, South Africa, Equatorial Guinea, and Tunisia. So Nigeria is not even there. So they are not. You don't see any. I don't think Mauritius is except Tunisia. It's a heavily Islam Muslim country. So I don't know where you got all those things you're talking about.
Okay. Let me. I need to interject for father. I'm just looking. That number you called is just a treasure. I'm doing the search. Hold on. Even the whole Muslim studying Islamic study that in Saudi Arabia, I don't think it's up to 800,000. So Burkina Faso, I've just read research online now. They said it's less than 1,000. So I don't know where you got that number. What was the source of your 800,000?
It's on Al Jazeera. I'm looking at it on Al Jazeera right now. So I think that's why I said it may have been a typo. It could have been 800. It could have been 800.
Yeah.
But even 800, it's even 800. And from what I gather, I think he wasn't very clear on whether they even had permission to leave. He said if they don't return, that they run the risk of losing their citizenship, because the studies that their people's studies should be tied to what the country needs for development. And I see some arguments with that.
You need to question something.
AY, let me just quickly make.
Where is the echo coming from?
I think it's from Masca.
I think it's from Masca. Masca, are you using two devices? Are you using two devices?
No, only one. No, it's a
Let
problem
only
that I've
mute.
seen.
Let only you speak.
Mute. Let only you speak. You will not do that.
Okay, so forefathers, like I was saying, your premise is my premise, but it's the assertions that you make that are the problem. You are thinking that there is a problem with the religion, but I'm trying to make you understand that the problem is not with the religion. The problem is with people as they are. The same thing I told Jagun. No matter what religion a Yoruba man practice, it will be difficult for him on the basis of that religion to kill another Yoruba man. It will be very difficult. That is a people issue. This same religion that we are talking about, everybody is trooping to Dubai. Dubai operates a Sharia law. How is that not a problem? And you are saying that the top 3 poorest countries in Africa are Christian countries. And the fact that you are mentioning something like a country like Burundi, South Sudan, these are very poor. They are the poorest countries in the whole world, not just in Africa. And they are Christian countries. So look, what I want us to do, there is a problem with the way we practice our religion. Let's stop there and understand that, yes, this is where the issue is. I totally agree with, I think is it Okija? Somebody was mentioning, look, the truth, the reality is that I have a problem where you will send your child to just go and study the Quran in a world that people are so self-centered now. How do you think the child will survive? Before, people will give arms. If they say this is a malam, if he grows into a malam, a lot of people, he will get a lot of benefit. But half of the problem that we have today, I believe, is that those people that have grown big in the religious realm, they have suddenly realized they have to survive. And in the process of survival, they are the ones tweaking the truth and covering government that is very, very harsh with people. So let's stick with the facts.
But hold on. Let me add this. Because when Christian, sorry, I don't know. Let me just mute yourself. Don't worry. So I'll mute it from here so that when you want to speak, I'll unmute it again so you can so it doesn't echo. I'm not sure which way it is, how it goes fully, because I hear your argument that is the way people practice it. But if, let's say, Christianity was doing the same thing and Judaism was doing the same thing, and this thing, what do you call it, Hindus were doing something similar, then you say, okay, it's about the people, isn't it? But why is it that it's only a set of people that practice this religion are the ones doing it? You can say it's the people, and you can also see why it's tied to the religion too, because the other groups are not doing the same thing. That said, I take your argument, and I think that is where Traore is coming from too. That is the way it is being practiced, because I don't think Iran is practicing it like that. Iran, they are very, very religious, but they are highly technically educated. And many Middle Eastern countries are like that. So that is what, as a matter of fact, Turkey too is highly religious too, but they are secular. So why is it that it is wrong for Traore to advocate the same thing for his country and have their people learn things that are technical? Turkey is highly technical too. They are one of the first countries to start building drones.
I'm unmuting myself, forefathers, because you've raised the crux of the matter. Traore is not criticizing religion. He's criticizing the way his people are even practicing this religion. You can't go and study religion only without studying science. I totally agree with him.
Let me just quickly say something, forefather. Sorry, Masker. Let me just forefather. You see, the problem, you need to open your mind when people are speaking about it, you need to understand, because you don't know what's going on. If you check the Iranian government you just mentioned now, majority of them, they are all PhD holder. As you see them, they memorize the Quran. So what I'm basically telling you, you can have both. You can have both.
Yeah, but our problem is that we are not having one. We are having only one side.
No, yes, that's what Maska is saying now, right? I will also say to you, listen, now you have Islamic school, top Islamic school in Nigeria, for example, secondary school. They teach both Western. They are very strong.
If you had to teach one, which one would you pick?
If you have to teach one,
yes.
You see, for me, when I was much younger, I studied the Quran. That really helped me for morals. There is a lot of benefit that come from the Quran, right? There is a lot of benefit. Even in terms of the Western education you are talking about, as Master, I've said to you, if you
are you saying that you're not going to have morals without Quran?
Huh? You can have it. No, you can have it. You see.
So then, if you have to choose one, would you choose morality, this is Quran, or sciences for your people?
You can have both. Because Quran is science itself. Because you don't understand the Quran.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I want to have both.
The reason why I'm asking that question is that in Africa, we've turned it to choosing Quran first.
I don't think so. I think things are changing.
That is why we don't have people, technological experts, because people are busy memorizing only the Quran.
We have them. We have them. Hold on. Let me give you the facts.
Sorry,
let me give you facts. I need to give you facts.
Okay.
A guy from the north, I think he's a professor in one university in Saudi Arabia. He won It's one of the top best athletes in the whole world now. That's in Nigeria. It's from the north. It's not from the south. So there are facts to this thing. You have certain northerners that have patent. So you need to check. You need to investigate and see what's going on. It's not only in the south. People are doing it even in the north. So because majority,
is the quantity we are talking about here.
Yeah, we should worry about that. Even in the south, we should worry about that. It's a problem too. We know
hold on. You are trying to shift the goalpost now.
No, I'm not shifting. I'm telling you.
Iranians. You said the Iranians also memorize the Quran, which is true. They also they are highly. That's why my point. They are highly religious and highly technical. But like I said, if you tell us to give up,
forefathers, what I really want you to step back and understand is that this is not even an African problem. This is a Black African problem. Because I put it to you that the first 3 universities in Africa, they are all in Muslim countries. There is one in Egypt, there's one in Morocco, the other one was in Tunisia. I can't remember their names. But the first 3 universities in Africa are in these Muslim countries. Islam and science, they are one and the same. The problem that
it's not the same now. It's not the same now, though.
Hey, no, even now it's still the same. It's just that we Black people see. Look, forefathers. That's why I told Jagun that for me to explain to him why there's violence, it's a longer route because the.
Hold on. If that was the case, why is the West far more advanced than the Islamic countries?
What do you mean by far more advanced?
Because you are saying Islam is tied to sciences and everything. Then why did the Western countries become more advanced than the even if the Middle East was more advanced at some point?
Simplistic logic.
I'm trying to say that they've changed.
No. What the reality about life is that you take what somebody has built, you add your knowledge on top, and you grow bigger than that person. This is exactly what's happening with China. This is how all the world works.
True.
That's how it works.
Yeah, but we're not trying Chinese religion to technology.
Hold on.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay.
Top 5 universities in Africa. Okay. 4 of them are in South Africa. The 5th one is in Egypt. Top 5 universities in Africa.
No, I'm not.
Well done, Okija. Well done. Before we just start.
Those are Oyibo universities. I don't know why we are counting all these universities.
I'm not talking.
No, it doesn't
South
matter.
Africa
We said the
is
best
not
in
Africa.
Africa.
Point out.
South Africa is white Africa. Stop deceiving yourself. It's not a black country.
And then Tunisia and Egypt. What's that? What is that? Is that black? Stop talking nonsense. I don't know why these people like nonsense.
All I was trying to say, and you are just buttressing my point, because the universities you mentioned, they are not black African country universities.
But the Tunisia and Egypt are.
Egypt is not a black African country.
That's what I'm saying. That because we are looking at Islam.
You're just talking.
No, Jago,
I'm sorry to be sorry.
No,
I don't mean it like that, Masca. But I don't believe, Masca, that we are trying our best to tell ourselves objective truths. We're trying to be protectionists. We're trying to be this, and I don't know why. No, that's what I believe that we're trying to do. We're trying to protect something that no protection.
No,
because we can
why
see
will I do that?
Masca. I don't know why.
Just hold on now, so that I can explain to you, so that you can understand. Personally, as a person, I see myself first as a black man. If I'm dissing the blackness of me, then there is nothing else I would want to protect. I want us as black people to see that we have a problem and we're hiding under certain things. A lot of people are practicing this religion, are doing well. I gave an example of Iran. Iran is a theocratic state. Are they not scientific?
Yeah, but in a way, you can argue that they actually put them equally.
No. So we are now buttressing
Have you stopped? Hello? Can we all be heard?
My point that what we need to do, we are arguing the same thing. I'm agreeing with you. I went to Quranic school, but I went to the Western school.
Yeah.
I can quote any verse of the Quran to you, and there's no science you will enter, and I will not enter with you.
Yeah, let me say this, Forefather. What Master is saying, there are things you need to understand. Even in Africa, you just mentioned, so the first two universities in Africa, they were founded by Muslims. The Al-Karawiyu and the Al-Azhar universities.
I'm also pointing to forefather that they are not black Muslims.
You say that.
They are not black Muslims.
This echo.
Nisha
So forefather,
they are black.
Oh no, they are not black.
Exactly.
I don't count them as part of this. If you want to analyze what happens to them, because they are following the Arabic paradigm.
Okay, so if you say that there is an Arabic paradigm, then you are suggesting that there is a black paradigm.
Yes.
Okay, so now you have come to where I want you to come to. Is that black paradigm that is the problem?
I agree with you.
Hold on, forefather. I'll push further that even within the black paradigm, there are some black people like the Yoruba people that will not kill in the name of religion.
Yes.
Okay, so if you are there, and after all, this argument, listen, forefathers, this argument we are arguing is a baseless argument. You know why? Because if they born you in Kano, you probably would have been a Muslim.
Yes.
But
it is far from.
Wait.
Okay.
Wherever they will have born you. Wait now, forefathers. Let me make my point finally. Religion is something that is a circumstantial thing. But you see this black, that you are black like this. Even if they gave birth to you in the moon, you would still have been a black man.
Yeah.
So let's understand what is substantial, what is superficial.
Okay. So
and
what you said,
I didn't want to go to that tangent, but the reality is not that there is a problem with our skin, okay? But we, the black people, if you check the history we've gone through, our realities over time. It will now explain why we are doing things the way we are doing it. That's all I'm saying. But I don't want to have that long debate.
Forefather,
A lot of
Forefathers, I have a lot to say about this topic.
Jide, calm down first. Calm down. Forefather.
Hold on, you've said your piece. I need to bring Ado in.
No, Ado, yeah. I want you to bring Ado. And remove this clown. We cannot even pay for good internet. Remove it. Kick him out.
You understand that? So the issue of that Traore is raising, the reason why I think that is relevant, because we've overindulged on the one side compared to, let's say, the Iranians are a form of ideal at the moment. We've overindulged on one side. We didn't indulge on our philosophy, on our science, our rocketry, and all the rest. And that is what Traore wants to change. It's not because he's against Islam. After all, he too is a Muslim, isn't it? So he's not against Islam. And that too should be true for us in Nigeria too. We too have to start focusing on those areas. You know,
I think the question is, why, when he made this statement, why did so many people from the Islamic world come out to reject his statement? Why?
Because those are the
No, I'm asking everybody.
No. I'm bringing Ado in. Ado.
Yeah, so somebody got an echo. It's hard for me to make out what you're saying.
Yeah, he's muted now. Thank you for joining us, for your patience and everything. You know the topic. So what do you think Traore is doing? Do you think
I don't have an echo. Forefather, stop muting me. I don't have an echo.
Gentleman, Jago, I didn't say he had an echo. So, like, Traore is saying that it looks like we have over-focused on, at least the Muslim countries in Africa have over-focused on religion. Basically, that's what it's arguing, instead of the kind of knowledge that their people really need for development. I don't know what you make of it.
Yeah, I listened to the full 2-hour speech that he gave. I think it was like, 2 weeks ago now. The main crux of the matter that he had with that specific dynamic, it wasn't about the religion per se. The 800 people that he was speaking of left the country unaccounted for. And that there was some underhanded dealings of how they got to Saudi Arabia. And the dynamic that he's dealing with now in Burkina Faso with the JNIM, with the FLA, they're just terrorist organizations that are being underhandedly funded by France. So the problem with the 800 people just randomly going to Saudi Arabia, that's definitely going to give any head of state cause to pause, especially when underhandedly Saudi Arabia and UAE have been linked to funding some of those groups that are with the Tuaregs that are destabilizing Mali and Burkina Faso and areas of Niger. So that was the main problem. And what he said about people being over religious, I mean, that's just an objective fact. Anybody that observed the history and contemporary dynamics would have to agree with that. I mean, if you're willing to destabilize your own homeland for a religion to be a part of an ummah per se, because you get radicalized by Wahhabism and Salafism, which is being funded by Saudi Arabia also, I mean, it's just a problem. I think a lot of people that came out and spoke against what he's saying, they just exposed themselves. And Ibrahim Traore, he's just not playing with nobody. If you go out there and you speak, you preaching extremism as an imam, you're going to get arrested. I just seen in Niger 2 weeks ago when they did a citizen's arrest. So they're not playing. So if you want to be a Muslim, he's okay with that in Burkina Faso. But if you start talking about that extremism, Salafism, Wahhabism, trying to act like it's the 7th century, you're going to get arrested. He's not playing. So.
That guy who just spoke, his name is Ngolo, and he's my friend.
What Ado just said is forcing me to rethink certain things. It's giving me a bit of an insight. I'm not sure whether it's true. You know, when I said that I was asking a northern young man why he was, basically in the end was why he wants to have so many children, and he said he wanted to go for jihad. And the jihad, and I asked the guy to go and ask him what jihad is he referring to. That is the one the guy refused to go and ask the question. My concern is that maybe the jihadist he was talking about at that time was what Ado just highlighted in terms of saying that when they get radicalized, then they go and start destabilizing their country because they want to create an ummah. That is the whole point of a jihad, to create an ummah.
No, forefather, hold on right there. What is jihad in Islam? What do you understand by jihad?
We don't expansive meaning, but we are talking about militancy here. And that is what the guy said. When the guy said, you think the guy didn't know that having children, you could do spiritual jihad. No, he's saying, I'm having many children because of jihad. See, it looks like I'm saying this thing like abstract. I can't believe I actually had that.
No, that's another Muslim trick where they always try to say, you don't understand. How can you understand? It's the Quran. They don't understand. If you ask most Muslims in the world, if they speak Arabic, you'll be shocked that most of them don't speak Arabic, but they know how to read the Quran. The only thing is they don't know what the hell is being said. It's ridiculous. I don't know what you're defending.
Well, seems like
forefathers, I want to bring up something, okay?
Kick this.
Hello, can you hear me?
Anybody that is not on camera, kick them out. Let's know who is here, Joe.
Hello, can you hear me? Forefathers, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Okija.
Okay, yeah. When I don't know if any of you still remember Gideon Akaloka, an Igbo man that was killed was it in Kanu? Okay. He was killed in Kanu, and the people that arranged, the killing included what's his name, Sanusi, the former CBN governor, and he just came back from
yes, I remember that
Islamic coup in Sudan. When that had happened, he was like he was masquerading as an Islamist when he came back from the university, and also Pantami. Issa Pantami, the one that served as a minister. So let us, when we talk about it, let us, but this is reality what is happening. And these people go to those schools, whatever they learned, whatever is immaterial. The core thing they learn how to be, propagate the gospel, killing other people, whether they want it or not. That's what happened in Nigeria. We're talking about two educated people. Issa Pantami. We're talking about Sanusi, who rose to become a CBN governor and the MA.
And I was just reading I was just reading some CIA declassified files in regards to even northern Nigeria. I think his name is Abu Bakr Gumi. He was Saudi Arabia gave him like $3 million because there was no problem with Sufism in northern Nigeria. They gave him upwards of $3 million. I think 3.5 to spread Wahhabism throughout northern Nigeria, and that's according to the CIA declassified files.
Oh, really?
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
You just saw that recently?
Yeah, I mean, I just read it officially. I've heard it before, but I just officially got the transcript.
Saudi Arabia funds these organizations.
Can I say something quick? I really want to say something about this topic. I think it was Brother Maska that talked about how he made some interesting points. He talked about how Islam have always adopted science. I think it was either AY or Brother Maska that said it.
Both of them.
Yeah. I think they are, to be fair to them, I think they are right. So it's not, I will explain. I will balance. So no, look at me. I mean, I'm very balanced on this topic. So this is the thing. If you look at the golden age of Islam, they applied science, philosophy, astrology. You understand? And they made a lot of progress. The golden age of Islam. In fact, one of the pivotal decisions across the Islamic...
Let me confirm. Jide, are you Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just to confirm.
Jide, just ask for father if he's Christian. He's gonna deny. He will deny, but he's the leader of Islamophobia in the UK and social media.
On a lighter note, forefathers. You see, this is how you run into problem. What you need to do also to ask Jide whether he's also a Christian.
Oh yeah, okay. It's only fair. All I know is, okay, are you a Christian?
No, I'm on both sides.
Yeah,
Jide is a free man. He's a free man.
Yeah, from religion.
Yeah. So, as I'm saying, what was I saying earlier? So, the golden age of Islam was influenced by the advent of, adopting scientific ideologies, innovations, philosophy. In fact, that's why you have some of the earliest universities. They were Islamic in Europe, in North Africa, right? So Islam, historically, when it comes to sciences, they played a role in the advancement of sciences that was now adopted by the West after the decline of the Islamic empires in Spain. They copied it and they used it to advance up to where they are today. But having said that, one of the things that led to the decline of Islamic empire was the complete fundamentalist leaning that Islam went into towards the tail end of their golden rule. So they went more fundamental, and they decided to abandon science, astrology, and everything, because they believed that those things questioned the divinity of Allah, right? The divinity of God. So they decided to neglect those things, and eventually that was what played a role in the decline of the golden age of Islamic empires. Now, I think it was CAY or Masker that was talking about Iran. What makes Iran different as an anti-imperialist and an Islamic country compared to Saudi Arabia and UAE is, number one, apart from the fact that Iran is an anti-imperialist country, we need to understand that Iran is able to draw a red line, quote unquote, a red line between their Islamic Shiite beliefs with their heritage, with their Persian heritage, Persian culture, Persian philosophy, and also their anti-imperialist resistance struggle. So they incorporated the beliefs of Islam.
Just like the Yorubas.
Yes, exactly. Like they drew a red line. And that's what Burkina Faso is doing today under Ibrahim Traore. But what you have in northern Nigeria, there is a problem. They've adopted the Middle Age fundamentalist Islamic doctrine and Wahhabi Salafist ideology into their culture, their politics, and everything. Particularly the Fulanis. And that's one of the reasons why Nigeria is where it is today. So Islam itself is not bad in itself. It's just that there are different sects and there are different countries that have been able to draw a red line between Islam itself and their identity. They did not allow Islam, being the fact that it's an imperial religion like Christianity, is what it is. They've been able to draw a red line to not ensure that Islam itself compromises who they are, but it's part of their identity. Russia is another example. Russia also has Islam. I think Russia is one of the largest Islamic Muslim communities in Europe. I'm not talking about immigrants now, indigenous Muslims. But what Russia has been able to do, maybe it's because of their Soviet history, is that they have been able to draw it's a secular state that has been able to draw that same red line between their Islamic beliefs, Islamic doctrine, and Russia as a state. You understand? So an average Russian in Dagestan.
Actually, what you're highlighting is that we as Africans have not drawn a line between religion and state. That is where our problem is. And every African state that is religious, especially in sub-Saharan Africa that is religious, they tend to want to tend towards Sharia, law.
Look at Sudan. Look at what's going on in Sudan, right? Look at what I'm saying. Like you will see that Saudi Arabia are willing to bring in Africans easily into that ideology. They are willing to indoctrinate Africans. The same way evangelicals in the United States, right, can indoctrinate Africans to have these radical beliefs, Zionist beliefs. It's the same thing Saudi Arabia too is doing. And Nigeria is the hotbed for that. You understand?
The interesting thing about Europeans, this is why there's a reason why Europeans rule the world today. They were not the invention, they didn't invent the Abrahamic religions, but they encountered it. And once they encountered it and decided that, you know what, we're going to take this thing, when they took it, they made it their own. And if anything, they made an effort to persecute the country where Jesus comes from. That's the people where Jesus comes from. They persecuted them. Not go to them for lectures, not say that those people should be paying for their education in Christianity. They persecuted the people where they got the religion from. That is what got the religion, because Europeans where they got to. As a matter of fact, the King of England was fed up of the Catholic telling him what to do. He decided to create his own Church of England, and they went on to be the greatest empire the world has seen in the last 500, 600 years. So there's an element that comes from owning your own thing. And Africans, This is our greatest mistake.
In addition to what we are just explaining, because we need to clarify it further. Look at the war Iran is fighting. If Iran is fundamentalist, like modern Nigeria, they will not bomb UAE and Saudi Arabia. You see what I'm saying? You see the logic?
You're a funny man.
You see what I'm saying?
Right? Sorry, my brother. He's just turned me off. The person you need to turn off has turned himself off now. I don't know why you turn me off all the time. I don't know what's wrong with you.
I was just checking now. Now I turned off the right person, and now he's unmuted again. So, but it's all right. So who else? Who hasn't spoken so far? I think AY wanted to say something.
What I wanted to say. What did they say is true. You see, let's stay on fact. The science you see today, when it comes to Islam, sorry, Master, the science you're talking about is today. Islam started science. If you don't know, both algebra, that's the bedrock of mathematics. It started from Islam.
No, that's not.
I don't believe that's true.
Forefather, you have ChatGPT. Go ahead and do your research.
Islam had their science, but it don't tell
No, it was the same science.
Science was going on already.
No.
Persian Empire.
No, even medicine. Forefather, please fact check me.
It was advancing. Persian Empire was advancing.
Okija. Both
I've got information. Islam did not invent science, but I think algebra, there's some truth there. I think they were the cutting edge of algebra. They invented.
If you're going to talk about
that is why.
Sorry, if you're going to talk about mathematics,
science is not algebra. They are not the same thing. Science is.
Wait. You can say mathematics
What is the bedrock of science? What are you talking about?
Mathematics is a science.
Mathematics is. Okay, you can call it.
Wait. Let me just say this before we argue over everything.
Science. Hold on, Jacob. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Wow.
Jacob,
mathematics is not science. Forefather.
Hold on.
Disappointed me, man.
Mathematics is not science on its own. It's like saying writing is science.
No, that's why I said mathematics.
Jacob, hold on. It's like mathematics is an instrument that you use to practice science.
Mathematics is a science. That's the end.
No, it's just like you have linguistic science. Oh my God! Can this guy just stop talking? You are not even a scientist.
I don't have to be a scientist. My dad.
Come on, hold on. See, if you're a scientist, I can understand what you are passionate about.
I haven't done anything. It's just.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Why are you so irritated?
Because you are interrupting.
But you're interrupting me. Don't you see that? Don't you want?
Calm down. See, we are talking about maths. Maths is an instrument that you use to practice science, and it itself can be subject to scientific methods where you want to study a branch of mathematics and try to research it. Science is just the art of observation, recording, and stuff like that.
What are you talking about? Stop saying
I have no idea. I have no idea. He's blocking me.
Science is just a methodology.
Are you trying to tell me math is science? Okay, let's confirm it then.
No, but forefathers is formally correct. Science is just a scientific method. That's what they're going to attribute to science.
Guys.
But what about math? What about math?
Math is just used to formulate data to prove the science.
But is it
They're not going to consider it science?
Math is not science. AY. Math is not science. This thing is right here. I don't know
science.
Why
they're gonna.
So
are you saying
let me make the statement for you. Let me make the statement for you. Maths is the bedrock of science.
But that doesn't make it science. Don't you get it?
But without maths,
make it science.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you what you are saying. This is what you are saying. Hold on. Let me define it for you. Hold on. This is what you are saying. You are saying. Hold on. This is what you are saying. Hold on. Let me tell you what you are saying. You are saying you don't need a woman to give birth to a child. That a child is not mother. That's what you are talking about.
The child is not the mother.
Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you are saying. You are
But the father is not the mother. They are different. Oh my
Which
God.
are the mother? Can you have a
Wait,
child?
before can I
No,
speak?
what you are
But it
saying is
doesn't make the
correct.
child
But
a mother.
Forefather,
formally, you're
can
not
I
going to
speak?
attribute anything
Can I
to science
speak
that's
before
not
you
the
cut me off?
scientific method.
Don't you get that just because something emerges from something doesn't
Can
make
you
it
allow me to
as
speak?
where it came from?
Sorry, Jagu, sorry. Okay, forefather, what is about Einstein known for? What is Isaac Newton known for? Why do you think they measure them? Do you know why?
They mention them because they practice science.
They are mathematicians. What did you mean science?
No. The laws of this in emotion and all those things because of this
That
science.
is love, motion. Where do you derive that from, forefather?
Because you use muscles.
Wait. Can I say this?
I don't know why we are
Can I speak? You know, forefather,
Why
you
you
were
are technically
irritated.
correct that math is a science,
Forefather,
but
you were
when you're speaking
irritated
about the
with me before.
definition, they're
I haven't
speaking about the
spoken
formal
enough.
scientific method.
Sorry,
bad.
Adu, what are you saying?
I'm saying technically, AY
You're
is
rude,
correct if
man.
you're speaking about the if he a connotation of the word, but denotatively, they're talking about the scientific method. Anybody that's attributed it to science is going to be the formulated scientific method. But you are correct, though. Arithmetic is technically a
What do you
science
mean,
because it's
sir?
replicatable.
Okay, well, let me break it down for you.
It's like formulate a
this is my
hypothesis,
field.
test the hypothesis,
This is
falsify
my
it,
field.
all of that.
You guys argument. No, professor. No, hold on. When you are talking of
Well
science,
done, forefather. Well done.
mathematics is science. Mathematics gave birth to physics. So when you are talking of the top scientists in the world today, the reason why they are top scientists, when you talk of relativity theory, motion theory, these are basically all the top scientists you hear, they are mathematicians. That is what makes them scientists. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me come in now. Jagun, no, you can't just come in, Jagun. Hold on.
I can't just come in. I'm spoken.
Hold on. People need to get to a point.
You're terrible, man.
We have to read this thing. It's not about you, Jagun. Come on, let's just focus.
It's not about it's about me. I haven't said anything.
Let me read. Calm down. Let me read this now.
You're not even saying I'll give you your chance.
I will give you your chance, of course. Why not? I'll give
You're terrible, man.
I'll give you your chance, Jagun. See, the question I asked was, is math science in itself? Then he said, math is generally not considered a natural science, but it is often classified separately as a formal science. It differs from the fields like physics, biology, because it relies on pure logic and deductive proof rather than physical experiments and observation, which is what science is. If I want to say what is science, that's exactly what they're going to tell you. This is what I mean. It's an instrument of science.
Can I say mine now? Because we don't. As much as you can I say mine now?
What is STEM?
I'm asking. I'm actually asking.
Yeah,
because you're going to cut me off. See, man, he's speaking without saying his turn.
Sorry. Let's have Jagun come in. I think Jagun. Sorry, Jagun. I just had to try to get somewhere with this thing. So please go ahead.
I'm extremely frustrated, man. But let's move on. Listen, in my terms, the Ishango bone that was found in the Congo was the first ever found math in the world. Ifa comes a close second. And in that, there is mathematics and binary. Now, if we understand the technology of AI, do we classify that as science? Because if we classify technology as a science, then mathematics and binary is a science. You see, I don't believe because we can open a dictionary and find out a meaning of a word, it does not necessarily mean that meaning does not expand or does not have different variations based on what certain authorities, scientific authorities, would underline. Before Isaac Newton was a physics man, before then, he was a mathematician. And this is what encouraged his whole idea about science and the world around us. Science is numbers. It is completely objective, and it can work in and out in terms of Yes, you can use it as an apparatus of some sort to build a science or to build anything. But it can also enter into the world of spirituality, whether you understand this or not. Well, when we're coming down to the math issue, it can undergird what we call this one physics.
Quantum physics.
Thank you. Quantum physics. And in the whole world of quantum physics, if you look at it, I'm not a scientist. I know I'm not a scientist. Doesn't mean I don't have a voice. And as such, the whole idea of quantum physics, if you're a spiritual man at all, entertain quantum physics. You've entered completely into what is a spiritual world. And maths is depicting that. So I don't know why, in the world where God has created everything, and now because we find out, or because we suggest that the sun goes around the earth X amount of times, or is it the earth that goes around the sun? Whichever way. What that is maths. It's complete maths. The way it works, the way it balances everything. You can bring physics in, you can bring chemistry in, you may even be able to bring biology in. However, maths is the undergirding of all of it. So we can argue semantics if we want, but it means that we're not relating and thinking for ourselves, is the way I see it. Because the English language, I think we all know, the English language is full of tricks, full of language variations, full of jinn spirituality, full to the brim. It's a measurement. How do we? How fast?
Should I leave?
How fast did this guy run?
Madam,
Because this is very
my
disrespectful.
apologies, though. My apologies.
You don't apologize.
Sorry, hello.
Don't
Sorry.
do it, because that's how you guys behave in Africa, especially.
No, you know you can speak anytime, though. To
No,
be
it
fair.
doesn't work like that. I don't speak anytime. If you don't,
Patriarchy.
you need to kill me in. Yeah, I don't just barge in. I respect everyone. Just
Yesterday I said this to you,
don't
four
do
quarters,
that.
in a nice,
You know, Masca is
joking
a
way.
very gentleman.
But you didn't heed
Jacob,
any
please
of it.
don't talk
Mr.
over.
Yeah, Otibere, don't.
Hello, please give me 30 seconds, please.
No, I came in for you, specifically for you.
Oh, me?
Yes. Have I ever?
What have I done right again? What
Wait,
have I done
now,
right
me,
again?
I'm not doing back and forth. You know, I have respect.
You be
they
my
will say
personal
me,
person.
wait, so people may say me, I don't get respect, but I respect people a lot. But when you cross the line, I just call it out. That's me. I'm not a hypocrite. I like Masca because he's someone that is, he doesn't want to do to people what he doesn't want to be done to him. And I respect that a lot, in him. That's one. So, AY, when I came in to drop message and I left. If I don't mind putting on my camera, if Forefather
Do that
put it
too.
on. Yeah, I'm not putting
Put
it
it
on.
on. Put it on.
That is the,
Why
you
should
have
I
to
put
follow
it
the
on?
rules first.
No,
It's not the rules. AY, don't
Let's
bother with
know
the
who is talking now.
We know
You're
how
not the
she
one in
looks.
charge.
We know how she looks. You don't have to put camera on.
We don't know if you say I
Thank
talking
you,
now.
Master.
What if you change it to AI? But it's all right. It's all right. We treat our ladies with due respect and deference. So you are welcome to have your camera off. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Angolo. I recognize, although I don't know you as Ado, but I do know your Ngolo at search for Uhuru, isn't it? Hello, sir. So, AY, don't attack me again.
Hello, you did not greet me.
I know they greet you at the verse. If you attack me when for my back, if I dare for
I didn't attack you.
I will have to log back.
I did not attack you.
No, hold on. Hello, I attack you myself.
You said if you don't turn your camera on, don't come here.
Okay, no, that was.
And are you?
I will even fight for forefather if he try to force you.
All right. Thank you very much about that. Yeah, religion. It's something that is personal. I don't want to, and it can easily offend someone, which I don't really want to. I will never tell someone not to practice their religion. All I am against is I don't want Nigeria not to be a secular state. I want people to have their personal relationships with their gods, but don't bring it to use it to oppress another. I cannot force my religion on anyone. I don't want anyone to do that to me, because that's the only way people can freely practice whatever religion they believe in. But it's a personal relationship in your personal place. It's not because if I begin to, enforce my religion around the environment, I'm crossing my boundary. I don't expect anyone else to do it to me. I'm gonna actually repulse that. So anything that would offend, anything that would offend the other, on religion, I think people should just keep it within themselves, so that we won't have crisis in Nigeria. We have a lot of religious people in Nigeria of different ethnicities and that. I want Nigeria to work. I really want Nigeria to work. I do. I want all parts of Nigeria to be treated with equality and respect. That's all I want. I don't care what religion you practice. If you say you want to be a Muslim, enjoy. I wish you all the best. After all, during Ilea time in Ibadan, during Ilea time, as a Christian, I visit some of my Muslim friends, and we share the goat meat and the cow meat and stuff like that. And we during Christmas they visit us as well. So it's never been a problem. But I know there are some elements that have hijacked religion and using it as a weapon to cause division. I don't want that to continue. I would want people to sensitize and educate their people religiously, regardless which religion it is, that, just be mindful not to cross the line. It doesn't pay to be an extremist in anything. In ideology, there is always supposed to be a balance in everything so that the country can, move on. We have bigger fishes to fry, I would say. You see, religion and ethnicities, so many ethnicities or tribal politics is what is actually holding us back. If we can be able to find a way to mutually agree on something, about religion, and then about our tribal divisions, Nigeria will be a better place for everyone. Imagine we keep fighting back and forth, back and forth. This one is pulling their muscle. It's not going to pay anyone. This one will say, "I not go agree." The other one will say, "If it's not mine," ain't going to move forward. As we're busy fighting, the looters will come in and just continue to cause those divisions, those political powers using those religion and tribal bigotry as political tools. We continue to subjugate us and impoverish our children, so that we'll continue to be slaves for them, so that when the time comes, they will just give us one grain of rice to come and vote for them. Are we not tired? It's painful and tearful. It is tearful. Enough is enough. I think it's time for us to find a way. Look at your child. Is this the Nigeria you want your child to live in the next 10 years? Come on. You want your child to live in a place that is secure, peaceful, and there is growth. We don't want our children, the best brains, to be running out. Even if they have to travel, they will go and acquire and come back in the best environment they have, because what we have is ours, and we cannot by ourselves destroy what we have, because if we destroy our home, we have no other homes. Religion is not everything in life. We have other departments of life that are equally important. Why can't we find a way to balance all of them and love one another? These things that is tearing us down. Why can't we just sit down and look inside our hearts and say, yes, I am going to be a Muslim, but I will do it in a way that I won't antagonize my neighbor who is not a Christian. And a Christian will say, yes, I am a Christian, but I would never ever hurt my brethren who is a Muslim or non-Muslim. Can't we agree? Enough is enough. We should be tired by now. I
Thank you.
said forefather something about our culture. We always talk about family, women, men, which is very, very important. And an elderly woman was being interviewed who is a professor in America. I think she's in her 80s. She spoke very well. She's from Kenya. When I watched it, African cultures, they are intertwined. I learned a lot. I'm like, I'm going to come online just for that. That's why I came on today. First time I logged in, to pass it on to forefathers so that he can watch it. And maybe one day the woman can be brought to talk to us, because we have to rediscover ourselves and our backgrounds, and the things that make the fabrics that make us who we are, that are great, we should keep, and the things that are not good, as time goes on, we can upgrade. As we come abroad, we can pick and choose the things we can integrate, prototypes to help develop our environment. These things that are emotional, that are dividing us, that we're clinging on to, because one day we are all going to leave this planet. What matters is that when we go, what mark are you going to leave around to your children to continue to be greater, whichever environment they find themselves? Because if that environment is made hot and we didn't do our work as parents, to put things right, our children will suffer. And we've been enslaved by foreigners. Think of that. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Forefather, 30 seconds before you move on, please. I need to go. So what I wanted to say, you see, the topic we are discussing before now, mathematics is literally everything. So the importance of mathematics cannot even bypass. No, that's the topic. No. So mathematics is everything, give birth to everything. Is it engineering? In physics class, they tell you mathematics is the language of physics. So all the top scientists, anything you want to do, even in medicine, the role of mathematics cannot, even in physics, ultrasound, all those X-ray you hear, these are all mathematics. The AI you're talking about today is mathematics. Everything is mathematics. So if anybody is telling you mathematics is not science, that's pure BS. Thank you. I will let other
Okay. Okay. Let me. I think there's always a problem.
Esther hasn't said anything, but go ahead.
All right. Bye, bye, guys.
Welcome.
Show us your face before you go now.
Jagun, come
before
on.
trigonometry
What's
came
wrong
out,
with that?
Our people, they'll be measuring angle. They were making buildings, doing the angles and calculating it before they had trigonometry. AY, why? When you talk about STEM, STEM, that's it differentiates science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, telling that they are all different. But they are connected.
They are not different. They are not different.
I mean, you can argue for others, you can continue to argue.
No,
let me read it
just an abbreviation now.
Science often sorry, let me just say this. Science often, in short, it requires empirical evidence. So from what they said, so for a first summary, maths is not a science because its truths aren't validated empirically. But
because
it's the language. No, this is where AY is correct, but it's the language and skeleton of every science. And he goes on to explain everything. And that is what I try to say. Maths is fundamental to science.
Yeah, it's fundamental.
It's harder to call it a science. Some people actually call it a science. So AY is not wrong to say
a science.
that is a science.
So you might not call it natural.
It's not empirical. That's the problem.
Yeah, like just why it's telling you it's not empirical because
with that science, you can't do anything, no.
Yes, everybody's right.
The missile you see Iran will throw and go land at the exact location. That is mathematics.
Romans they built missiles.
You're overdoing it now.
They built projectiles.
No, but it's true. That's mathematics. That's mathematics.
Islam didn't come up with mathematics.
It's like saying everything you said just now is happening because of English. That is English. No, the logic behind the English you are speaking is something else. Because it can
Forefather, when you talk about AI, do you know the deep mathematics involved in AI data science?
No, I know that. Now it's under matrices and
so what's the argument?
Hold on. See, my point is simple. That maths is the scaffolding of all sciences.
Yeah.
But somehow you seem to say that whenever something emerges from another underlying entity or fundamental, whatever you want to call it, then that thing that emerges is the same as the other, the one where it emerges from. It's not necessarily true. I'm not my father.
It will not exist. Now,
wait,
let me give you an example.
Let me add this before you go, please. I want to just add something in our minds. I said something earlier about English and the English language, that so much comes from. You know, the respect for the European, it has to be healthy because they've done so much. Now, would you say that they would suggest, the Europeans would suggest that maths is not empirical because where they know it came from? Do you think that there may be something political about that? I hope you're understanding me.
I mean,
most of them don't think it's empirical.
Math has three branches. You have arithmetic, algebra, and geometry. Whatever, you know, like Islam, Arabs.
No, leave religion. We're discussing pure science.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can say, I mean, like people were doing algebra before. They were doing arithmetic. They were doing geometry. People, you know, like shapes. The geometry has to do with shapes. So people were dealing with all these things, you know. When Romans built things they built or whatever, before Roma,
way before.
Greek, yeah, they did so many things without algebra. They did so many things.
It's not even, bros. Okija, my brother, well said. And what I mean by that, if you look at the history and you see Sanskrit, which is another ethnicity far in the East that had its own science. They dealt a lot with vibrations, things that the Europeans didn't understand at the time necessarily, but they came to understand it. The drum in itself and the vibration that puts out is pure math, is pure science, geometry. It is these things, you know, we separate things, and this is the Europeanization of our minds. And I'm trying to suggest that, look, we're in this big wide world, and we've been thoroughly educated or miseducated by the European, no matter where we are in the world. To a large extent, you could be in Japan, you could be anywhere. The amount of Western education that's in these systems is almost paramount. It's only those nations in the world that kept and understood their own technology, their own sciences, their own maths, their own culture, that therefore were able to gain ground in this planet that we're on. So when we speak about the Chinese, they're not doing pure European understanding of the way the world works. F them is what the Chinese are saying. The Japanese, once they saw what was going on in the planet, they went back into themselves.
The sciences, the Asians, or in short, anybody practices has to follow the fundamentals, and this is why math is fundamental.
By the Europeans is what you're suggesting, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you have to follow the fundamentals.
Because the fundamentals of look how China has been able to outstrip Elon Musk based on the technology that supposedly he brought. And they now have understood what the next 10 years would look like. So what they've done is taken the space of 90% of AI, raw minerals, earth
minerals, yeah.
Yes, and AI, and their own science.
When you see, they just advance the knowledge of science. It's not like it's their own science. This thing that we say that is European own knowledge.
No. You missed what I said before when I spoke that we are living in the same world, all of us. And what occurs in West Africa, in India, amongst the Aborigines, is all based on perception. However, what they perceive is valid, is what I'm putting to you. Is valid. We may say, oh, that those are bush people. Those are, oh no, they could never possibly do that. That's where we are in our mentality.
Even when somebody
is here.
To be correct. Yeah, I've been Dexter. And even when somebody perceives something to be correct, what I found is that some are more correct than others. Just like when you're measuring something, some have higher precision than others. That is how life tends to be. It's not like Newton
I hear
was
you.
wrong,
I
but
hear you
Einstein
very
seems to be
well.
more correct.
I hear you very well. Before you bring him in, sorry,
No, let's bring Dexter in. Let's not do this, Django.
I just want to say one thing based on this now.
Let me bring Dexter in. Dexter, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I see you are looking at us like some kind of headmaster, but it's all right. We are here as your students. What do you make of the conversation so far? You can go with the Muslim one that says that the Masker is a fundamentalist, or you decide that you go with the mathematics one. So, what do you make of the conversation, Dexter?
Thank you, Prophet, and everybody has stayed up late. Yeah. I think what would be helpful for us, so maths does not know religion, whether you're in arithmetic, algebra, calculus, it doesn't know religion. It doesn't even know ethnicity, it doesn't know tribe. That's why, like Jargon said, the Chinese can take the model of what the Americans have done and improve on it. And I think that is something that Africans should learn, because we major on the minor things. We are busy arguing about whether it is Islam that brought algebra. It's not important. It's not important who brought it. It's what do you do with it? What do we do with the science we have? Nigeria has trained lots of people, lots and lots of people, but we don't do anything with it because we are instead interested in trying to prove superiority. But the substance of it, we are not making any substance of it. You know, that's where the African man has been getting into wrong. You know, it's not important whether it is a tradition. Look, the traditionalists in Nigeria have science. Just because it has not been explored. The reason why somebody can say it is the first person to write something that they credit things to. The first person that puts it down and writes about it, but it doesn't mean that he's the originator of it. Somebody else might have practiced it long ago. Long ago. If you read the history of plutonium, uranium, you'll find out that the person that recorded it actually was not the first person to find it. The person that found it, I think it was like an artisan that found it, and he wrote about it and kept it in a library before a scientist in Europe did a research on it. But because the scientist was more known, people credit it to him. So let's leave all these things about whether Marx is throw all that away, because it's just dividing us unnecessarily. Look at the mayhem it has caused.
What do you mean it caused the mayhem? What are we talking about?
No, he's cool. He's speaking correctly. Very correctly.
Whatever you want to practice, do it in your house, do it wherever you are. But look, what will make us look? Did you see the flooding in Ore recently? There was flooding in Ore recently, massive flooding. And people were kneeling down to pray. Prayer will not do anything. That is a time to develop an engineering marvel. That flooding in Ore, look, just put 2 and 2 together. The Lake Chad River, are you aware that the Lake Chad River has lost 80% of its water content?
Shrunk to nothing.
Then you have fresh water being flooded in Ore. They don't know what to do with the water. People are afraid of the water. In saner climate, that is an engineering marvel. Okay, this water that we're not using here, how do we channel it to the Chad so that we can flood back that lake? Are you aware that as far back as the 18th century, European engineers had already been exploring how, because they had already forecasted that the Lake Chad River was going to run dry. They're forecasting how they would channel fresh water, because the Congo River is the largest producer of fresh water in Africa. But 90% of that fresh water empties in the Atlantic Ocean. And they started thinking, how are they going to flood the Chad River with the Congo River? That is an engineering marvel. Who cares? Who cares whether it is Shango that brought maths. The question is, what do you do with it? And when we come here, we should be thinking in that line and not throwing things that will divide people and cause. It doesn't add any value.
Preach on, Dexter. Preach on to these people.
You know,
they don't understand of my voice.
You know, that is what the Europeans have done. Elon Musk, they don't care. No, the internet we're using today, does it care what religion you come from? Does it care what ethnicity you come from? It doesn't. The satellites, they don't care. They are not interested in that. What you want is internet connectivity, and you get it. So let's just disabuse ourselves of trying to prove that, oh, this religion was this, so it is superior. No, it's useless. Absolutely useless. And let's stick to the points that would improve us. Thank you. That's why I came here.
The only thing is, Dexter.
Hold on.
And I wanted to put this. Wait, just 1 minute. It's okay.
No, not a second.
Sorry, Jago. I just wanted, one of the reasons I actually came here. It is not quantum physics you're referring to. It's metaphysics. That is the physics.
I know about metaphysics, but it's quantum physics that I came across first. You understand?
Quantum physics is about computation. Quantum physics.
Why is my voice so irritating?
So
don't worry, continue, Master. Continue.
Yeah. So quantum physics is more about computation. Metaphysics is the one that talks about the metaphysical, the what you call the spiritual and all the things that you cannot explain.
No, I understand that.
All right. So Ado, so before we round up,
why have you turned me off? I didn't speak anything.
Jago, calm down now. Before we round up, you know, have you got anything to add regarding the mathematics discussion? I know you did say that mathematics was a form of science. I think it's both, really. Let's face it. It has
it is.
An element of both. Maybe some branches of mathematics are more scientific than others.
You know, the first thing that, if I can say, forefather, to you.
Forefather, you want to expand this?
Wait.
Jago, hold on. Why do we have to do this? Now, what we are going to do is try to give everybody 1 minute to make their list. I think we're already 7 hours in. 1 minute to round up. Jago, calm down. It's not like
you should allow things. You should allow things.
Yeah, but we've been doing it for 7 hours.
This is what gets us.
So it's 7 hours.
I don't know why it is that my voice is so.
Hold on. Because you talk all the time. You talk about people.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
It's me you talk about, not everybody else. So
no, what it is, I appeal to you to give me a
just stop. I'm trying to organize so we'll close out and you have your chance to speak. So let's take 1 minute each to round up.
Let me take my minute first.
Calm down now. Let's take 1 minute to round up what we've got to say. And if you want to wish Nigerians and the world well, you can do that since today is Sunday and the work week is commencing. So you want to start, Jagun, or we start with others?
Yes, I will start.
Okay, please go ahead. 1 minute.
Many things happen during the course of life. Many things happen because of pride of life. Many things happen because largely we're not necessarily aware of how little we know. And me as an individual, as arrogant or whatever word you want to put to the table about how I am, mine is about truth, togetherness, and moving forward. In the beginning of this argumentative, difficult day that we seem to have, when we were speaking about maths, I said maths is a science. I didn't say necessarily maths is the only science or the chief science or anything like that. A science, which means there are other sciences. Now, if that could have been taken on board without the erratic display of management of this platform, I think we will find our communication a lot easier. But our communication is such that certain individuals' voices are somewhat stronger than others. And when I mean stronger, I mean more on point. And I don't mean better or worse. What I'm talking about and what forefathers himself said about, because I'm just completing my time on this issue that we're speaking about. What you said about
Your 1 hour is wrong. Your 1 minute is going.
I wish it was 1 hour. But forefather, all I'm saying to you, bro, you can admonish me as much as you want, which is cool. I'm not offended. However, I would say your own admonishment, you have to realize it, because this platform and the fact that we all rather gravitate to you in one way or the other, this platform is quite important, and you're at the helm. So you being at the helm, as much as you think about little me, if this platform is run correctly, I'll be the most correct person on the platform. But whatever disruption you think I offer or give, it's only because you cut me off and don't allow me to speak. And when you don't allow me my voice, I believe it's a universal crime. If we are here to believe in
You
free
have gone
speech,
more than 1 minute, Jagun.
free
You've gone
speech,
more than 1 minute.
and the fact that you should allow free speech and not bully it. That's my 1 minute.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Who is next? Let's go to Masca. You want to go next? Let's do you next.
So what can I say now? I'm not happy with you guys because I'm not a fan.
You should
of
be happy
very-
with me.
You should
I'm
be
a
happy
nice
with me.
guy.
I'm a nice guy. No, I'm very happy with you, forefathers. And if you listen carefully, if you listen to what Jagun said, I think today you should be jumping up and down and dancing. He said, we all gravitate towards you. That's the best commendation you can ever get. I think you should go and record that and do some meme about it or stuff. But the point Jagun is making is that I personally, there's this, I call this the late night show. It's only recently that I even started joining early, but it was very clear to me that this is the place to be, because the discussions are open and there's no limits. You know where it will start, but you never know where the discussions will end. But I think also you need to do some thinking. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong, but the same in the spirit of science. Okay? You need to go back and be looking at the stuff you do, the stuff we do, and think of where should we be going? Where should this lead? Because today's show, for instance, it started well. Where I really would have wanted it to end, it didn't end well. But we've gone all over the place. Like Dexter said, the argument of who started science, it's very clear to me that it's a non-starter. The truth is that it's not who start first, it's who finish the best. So I think you're doing well, but we need to do better. Even on the issue of science, part of the issue I have with us black people, I think anything that the white man picks, we tend to just follow. Even this issue of science, like science is not a big deal, honestly, sincerely speaking. Apart from science, there is art. Even the mathematics people are arguing about. The question now I want to ask you, AY, is statistics part of science, mathematics?
Yes.
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 How is that?
Mathematics is everything.
Econometrics.
Econometrics.
Like that. Now don't let us start talking about.
So even in economy, no, it's not argument. I just wanted to say something. If you, Master, I'm pretty sure you study econometrics, right? So in econometrics, you see, you do a lot of calculus. So you use calculus to deal with the data right there. So sincerely, I don't know anything you do on this head without mathematics.
Okay, so for instance, now, you know that there's what is called social science. Is it a mathematical science?
No, it's not.
And so I'm just saying that, look, we black people, when we carry something, we hold it like their mother, and it's not the only thing in life.
That's a good point. But let's roll it.
It's the same problem with religion. When I hold Islam, I hold Islam like their mother. When you hold Christianity, you hold Christianity like their mother. Now you are holding mathematics like it's the only thing. We are holding science like it's the only thing. we need to understand that there's a lot of things out there, a lot of things. But my real submission, unfortunately for somebody like me, a lot of people will never get to have a clear understanding of where I'm coming from, because I'm jumping always in the middle. I want to go back to this issue of the point that I was trying
You have
to
1
make.
minute. This is 1 minute. Is stretching for 5 hours.
If you finish, no, like forefathers, it's for all of us.
You know why I need to drag
If you
you?
shut me down, it's okay. But
The only thing I'm enjoying what he's saying.
The only thing I want to add, forefathers, is because that's the real reason why I joined. Is because I want you to understand that when you see certain things happening, there is cause and effect. When you see let's take Mali, for instance, that is poor, it's just a coincidence that they are also Muslim. If you go and dig, the real reason why that country is poor is completely different. It's just a coincidence. Like somebody now goes to South Africa without having the history of apartheid, we think that all these South Africans that we know are very lazy people, ignorant, uneducated. You would think that they are the best of Africans, isn't it?
Your time is up.
Okay.
Are you going to wish Nigerians well?
Nigeria well for what?
For the week ahead.
This is another black man's mentality. You have to plan ahead. You wish yourself well for. You plan well. I told
it's okay.
Anyway, it's okay. Good night, everybody.
I agree.
It's a nice.
The thing is, to be honest, we should be able to wish ourselves well. But we just 6 of us here. We don't mean well for ourselves. We mean all kind of things.
I don't know about you, but we mean well for everybody. Everybody here. I do.
You that would be behind somebody's back, stabbing them.
Look at that.
Father is a great guy. You yourself, you said it, Jagun. You see, you can't gravitate towards somebody and
No, we still have to give you an uppercut.
Okay, I agree. You are right there. Now that I agree with you. We need to keep.
You guys are wicked, bro. All right, let's go to Ado. You know, you made some solid submissions, but you didn't get a chance to talk about.
No, this guy is my friend, Ngolo. He's an intellectual. Unlike yourself.
I'm sure you call him an intellectual because he fair skin. That's why. All these people.
You too. Are you not fair skin?
That's really mistake. So, Ado, please let us give us a 1 minute roundup.
It was a pleasure speaking with y'all.
Ado, do you know that is a Fulani title you are bearing? Are you a
The other day, he had Yoruba one.
Yeah, I know it means leader.
So is that the Ardo you are putting there?
Yeah, it's full day. I mean, it's for full day. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I enjoy listening to this program. It was a pleasure speaking with y'all. I'll just say,
my
man,
brother.
just we need to project more positivity when we come on these platforms that get disseminated to the large amount of people. I think that the problems that we have, of course, we all know why they occur. Well, some people do at least. I just think being more positive towards it builds more camaraderie, especially when you figuring towards the youth. We don't have to come on and be so doom and gloom. I know it could be destitute at times when we're looking at it in the moment, but again, like if we just sit and focus and actually have a concentrated critical mass that's dedicated to actually formulating just any agenda that we push that's positive, I think that the problems will be lessened. So I think, man, just be more positive. That's all I would say. But I enjoy coming in and listening to you brother's perspective, man. It's refreshing, and I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all week, man.
Thank you for that. You know, like I said, I'll always be watching.
Ngolo, can you please read? Sorry, my brother. I sent you a message. Please read it. You haven't read it. Sorry.
I changed my number. I'm gonna put my new number in the back chat. I broke that phone.
Oh shit! All right, I'm with you.
See, this is why
I'm
I
gonna
say
put it
I'm
in the
watching.
back chat right now.
This is why I keep saying I'm watching him closely. He's one of us, but you have to watch him closely. He looks like an Iranian. He could pass for anybody, really.
Hey man, stop playing with you, man. Stop playing with you, man.
I just told you now that he's a Fulani man, not an Iranian.
He could pass for anybody. No, I appreciate you, man.
You better be careful of forefathers. He's a racial profiler.
No, I mean, I'm just kidding around. He knows. Okija, are you there? The moment Okija had Islam, he jumped on. Is it because of Islam he jumped on? Because I don't think that
I'm at home, doing some other stuff and listening to you guys.
Yeah, I really appreciate you joining us. And what do you make of listening? Have 1 minute to round up, and you can wish Nigerians well or whatever.
Dexter came on board to say things. I mean, I believe in him. I believe in what he said, but we just have to put things. If there are some things out there, we have to correct it, and that's the reason why we have this argument. Even in Greek times, they used to have an argument. Even in the Bible, St. Paul was staying in somewhere in Greece. And I stayed for 1 year arguing with them every day. We go to their temple and argue with them. So argument is part of learning. It's reasoning. Yeah. So just like I said, mathematics is not everything. Our people they did so many things. If Iwivia people didn't do, Akeja people they did so many things. My grandfather was a sculptor. He never went to school. He did things. If you see some of the things he did without mathematics and all those things. So so people had their brain. Our people they used to measure their farms. They use they call it ogugu. They measure. They use calories to count money. So people were doing things before all these things came up. Just that just like so many things people do. Some people will bring all of them together, put them, package them, and say that we invented this. Just like Mongo Park, say he discovered it in Niger. I mean, I understand that we didn't know where he started. Like people in Niger State, then Niger State before it became Niger State. They didn't know it started from Futajalon Mountain. They didn't know it emptied into Atlantic Ocean, but it was there. They had their river. So someone would just come up, package it, and tell them that I discovered this. So that's the way I look at some of all these things. But just like Dexter said, we have to use it, and it works for us. It doesn't matter who invented it. We're here on the internet. There has been an argument who invented internet. Who's the father of internet? They said it was our God. Somebody said it was that Nigerian guy. Nigerian guy. The Igbo guy, they said, he was one of the fathers of internet. So we don't know. We do this argument. Nobody knows. We go online and fact check, see if it's true. Yeah, but people out there, Nigeria is and if you want Nigeria to be better, you make Nigeria better. No one will, build your country for you. You are the one. But personally, I've given up. Nigeria has taken so much from me and some other people that I don't see it working. So that's my thing. So I don't wish Nigeria well. I don't wish Nigeria well at all. But if it works, fine. Yeah. But for you guys, have a good week and increase and multiply.
Same to you, my brother.
That was nice. I think that's about the nicest thing I've ever heard Okija say on this platform. It's all welcome. So what do you make? Yeah, what do you make of this?
Yeah.
I really like the way Masca got you on that one. On the social side. You see how intelligent people be. They back off immediately when when the Masca asked you about social science. What I say, it's a science. And you were like,
we were communicating. Social science is science, but it's not. It's a science.
There's no mathematics in it.
Okay. Yeah, hold on, right? So I'm gonna repeat. In summary, mathematics is the language of science. In summary, I don't want to argue more than that. Argue with your keyboard. Keep arguing with yourself. I was involved. I know what is involved in mathematics. I know what is outside. So I'm speaking as an authority. One. The second thing is
talking like that, like
the second thing is hold on. When it comes to issue of Islam, I know you try to be the leader of Islamophobia on this on our platform.
How dare you?
No, hold on. I'm gonna tell you my fact. You see, sometimes I don't know if we lack emotional intelligence. When you just like when somebody will come, Yoruba people, Igbo people, these are very foolish statements when I hear sometimes like, what are you talking about? When you're talking to Muslims, you are talking of 2.2 billion people on earth. We are not talking to one person. That's why when you make a statement, you need to be careful. You need to listen to people. Forefather, you will praise Masker, you will praise it. Oh, they speak fat. The moment we want to correct you on Islam, you say, no, we are not truthful. We are not truthful. How can we not be truthful? You think the way I speak, not to influence I just try to correct people to speak to fact. But since you don't accept it, I don't know how I can help you. If you think you are more smarter or more intelligent with 2.2 billion on earth, have fun with that. It's not just like when I caution you on issue of religion. The way people will come, okay, I've explained in Nigeria context, before even the British, there was Sharia existing in northern Nigeria. They were operating on Sharia. There was traditional laws. That is why when they were bringing Nigeria together, they have to give room to Sharia law, to traditional law, to civil law. The civil law have origin from Christianity. What our Christian population are saying, you are saying, no, we should get rid of Sharia. No, Muslim will never get rid of Sharia. Get that into your brain. What I don't support, I don't support criminal Sharia in Nigeria. I don't think it should operate. But when it comes to Sharia in civil matter for Muslim, evil, I don't know why you want to stop it. Muslim, if as a Muslim, you have to follow this law. I try to explain, like if I want to marry now, I'm not going to be discussing. I'm going to discuss based on Islam. Okay, how much am I supposed to pay the girl? How much? What am I supposed to do? This is what guide Muslim. Christian, they don't want to listen. They don't want to hear it. But it's here to stay. Even in America, they respect it. Even in UK, they respect it where you live. I don't know why it's a problem for Nigeria, where you have more than half population. They are Muslims. You need to take them seriously. You need to listen to them. But we don't want to listen. It's all bragado. Have fun. What I will see, we need to be careful.
You are well out of time.
And I know you will kick me out because I'm speaking.
How many minutes now? How many minutes? You
Okay, 1 more, 30 more seconds. So in general, yeah, it was good discussion so far, at least, But as regard to science, please don't argue it. It's not gonna be good when you go to public and argue science is not mathematics or whatever you are arguing. So thank you. I appreciate everyone.
You can qualify that maths is not a natural science.
Yeah, and you be cautious when you go to different platforms, bashing Islam. It's not good on you.
I'm not bashing Islam. See,
I've seen you on.
I'm not bashing Islam. I have to call out things that I see. You may not like it because it's close to you.
No. You can call out. Hold on, Father. You know my position. I'm just trying to caution you. Listen to Muslim more.
Why should I just listen to their own opinion when they are too close to the
Hold on. You can have something. Oh, Masker, how is explanation about this? So why is this? Why is this? You listen. I understand. There are things we ourselves, for example, the issue you were discussing now as regard to Ole Islamic school. For me, I would prefer my children to attend a standard school that is Islamic and Western education. I want my child to have both. As a Muslim, I'm not going to pretend to you
that what is happening in Nigeria so far. Now that's the context of the conversation, where many of our African countries are prioritizing the religion and not even our own ancestors' religion.
You have to balance
religion. Hold on. You are finished your submission. Let me submit mine too, because when you call me, when you try to slander me by calling me Islamophobic, That is saying
No,
something
no,
about
no. I said you are making attempt. I said you are trying to.
It's not an attempt. For me,
You are trying hard to be the leader.
Hold on. This is why whenever I'm online, I said we have to discuss this openly, dispassionately, and the purpose of it is to learn and educate each other on it. And I really hope that you do that too. Because in reality, we have to be objective about these things. Objective truths are closer to reality. If we pretend as if we run away from it, we are deceiving ourselves and we are not going to get anywhere. The point is that if a lot of people are prioritizing religion over fundamental truths of life, that in terms of the sciences, I always say, religion for me is like, how do I put, like a dialect? Why this thing, sciences compared to and then mathematics compared to this in real life is closer to the language of God. Even I actually consider sciences even closer to the God than even most religions are, because what they are doing is studying the very creation of the Creator, try to understand why we are here and some of the things that He has manifested to us. But religion try to stop it. Not only Islam, religion tried to stop it. As a matter of fact, that's what created the modern science. That's why Immanuel Kant and all these people try to deduce, how do you ascertain something is true? Can you just believe people when they say something? Why do you just believe something when you don't have any evidence for it? That's what Immanuel Kant was trying to wrestle with. And that is what created the internet and everything that you see today. Because it's based on fundamental truths that can be established, tested repeatedly, and established to be true. If I say, this thing is black and you dispute it, you go and check it, it's black, and you can replicate it. That's how science behaves. But religion, it doesn't need proof, it just needs belief. And that is what makes it less precise, less accurate to the creation of the Creator. So that's why I believe what is closer to reality. Reality is basically the creation of the Creator. It's actually closer to the Creator. People that believe in that are closer, and that's why they are being rewarded. You see what I mean? So
yeah, you have a point.
No, he doesn't have a
The only thing is, whilst that is strong, there are dimensions and different dimensions in this world, and we have to perceive those dimensions from where we are now. And there are many clues,
I don't want to go into another
but it depends on how we take it.
I just wanted to make my submission. So that is how I see things, and I really feel like we need to start thinking well beyond what is out there right now. I guess AI is trying to open up other ways of learning about our realities, but we too can push the boundary and try to ask, okay, what is true? We have to truly be pushing stuff, not only believing in what people told us. Embrace reality, because that is the closest I can get to God. God gave you reality. That is the truth. And when you start listening to people, I think that's where you tend to miss. And my own approach is go with reality. And what I've seen in Nigeria and what I've seen in Africa, we go too much with what religion tells us than what we should be doing to actually empower ourselves, actually preserve our lives that God gave us. Study the creation of God, and God will give you life. That is basically what the Europeans did. And look at what they are enjoying. Nothing more than that, really. In the end, that's what it comes down to. God, when they studied the creation of God, God gave them more life. That's basically what it came down to. So thank you, gentlemen, and I wish Nigerians all the best, and Africans all the best. Africans, we should do more in terms of our sciences, be more daring, and hopefully we have won a Nobel Prize winner in the sciences and physics. And for the Americans, you need war counseling, and hopefully you stop your addiction to going to war, because that's going to give us a future. We don't want you guys to blow the whole world up. And the Chinese, don't copy the Americans. I know you're getting more powerful. Sooner or later, they too will to start doing what the Americans are doing. And those Indians, the caste system that you're doing, nobody will ever respect India truly if they carry on without their nonsense caste system. So that is how I see it. And thank you, gentlemen, all of you, for joining us today. And hopefully we are going to meet again next week, as they say, inshallah.
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 Always say
the things that you think they should stop doing. What is it that you now, forefathers, we should pray you should stop doing?
How can I see myself? Eh? How can I see myself? I can't see my own.
Over to you. Over to you.
Okay, should we tell you if you can't see yourself, we that can see you? Should we tell you?
You know what? I think you told me. Basically, not talk too much. Don't be too argumentative with guests. Is that?
To hand the mic to Jagun, I won't speak.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And
why he should stop doing.
Oh no.
Well, let's go backstage. Let's go backstage if possible.
All right. So
we only need half an hour.
Let me thank the people in the chat. I see you there. All our politics. Yeah, we could do some live stream together one of these days because it tends to come online now and again. All our politics, I see you there. OCFV, I see you there too. Ifosa, Obi was basically coordinating this in the show from the chat. Oh, let this one speak. Let that one speak. Sometimes I listen to him, other times I forget. I just move on. Equity, fairness, and justice. Thank you for joining us. Who else is there? The guy on Walele was here. David E. Lead. I see you there. David E. Lead. Fidel. I see you there too. And who else is there? And Soji. All of them. They were all there. Thank you all. Let me thank the people that donated too. Oscar Blackbone donated $10. Very good money. You know, you can't mess with the dollars. And there is also George Blue Shell also donated it's euro is actually called euro. 2.49 euros that he donated. It's a European currency, just for those that don't know. There is also Igbo Basic, $2, 2 American dollars, not Canadian dollars. Don't mistake it. Canadian dollars is junior, and this is American dollars that he donated, $2. And then a Nigerian. Why am I actually being quite rude here because it's 400 naira. BDB, thank you for the 400 naira, but that is not even enough money to take Okada.
My brother, I looked at that, but you can't dismiss them. They're there. We are here.
I'm not going to dismiss it. That I will highlight it just to, you see. I like what the message he also sent, just to get to tell Dr. Damage is well done. He gave the 400. He or she gave the 400 naira. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. The 400. Sorry about that. The 400 naira. Thank you for that. And yeah, thank you all. Oh, XYZ. You see, what I notice is that when you want to close, you start saying names, people will start showing up because they want their name to be read out. Okay, SYZ, I see you there. Thank you. SYZ, I see you there. Okago TV. Okay, it's Okago TV. Thank you for joining us, Okago TV. Till next time, I'll play us out now and we close out. Thank you. Bye.
Hang around, man. Hang around.